I think this split is going to be a lot more competitive than last split.
I want to win this summer split actually really badly.
I have high hopes for our team and for myself. Anything less than going to Worlds is a failure from our side and from my side.
What I have heard is that Giants is one of the stronger teams right now. I'm not kidding.
All of the players in G2 are incredibly talented individually, and they have shot-caller Mithi.
The bottom tier teams has kind of caught up a bit to the upper teams.
I think Mighty Bear can be one of the best junglers in EU.
Now I'm really confident in myself. I feel that I'm one of the best, if not the best.
처음부터 되게 잘하는구나를 느꼈고.
The format change will be an upgrade overall. The more games we get on stage, the better it is.
The bottom tier teams are not so bottom tier as people think anymore. EULCS is gonna be much closer this year.
Hello everyone and welcome to the LCS studios here in Berlin, Germany, where the 2016 summer split is fully underway. We're ready for another 5 matchups here in our opening week. As you can see, the studio, that is studio over there, and the fans rather gearing up for the games. Origen as well, they have something to make up for after that 0-2 start yesterday. Rock at 1-1, but they seem in good spirits and had a good performance on day one. Hello everyone, I'm Eva Schalke supporter, anchoring the analyst desk alongside Martin de Fiscio Lunge and Andy Vedius Day. Hello gentlemen. Good day yesterday, a lot of closer games than we anticipated.
Yeah, you know, some of the teams we didn't maybe expect too much from. Looking back at Spring Split, actually showed up, like Splice and Rockhat. Some exciting games, also Schalke, of course, looking fantastic.
Yeah, I know you're a big fan of Schalke. Personally, I was really excited to see what Giants had to offer. Knight in particular, I think has a lot of potential moving forward.
Yeah, definitely keeping our eye on him. And after the first day of competition, 3 teams are on the top of the tables after 2-0 victories yesterday. Schalke, as said, but also Fnatic. G2 with 3 points each, and then OG, the UOL, and Giants without any points. And I thought it was really interesting. A couple of people commenting in our opening video there that the bottom tier teams definitely aren't as weak as they have been, and that it was going to be much more competitive overall.
Yeah, I think that was the big story for us as well, looking at the entire off-season, because every single bottom 4 team of Spring Split actually improved in terms of roster changes. You know, some of the weak members got removed. We saw Schalke upgrade in the mid lane, Spice upgrade for supports. Of course, Rocket picking up 3 new members. So yeah, they all look much better. Now the question is, can they start challenging for the top spots? Are we just looking for more teams fighting for a top 6 potentially and not a top 3?
And this is something that I actually really like about the best of 2 format, because it's giving these previously considered lower tier teams more opportunities to show their stuff. And now that teams that don't perform well, maybe game 1, have a chance to look back, they have more footage moving forward, and there's just more opportunities to grow as a team.
Yeah, that's what we heard yesterday from Thrasher and Kabashard as well. Thrasher's like, well, if it was 1-1 or we lost 1 game, you go home, you're 0-1, and you kind of just feel bad as well. And this gives you just a chance to rectify.
And feel even worse if it's 2-0, right?
Yeah. OG was probably not feeling too skipper after that. In any case, in addition to seeing the league's first best of 2s, we also saw the off-season impact on the metagame. A couple of things. First, let's talk Dragon priority, something that we kept a very close eye on, the Fiscio.
Yeah, I mean, the teams who did really well often got a lot of dragons. It is super important now, the objective. We saw Origen not get a single dragon, obviously, in their games, outside of 1 Elder Drake, where it basically meant nothing. We also looked just at a few numbers. Like back in Spring Split, the first dragon would normally get taken in 14 minutes and then 10 seconds. Here in the Summer Split, okay, we only had 10 games, but still, all the way down to 10 minutes, 10.5 minutes. That's where you get the first dragon. More games where you get 4 dragons as well, like a lot more games compared to the Spring Split. So there's more focus on them. They are much better. Obviously, you still want to get that Elder Drake in the end to really spice it up, but you don't actually need it to win games.
All right, well, looking at the mid lane, Vedius, that's where your eyes were at mostly. Rise, Vladimir, Azir, and Victor top pick Ben. Not really any surprises there.
Well, the interesting thing is that we actually saw more bans going towards Rise and Vladimir than we did Azir and Victor. So we're seeing more Azir and Victor because teams actually want to avoid playing the Rise and Vlad. Now, Vlad, I don't think a lot of people expected to be a bit of a sleeper OP, but he's definitely turning into one of the stronger mid laners right now.
Yeah, and be catching people off guard with his damage. You also are very interested in the Fizz pick coming out on a mid lane from Perks.
Yeah, the fact that Assassins can still be played in the current meta, I think is really cool to see. We saw a lot of Assassin bans towards Perks yesterday, and we did see a couple LeBlanc picks come out. I'm still waiting for that Zed to come down because the QSS nerfs do mean that he's a little bit stronger right now, but there's still a lot of room and a lot of interesting mid lane picks coming out on the current path.
Yeah, super interesting indeed. And speaking of the 6.10 meta, we want to get your thoughts. Load up on Twitter and tell us which mid lane picks do you think will dominate the Rift in the coming weeks and why. As usual, you can reach us at LOL Esports and use that hashtag EULCS, and then we'll talk over your questions or your answers later in the day. And we'll see how the champion pools deepen today in just a few minutes as we take a look at our first match up in the arena on EULCS1 as Splice faces Roccat, followed by Giants versus G2 and H2K versus Schalke. And over on EULCS2, we will see the Unicorns of Love taking on Origen and Fnatic versus Vitality. Okay, so if you had to pick one, which is the most hyped matchup for you guys?
Only one.
Only one, Splice versus Roccat. It's got to be Splice versus Roccat. I think with a lot of interesting talent coming in with the Koreans as well and the new pickup from Splice with Mikey down the bottom lane, I think it'll be really interesting. Still back stepping up as well. He had a great first game yesterday. So, I mean, I think that this will be a really interesting matchup.
I mean, I'm going to take the easy one for Fnatic versus Vitality. Also because Vitality didn't really show up yesterday. Seem to be some issues still. I have a lot of questions about Police as an AD carry. I actually don't think he's good enough to be in a team who will challenge for the #1 and #2 spot here in Europe. But that's something he needs to show today against Fnatic. And I want to see a cleaner game compared to what we saw against Giants from them. But also gotta just sneak in a second game here, sneaking in very quickly. Schalke versus H2K. Because I want to see if Schalke can actually continue what they showed yesterday, or if it was just Unicorns being really bad right now, and that's why Schalke could just run over them.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I mean, H2K did show a couple. H2K showed a couple growing pains in their first game against Roccat. Roccat did play well, but there were obviously a lot of big mistakes from H2K in that game 1. They rectified them game 2, so coming into today, I think it will be a little bit more interesting what they have to show, but it does show that there are a couple weaknesses that can be taken advantage of.
And I'm taking a look at all the other games, because in short, we just want to watch everything. Now be sure to stick around after the final game of the day as well for the post-game lobby, where we will recap all of today's and yesterday's action with our panel of experts, come to foregone conclusions after week 1. You know the drill. But now it is time to focus on our first series of the day, starting with Splice versus Roccat here on EULCS1. Both teams with a one-on-one on day 1. Splice on the one hand versus Vitality. Roccat on the other hand, as you said as well, versus H2K. And as we said, this is a good example of the teams that had gone through changes. You didn't expect them to be at the top of the table in summer, but they have started off very well and shown some things.
Yeah, if we just look at the rosters on paper, maybe we would say, nah, probably not going to challenge for like a top spot, really.
Roccat, though.
Roccat, I mean, okay, yeah, Roccat had a lot of good changes here, but we need to see how the two Koreans, Perang and Raze, are playing first. With Splice, I just heard so many good things about them in the offseason. How well they were doing in practice, how they were fixing so many issues, and Mickey, of course, the new support, being so active as well. So that's great for Splice. Same for Roccat, though, with Raze, Perang and Steelback.
Yeah, I mean, the pickups from what we saw yesterday of the Koreans, they didn't have the best performances. Perang yet to really show his stuff. He was put on the Echo, so, I mean, being that tank in the top, really not given the opportunity. But the Thresh plays from Raze, maybe a little bit too overeager at times. Steelback definitely made up for that, though. His positioning in those team fights, his Jhin, 3-0 and 10 at the end of that game, absolutely phenomenal. Really enjoyed that.
And I have this little fake watch list I've just written down here in my head as well.
So it's real, you've written it down?
It is real. Of some players who you maybe don't expect to become, like, should we say, star players during this split, or maybe you don't expect that much from them. And there are actually 3 of them in this game, which is kind of funny for me. In Mickey, of course, the new support for Splice, who's very, very good, 17 years old. Then there's Trashy in the jungle, who didn't show much in the spring split, but he's been doing better and better, especially on stage. And he was very good yesterday for Splice. And then, of course, the last one is LCS for Roccat, who's a guy who's slowly just been getting better. He's a little bit inconsistent, but I think when he shows up, he can actually be really good. And these 3 guys just pay close attention to them in these 2 games because they will be very important.
And what makes this matchup even more interesting for me is I could see this down the line when we've got way more games under our belt, week 7, week 8, being a decider game. Both these teams matching up against each other, and it could be that playoff 7th place spot that these 2 teams could be fighting for moving down the line. So taking a win here could be very impactful moving forward.
Yeah, we will see what happens in that match, but moving on to the matchup taking place in the LCS studio on stream 2. It is the UL versus Origen. Well, they didn't have the best start. 0-2 on day 1 of both of them. And based on day 1, you could say that they look like they've lost the offseason, which was our Twitter question yesterday as well, but they just didn't show up.
No, I mean, again, they faced G2, a team we expected a lot from the start with these players, and of course getting a full bot lane over from Origen. And yeah, when you lose Sven and Mithy, the best bot lane in the West, you always lose the offseason. Like, there's really no way for you to win the offseason that way if you're Origen. For me, it's just about how good can they actually get now during Summer Split. Can they challenge for some of the top spots? Will they just make playoffs and then fall out or drop out in a quarterfinal? That's the big question.
Well, the thing we have to remember is that OG at the start of last season did not have a great way to kick off that season. So time, I feel like, could solve a lot of the issues. UOL maybe need a little bit more time. Exile in the mid lane, I feel like he really did struggle against Fox.
Oh, yes.
He was really showing, like, hey, welcome to the LCS. This is the caliber of mid laners you got to play against now. And I think that there's still potential there. I don't really like to use the word potential, but Unicorns of Love, we talked to Sheepy, he's really confident in the roster. He thinks that with time, they could grow it into something great. And it is only the first week, so I don't want to make too many big accusations.
No, but in time, you also have to be honest about the fact that we are in the summer split, so you better hope that the players that you've picked up are the right ones for the role.
And they only got 10 points if we look back at the spring split, even though Unicorns never actually missed playoffs as a team in the LCS. This roster, with the start they had, and so many question marks, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this was the first Unicorns of Love roster that didn't make playoffs. And I think actually they will settle with fighting to avoid promotion tournament. But again, it's day 1. We've only seen the 2 games, but there were so many issues. And a lot of the other teams actually showed up from the start.
Yeah, and still the Unicorns, somehow they always manage to make it to playoffs. We'll see what happens. Enough from us. It is time to get onto the Rift, so let's send it over to our casters and get into the games.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Mitch Kreppel Vorspools, and we have a new caster in our midst, and his name is Jahan Sifa.
Actually, it's Daniel, but I'm really happy to be here, thrilled to be casting Unicorns of Love versus Origen, and I think it's going to be a very interesting set, especially after those rough starts that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, Daniel's been in our office for quite a while, did CSQ, but finally we can unleash him on the LCS stage here in the studio.
But focusing back in on the game, Unicorns of Love really struggled yesterday, and especially in those mid and jungle positions.
Fox was a beast from Schalke. He really out-pressured Exile in the mid lane, and they really weren't showing up. Move and Exile as a duo had probably one of the worst jungler mid lane combined performances we've ever seen here in the LCS.
Yeah, I think if we look at their score lines overall, you can see just how rough it was for them, and we're going to have to wonder if they can adapt moving forward, because if they show the same level of performance today, Origen are absolutely going to crush them. So a lot of pressure on these guys individually, and I think for the Unicorns of Love as a lineup to really make this one work, you're going to see those guys on your screen now.
Yeah, the one good thing about this is that Power Reveal plays a little bit farther back in lane. Fox was playing very far up with that Vladimir, continuously pressuring into the tower, forcing the Unicorns to react. Power Reveal, on the other hand, plays a little bit more passive. Amazing is still finding his groove as well in some of these games. The early games from Origen were okay, but yeah, they're really not connected. With the introduction of Forgiven and Hybrid, they lost their shot callers in Mithy in the bigger part, especially now that the synergy between Mithy and Amazing isn't there anymore. Origen look almost equally lost as Unicorns.
I have to agree, but before we get into the picks and bans, let's take a look at the 2 lineups on the blue side, of course. In Game 1, it's going to be Unicorns of Love, making a lot of changes there overall, but in the top lane for them, it is going to be Vizichachi. In the jungle, Move, Mid, Exile, AD carry Veritas, support Hylissang, and of course, Coach Sheepy.
Yeah, changes on that roster, and obviously changes that we've talked about so often already here. Just day 2 on the side of Origen. Later on, we see Vizichachi, his nice little face right there, Chess Master. Maybe he needs to pull up some moves because it will be rough going up against Origen. They're playing on the red side here in Game 1. Obviously, still Soas in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, and PoE/Expected in the mid lane. But then we see these changes here. Forgiven in the AD carry position, Hybrid in support. Nico de Pico will have to steer some of these strong personalities, see if we can keep them down and make them play as a team.
And a very potentially explosive team. When we talked about this team before the season started, we're like, all these guys are great individually. They can really make something work, but they're known to have these explosive personalities. And if they work together, if they can figure out how to function as a team, they truly are a contester for playoffs, maybe even for champions in the split.
Champions is...
I think so.
I mean, contestants, maybe.
Contestants, let's go there.
Yeah, so maybe
I said candidate. I didn't say like clear victor here.
They're going to win the summer split.
That's it. I've seen 2 games. They lost both, but I'm convinced. That's it. They've got everything.
No. They're definitely closer than the Unicorns. Unicorns have a lot of work left. They made a couple roster changes right here, and they're not really gelling immediately. We also have Veritas coming in, wasn't impressed with him at all. Hylissang spoke nicely about him in one of the soundbite though, saying he had some synergy with his AD carry all of a sudden, but we need to see that happen in the game on the Rift.
Absolutely, and I think coming into this, there's a new meta, there's opportunity for a lot of new picks and a lot of variance in what you can do, and they really need to figure out how they want this team to function, because Move and Exile obviously need to step up, Veritas as well. I mean, your Rock really is your support and your top laner who have remained a part of this team, and we have to wonder what they're going to prioritize and what they're going to do coming into this game to make these new roster changes work.
Yeah, hoping for a clear strategy from Unicorns, not something kind of jumbled together, and something that can maybe free up Hylissang. He has shown in the past when the Unicorns struggle, he results into a pretty much roaming-oriented style, and maybe that's a little bit better, especially against a team that is rather disjointed, as is Origen lineup.
Yeah, and I think looking at OG as well, I mean, they played pretty excellently in Game 2 at certain points, but they just weren't able to do it consistently. So if they can have that consistent level of performance, it's going to be incredibly difficult for UOL to make a mark here. And moving forward, I think we're going to have to see what exactly Exile is going to bring to the table today, because the Azir we saw yesterday was simply not enough.
Yeah, definitely not enough in the way he played it. Moving to Champs League though, first ban straight off the bat, targeted at Forgiven, Caitlyn out.
No surprises there. Of course, Bard following up, as well as the Nidalee, really trying to limit that playmaking potential coming in from Hybrid, as well as shut down some of Move's jungle pool. Of course, a very successful Nidalee player in his time in the NA LCS.
Yeah, Move's jungle pool and just the generic jungle pool. Kindred and Nidalee top tier junglers right here. Interesting that they actually go for the Rek'Sai preemptively. So they're basically saying Unicorns ban Kindred right now, and we'll play a B tier list of jungles, or we'll just straight up first pick it. Origen can take the risk, give over to Kindred, and then lock in some power picks of themselves, like an Echo if they want it, or another nice Maokai for Soaz, which he obviously has,
super excited about, tweeting about how happy he was.
Overjoyed.
Overjoyed about the pick. A fair way to describe it.
Wow, they actually banned out the Twitch. The Twitch-Taric combination was played yesterday. We couldn't really see the pure strength of it, because people always talk about how Twitch can then do his entire ultimate in this state of invulnerability, but the whole power of it actually came down from actually being to sneak up in stealth as Twitch and then getting the proxy stun from Taric, but we never saw that combo used because Schalke was respecting it a lot.
We're not going to see it today either, as the picks are coming out incredibly quickly. First pick support coming in on the side of Unicorns of Love, the Braum locked in, and Lucian, Kindred the response on the opposite side.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Trading a Braum for Lucian Kindred doesn't seem worth it for me.
So much power. I mean, we've seen Kindred be such a hugely contested pick. Unicorns of Love not prioritizing, and of course Move really did struggle on it yesterday, but at the same time, giving up Lucian as well seems incredibly risky.
This may mean that Veritas will end up playing Ezreal though, and it could unlock Hylissang as a roaming component if he goes back for his trash pick, for example, and we could see maybe Unicorns going back to their roots. You know, they still have part of their core here alive with Vizicsacsi and Hylissang. They're obviously going up against a face they've seen before. Power of Evil actually jokingly joined Unicorns lineup in the lobby, and then Hylissang had to tell him, well, it's a little late.
Well, it's a little throwback. It's, you know, it's Friday, not Thursday.
Yep.
You got to keep it fresh. Of course, Elise going to be locked in, as well as the Trundle. So Trundle moving up into that top lane, as Braum has already been locked in as the support. Origen kind of taking their time on this second rotation, but
I like when you feel like you've been outmatched in picks in bottom lane. Generally, when the enemy picks Lucian. I like the Trundle pickup actually, because it forces them to at least lane swap. Because Trundle generally wins any 1v1 matchup early, or pretty much throughout the entirety of the game. So lane swap kind of helps hide that weak matchup. We need to see if Soaz is just going to take it head on. Echo can do it, but requires just a little bit of attention. If there's an additional gank though, say Elise goes into the top lane, Soaz may suffer, and we've seen him play or make some weird decision once he's put in kind of the tilt zone, being canned, put in low CS. So let's see if Origen are taking care of those risks.
Yep, and of course, as you mentioned, Echo locked in as well as the Janna coming in for hybrid, so a more defensive support. But looking back to that top lane, looking back to how Chachi and Soaz are going to match up, we have to wonder what moves Impact is going to be on the top side of the map, if that is where he's going to spend his attention, because yesterday we just really did not feel his presence in any lane, to be honest.
No presence here. Also, they're kind of figuring out, do we go for a passive pick in the mid lane, or do we really want that pressure early? So they're actually going for full-on pressure here. Skirmish AD carry with the Kalista. So definitely no roaming Braum here. Lane Braum for sure. Kalista with the changes even more useless on her own because you need your support next to you to trigger that passive effect. And then LeBlanc. Blind LeBlanc aggressively picked in the mid lane. Not the biggest fan of it anymore. It seems like the payoff isn't big enough for when the inevitable teamfight state starts happening, that you really need to snowball. So you need to do what like Fnatic did yesterday. Get so many kills that any team comp advantage gets nullified.
And of course, looking at Exile in the mid lane, he played Azir yesterday, not really one of his comfort picks. Looking at how he has played solo queue, LeBlanc, however, is one of his most played, something that he knows very well. So Unicorns prioritizing that comfort and looking maybe to early snowball here, but that's a really aggressive decision from a roster that struggled so much yesterday.
Yeah, if they can keep Soaz down though, the entire lineup is pretty squishy right now for Origen here to pick up, because they don't have really a tank that can soak. Echo is a tank in the sense that it jumps the backline and it kind of annoys people, but it's not like a Maokai that plays in the front. Having no melee support either, it's going to be tricky to balance the positioning for Origen. For Unicorns of Love, it's a little bit easier if they introduce Vizichachi in these fights. He can soak a little bit more and get really tanky, especially if he gets that ulti on Soaz. Then the entire lineup from Origen will get squishy, so they need to be careful, especially in these pick-off scenarios where Trundle is involved.
Yeah, no longer QSS is not going to get rid of that subjugate, and of course something we have to consider. It used to be sort of the saving grace in that top lane matchup, even if European top laners obviously weren't prioritizing that build, but Power of Evil on this Orianna, some pseudo-tankiness and a more supportive mid, but OG, we were critical of them picking kind of odd strategies in their first game yesterday, and it seems like they've put themselves in sort of an awkward position here.
Well, they have the better scaling team fight later on, I imagine, but the top lane triangle is definitely in favor of Unicorns early. I mean, Trundle's going to beat that lane, or at least go even if you play a mediocre Trundle. LeBlanc should have some pressure early and move with that pressure of these two lanes, should be able to find some picks.
Of course, you've seen the comps now. Tweet at LOL Esports, hashtag UOL win if you think these new roster changes can bust it out, or if the OG Classics can find it, hashtag OG win as we gear up here for game one. And you talk about the top lane triangle. On the opposite side, though, it feels like if Amazing ever is able to find an advantage on this Kindred, things get out of control pretty quickly.
Yeah, if the Unicorns make one mistake that's big enough, then obviously Origen will just take complete control of the game. If the matchup tilts, like Kindred into Elise is very tricky, so I need to be careful with that. But whoever gets a jump will win the duel.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, game one. Unicorns of Love on the blue side, Origen on the red, running out of the base, early item pickups. Have to wonder what exactly the lane matchups are going to be moving forward.
Yeah, a lot of it will be known immediately once we get these deports out. If any team goes for deports, it means they're thinking at least about a lane swap. It's incredibly rough to play Kalista into this Janna Lucian lane though, because Braum's shield will never block Piercing Light, so that'll still go through. It'll get amplified by the AD's bonus from Janna's shield, and you generally never get an all-in, especially against an exhaust lane, so it kind of fits for Given style too. He loves playing these lanes where he has a range advantage on the support, and he can bully, and the support is catered around making him stronger.
Yep, I think that plays perfectly to his style, and Hybrid, you know, fitting into that very well. We are going to have questions about how these two guys work together. Didn't get to show it off as much yesterday, but a lot of opportunities for some bot lane synergy when Forgiven is very reliant on Janna, obviously, to make those trades. But I feel like it also frees up some of the pressure from Hybrid, maybe lets him make more decisions. Because for him, it's just throw down that Eye of the Storm, look for those trades, and probably be able to win out based on lane alone.
Yeah, and both teams are playing the guessing game right now. Those two wards that you see down in the river may have spotted each other when they're placed down. That could have been some information that was given to our team, because they kind of switched around. Forgiven was going top first, and said, nah, let's go bottom instead. Both bot lanes taking a grump here. We have a lane swap. It should be slightly quicker on the side of Origen, because they have some champions that do a little bit better. Janna, if she skills Tornado second, can actually AoE the creeps combined with that Piercing Light from Lucian pretty well.
As well as the double tap on the tower.
Yeah, as opposed to like Kalista and Braum have no AoE abilities. So that means they always have to manually hit the creeps down. And in the lane swap, obviously, we've said this so many times before. You want to AoE the creep downs with spells while tanking them so your minions can deal with the tower.
Yep, so a little bit slower here. We'll have to see what it costs them moving forward. Looking at the first Dragon spawn, it is, of course, that Cloud Drake, so maybe not a high priority from what we've seen in our first day of games.
DLS just Cloud Drake. You're like, okay, guys, we got tempo advantage. That means we can get the Dragon. And it's a Cloud Drake.
So, you know, everyone's happy to have it, though. Slightly faster rotations, right? That's how you sell it?
That's how you value your League of Legends? The speed of your rotations? You're in the wrong region for that statement. This is not Korea.
Yeah. You can see now the Keystone Masteries as the TP is going to come in from Soaz. Fervor of battle across the two 80 carries on the side of Origen. Pretty standard what we're seeing across the board.
Are the days of Thunderlords across the board.
I miss those days. It was so easy to cast. You're just like, look, everyone has Thunderlords.
What a surprise.
A little bit more variance now as Vizicachi finally makes his way to the top.
I think they also ruined the auto attack reset on the tower from Trundle. I think he can no longer do that. So that's also a blow to the lane swap speed here. And we can already see it. Like this tower is 25% almost. Top lane is not even close to that right now.
What do you think the next move is here coming in for OG? They do have the small tempo advantage. What do you think they take with it?
I mean, we've seen bot lane swap back into the bottom side of the map after like what we call phase 1 because they want to contest the dragon. But once you see it's a Cloud Drake, I think you can actually just keep feeding Soaz. Soaz loves catching these waves and getting fed, as every top laner does. He hates playing from behind, I think, more than the average top laner. So it's good that the first tower goes out for Origen, because that means Soaz can farm longer. Forgiver will take a little bit of a hit, so they'll need to control the beast there. Here comes. He'll make up for farm later.
Never happy to have that. Oh, Gan comes into the mid lane, though. Power of Evil taking a lot of damage, looking to make his way out, but first blood. Quick pickup from Exile and move. We wanted to see more from him, and they're already making something happen
here.
Yeah,
Origen kind of still stuck in the hole. Let's just keep swapping towers. Unicorns will left say, nope, we're actually ganking mid lane. We'll need to see what exactly happened there, but with LeBlanc's chain and moves, ability to cocoon, obviously, if Power of Evil oversteps his bounds, he will die.
Yeah, and of course, no cleanse coming out from Power of Evil, opting instead for the TP, so very limited options.
That's bold, actually.
We've seen a lot of players fall flat when they do not opt for the cleanse in these aggressive lanes, and you may be able to get out of that chain range, but that cocoon hits you and you're really out of options.
Yeah, you have to yield the pressure, then you pretty much have to play at your tower. That's why, I mean, Orianna, in a pure 1v1 scenario, maybe she can actually push the wave, but she's so exposed that she will never do that in the LeBlanc-Elise matchup. But even when playing back, Power will still manage to find a way to kind of get caught there. And that's a big swing here, because this is exactly what Exile needs. Opting in for the early Negatron too, he just really wants to get his presence known, make sure he can always outtrade Power, keep the presence there, and then allow Move to move into the enemy jungle, potentially get some wards in, and look for more picks. Unicorns need to find some picks in the early game.
Definitely wanted to snowball, as we talked about, have the potential to just grow a lead very rapidly. Given the opportunity, Move, of course, doing very well in the jungle thus far with the first gank. Needs to keep the pressure up, as you mentioned. Top side, you can see the lane swapping back and forth. OG trying to stay ahead on tempo, as we mentioned earlier. Not seeing too much impact from the jungle just yet, as Amazing and Hybrid start to move down into the jungle, or rather into the bottom side. Don't think they're going to prioritize the Cloud Drake, but some early vision laid down and the Razor Sight buff from Amazing. Want to make sure that they're relatively safe to invade here. Will be able to grab that stack. It's first one of the game. Looking in, Hybrid drops the ping board as well. So OG completely taking control of the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and the Unicorns actually did something to get Vizicachi back in the game. They sent Kalista down to the bottom lane to reveal herself. Get back to that later.
Oh, Chachi exhaust comes in. TP coming in as well. Chachi in trouble. Third stack is gonna proc. Amazing grabs that one. Exile, he TP's in, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, too little too late. Unicorns were trying to get Chachi back in the game. They sent their 80 carry down to the bottom. That forced Soaz to push the lane, usually. Then Kalista went to the top lane again and said, handed over all this farm to Vizicachi. And as he was looking at that farm, like juicy farm, about to pick it all up, suddenly he gets dove by multiple members from Origen. And now he will have a really rough game here. Forgiven, kind of avoid the same thing happening to him in the top lane, which should be easy for him. Pick up this farm, then Origen will have a nice lead. This is where Vizicachi should probably go for a teleport dive. Should have gone maybe. See if he can pressure Forgiven off this turret.
Oh, maybe not. It's comfortable. Great predict from Power. Don't think he's going to find anything else on that one, but just showing off. Reading Exile like a book.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love, page 2, Exile.
Moving in, though, of course, as you mentioned, no response play on the top side, so the gold remains relatively even, 1 kill apiece, and no surprise that the Cloud Drake has not been the focus here. Forgiven and Hybrid finally starting to push out, and Chachi may not have been able to grab the farm earlier, but finally able to clear these waves, pressure-free.
Looking for some cheese, but I'm not sure if they actually want that. They have the exhaust advantage, that's why they're going for this. Look for a creep. For Heal Sank to dash to, probably waiting for Forgiven to use his Q.
Police coming up.
He's coming too.
Oh,
Flash into
great predict! Move! Knows where the opponents are going to be. We talk about books. UOL reading Origen just as well. Excellent pickup there.
Yeah, that almost looked like he failed it. And then Forgiven flashed into it. He's like, yeah, of course I was predicting this flat. Happens to me all the time in solo queue.
That's pretty much my life story in solo queue. Throw a hook, miss, someone flashes into it. Oh, mad life, I swear, totally planned. Maybe a similar story for Move, but definitely great proactive play. Amazing. 3 stacks of the concussive blow. The stun is going to drop. Chain CC coming in. Tornado to disengage, hopping to safety, but Veritas is here as well. Lamb's Respite goes down. TP coming in, maybe looking for more. Amazing healed up. They're not going to grab it. So close. Power, though, he could be in trouble. The team is moving forward. No ultimate available. Veritas grabs another kill.
Yeah, and Origen made the same mistake yesterday. They went for plays in the wrong part of the map. You just lost a member in the top side. You know the jungler was around. And Amazing on his lonesome wanders into enemy jungle, despite it one time belonging to himself. And he finds himself picked off. And then Power tries to help. It all starts right here. Does he miss? Is he going for Janna? Let's look at this. Yeah, he was going for hybrid. He was going for hybrid. There's no way he predicted that because Forgiven could have flashed upwards. But it was the right choice because you go for the guy without the gap closer and then you use the repel on him to maybe chase Forgiven afterwards. Definitely solid play here from Move.
Yep, cerebral play overall, and while OG were able to tie it up for a decent period of time, UOL finally have this gold lead, responding incredibly well to the map movement coming in from OG and really punishing those mistakes.
Yeah, they punish the mistakes and they draw all the attention to the top side, which leaves Vizichachi alone in the bottom of the map, and then he can catch up. 1v1, he still has a stronger matchup. Despite being down a little bit of experience and gold early on, he still manages to get a 7 CS lead right now on SOA. So everything is actually going great for the Unicorns.
Absolutely what they want with the Tiamat as well. The wave pressure is vastly in their favor. Amazing. He's going to take a consolation prize here, but it's only the Cloud Drake.
Yeah.
Not really what he wants.
And it's going to be an Infernal next.
Infernal next? Are you calling it?
Feel it.
I'm waiting. Bated breath. Is it going to be? Yeah? Okay. Oh no, camera!
Camera.
Oh, observers. That's a Cloud Drake.
The next one.
Eventually, it will be an Infernal Drake.
Well, it may not be.
No, I got it. At 35 minutes, it'll be an Elder Dragon. Yeah. I guarantee it.
Bold predictor, huh?
Looking back, of course, the farm across the board, things relatively even on the top side, despite Chachi's earlier lead. But the mid lane, vastly in favor of Exile, gets that lead on LeBlanc and is just pressing his advantage now.
Yeah, it's when they see a sub, Negatron 2. Getting an early kill in a lot of these mage matchups means you either play the risky game where you buy more damage so you can kill them quicker, or yeah, you play the matchup 1v1 but you never die. So you still need to make a play to kill them because your damage is the same, but you have Negatron so they can never counter you. So that fancy predictor from Power would have done a lot more damage if it wasn't for the Negatron.
Exile playing more conservatively. Definitely appears to be the right choice. Doesn't want to risk anything after day one set of games, but I want to look at the mid lane here. Power of Evil has the Chalice. Or is this the Unholy Grail Orianna? Is that what we're expecting to come out?
I mean, one would expect it once he's pivoting to meet Chaos Orianna. Truly accepting his role between all these egos, these strong voices, Soa shouting him from one side, Forgiven from the other.
But the dive looks like it is going to come down. Snap back from Soaz to make it to safety. Amazing, picking up a kill as well as a stack. OG makes the dive happen, but the tower drops on the bottom side.
Yeah, with these late reactions though, communication is rough here for the Unicorns. Teleports get used to defend, but way too late. They're not reading the plays. So both these teams playing in a very reactionary state of mind, as we saw with Amazing 2. Wanders into the jungle, assumes it's safe, suddenly he's in trouble. His team tries to help him, but nobody's really reading the plays here.
Yeah, of course, OG will be able to take this tower down as well. Unicorns of Love, they're trying to make something happen on the bottom side. They have decent pressure. I don't know if they have enough raw power to force down this turret, and OG have vision of their own jungle. They're completely safe to just pressure out here.
Pressure out. And again, get Soaz going. That's what you need to do. Vizichachi 0-2 right now in the matchup already.
We talked about Trundle being a potentially stronger duelist, can steal those tanky stats, but just kind of getting dove time and time again, being shut down, and OG making some moves to get SOAS ahead. 0-0-2, not an amazing scoreline, but now a CS lead in his favor. Sheen coming out, he's got a lot of early game power.
Yeah, early game power, and we have to remember time is fleeting for the Unicorns. The scaling is definitely in Origen's favor. Unless Power Reveal really gets put into the dumpster, then maybe we have that looming threat of a LeBlanc WQR combo on Forgiven, just kind of taking him down, or the Hybrid. They're playing with an Exhaust, they have the Kindred ultimate, SOAS is in the game, so a lot of things started to turn around here for Origen, despite the really good start for Unicorns.
Absolutely, and of course, only the 12-minute mark, 20K for UOL, 19.0. That'd be a big difference for OG, so nothing major quite yet. It's all going to be about who can play this out better, because really the advantages aren't huge for either side at this point. And outside of the LeBlanc getting really fed, it doesn't feel like OG have too much to be scared of.
Yeah, and it's not like Kalista Brahm's gonna siege down mid lane.
Not quite the Caitlyn.
Not quite the Caitlyn there. Huey playing League of Wave Clear.
Always happy to do so, it would appear. Oriana, the pocket pick, he likes to bust out, but maybe hoping to make some plays here in the mid lane. Amazing paying some attention. SOAS coming down, and they're going to spot move in the jungle with Veritas and Hylissang just clearing it out. Going to wander over, maybe hoping to get some vision control on the top side here. Neither side making any big moves quite yet.
Yeah, that's what you do. When you can't push in the towers, tier 1s are down, you just move in between, you starve the enemy, kind of his resources in his jungle, and you hope that they get greedy. Amazing right here, challenging his own jungle. He has to kind of let it go. Go to this other side, but then you have Forgiven, who always takes your wolf camp. So Amazing may take a hit in farm here.
Does have a small lead now, and I think much more cautious this time when he clears out the topside jungle. We saw him drop already once from getting over-aggressive there, so just accepting that he does not have the pressure or the vision to contest that red buff, of course. Especially hard to deal with the Kalista Rend in that exchange as well.
Yeah, this time he knew he was outmanned. It's like the third ward move is cleared in that brush here. Such a vision style jungler.
Getting in. Maybe looking for something. Parallel Convergence drops. OG kind of just nipping at the heels of UOL at this stage. Not able to find the engage they want, and unfortunately...
He get some damage on this tower now, though, because Power Evil was moving away to the side to kind of join that fight, and he left mid lane. The whole reason PoE was kind of clearing his waves is because he started the wave clear before the wave actually got to the tower. So by the time it hit the tower, they were half HP and required one more combo. SOAS taking some damage here.
Splitting up across the map, Exile just going to hop over the wall here to make it to safety, but a fumble coming in from OG, not respecting the tower pushing potential. It's not a Caitlyn, but you leave a Kalista uncontested, she will burn that down.
Yeah, eventually somebody will hit the tower if PoE's not present, and that means that Unicorns can step forward right now, get some more division, and then it becomes very hard for Origen to play in. Tiny map, a lot of fog of war for Origen. Nobody can truly face check into a wealth of CC, and that's what we saw yesterday with Fnatic as well. Similar, slightly slow starts, but then in the mid game, once they just started denying this vision, it was incredibly hard for their opponents to take control back of the map.
Keeping in though, SOAS continuously looking for these duels, does have the level advantage, item advantage as well. Vizichachi still struggling to finish that Ravenous Hydra, really committing to that early on here. Power looking to make a play, but it may cost him his life. Caught out in the mid lane. Concussive blows, drops. Exile's gonna pick up another one. 2-0-1 for the rookie LeBlanc.
Yeah, there we see the Unicorns owner happy this time. Talking to him a little bit before the games, like these guys need time to gel.
Apparently it was only 2 games, because they're looking a lot better this time around.
All it took was 20 minutes right now, and Unicorns are gonna win the split.
I'm never living that one down.
Yeah.
Of course, looking at it, Power People really struggling. Does have the Athenes now, a very supportive item build, as well as working on that Rod of Ages. Could potentially be a tough road for him, as the Abyssal's already been completed by Exile, and you can see him and Hylissang just clearing things out here.
Yeah, but any combination of 2 champions here on the Unicorns is enough for like a little skirmish where they can isolate a target and take it down. Like whether it's a damage from Jungle combined with the CC from either LeBlanc or Move, or Hylissang joining any of these champions to add a passive and really just stun lock people. It just allows Unicorns to be very creative in their picks. Whereas if you look at Origen, the only CC they really have is Shockwave and then Parallel Convergence. They have defensive resets from the Janna, but once you fall behind, it becomes such a tough game to play. Double dash into chains. Look where Hylissang is coming from so far. Then goes for Q flash into ulti, and you have to wonder where is Power Evil's flash. I mean, once you see the LeBlanc coming, you have to respect it.
Maybe just not giving enough respect over to the Exile as a mid lane. You can see Soaz has to burn his ult on the bottom side. Exile looking a little hungry for blood. Has to be careful. Echo, no MR. Ooh, does have to flash to safety though. Soaz has learned a little better than his mid laner did in that earlier exchange.
And PoE not really impressing so far in this summer split. Makes you wonder, since this Origen lineup is looking for cohesion, looking for leadership, it may be wise for them to sub in FLICKR for a couple of games.
A unique option only available to OG. And definitely we've seen how quickly it changes the team dynamic.
The X Factor.
The X Factor. There's literally could not be a better name for that. Looking forward though. Amazing at OG. They are playing on the back foot, but they're not giving up too much just yet.
Hey, maybe next game, FLICKR gonna give it to you.
There's no way to follow that up because that song is so gratuitously inappropriate.
Yeah, it's not like you can quote a single lyric from that song without getting fired.
Except for that one. Taking all the glory. Of course, OG now pushing down mid lane, maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable grouped up than they did in their respective side lanes. But LeBlanc's already pushing out as well as the Trundle, and OG now looking to collapse.
Looking to collapse, leaving mid lane exposed though. They have Power of Evil there, but I think Unicorns are going to change directions, just run to the top lane and then cut off the supply. So if they trade one kill for a tower, it's fine, especially considering they're getting amazing splash here. So look at the resources burned. They only start basing in the bottom lane here. And Origen is looking to kind of take the scenic approach where they watch the tower die, catch the wave. So this is a fine trade for Unicorns because every tower that dies, they can move the ward line, the pressure line up farther into the enemy jungle, deny the vision that's behind it, and then eventually isolate the Baron. That's what they're looking for in about 5 minutes from now.
Red buff after red buff taken away from Origen as well, taking down the tower. And OG, they're making moves on the map, but they are getting punished for them left and right. And UOL just keep coming ahead. A 3K gold lead now in their favor.
Yeah, look at this. This is exactly what's going to happen every time. You're right, it is Korea, where supports get picked up by LeBlancs.
This is what we were talking about. You never want LeBlanc to get to that point where she just pushes a couple buttons and deletes you.
Yeah, a great display of skill there.
Yeah. Hey, Exile, he's been standing in bushes a lot this game, hiding, waiting. It finally pays off. Happy to grab that kill onto Hybrid. UOL doesn't look like they're going to be able to do too much with it, but they will reset the pressure and start to spend this gold that they've been accruing.
Yeah, and these very pick-oriented compositions seems to be doing well. At the start of the summer split. Usually when you see these comps, it's kind of 5 kills or bust in the early game, but when teams are still finding their footing and not really that cohesive, communications is lacking due to some changes in the team structure or imports, whether they speak the language or not. For example, Origen, yes, they all speak English, but they lost their shot calling component, so they're trying to find a footing. Then these compositions that can always prey on the chaos seem actually to work. Fnatic ran a pick up yesterday against Giants, and then today Unicorns doing it against OG. Also a little lost on the map.
And when we think about it, as Exile tries to steal away another buff for himself, it's looking to be pretty well. We'll have to hold that off though. The fight starting. TP comes in. Chachi throws down the pillar. Ult coming in. Not going to find purchase there. UOL just backing off, but some proactive movement there to start the fight.
Yeah, a lot of pings here for Unicorns as well, indicating their movement here. Pick on Soaz.
Nice phase dive over the wall, Exile. Not going to be able to follow that one up quite yet. Spectre's Cowl coming in from Soaz at this stage of the game, as well as the increased health pool, just making it difficult for the burst combo to really work on him.
Yep, and every lane just gets pushed into the tower, and then they disappear into the darkness, and now Move can move up for the zone. Pillar slows him down, so that should be an easy cocoon.
Culling and ult coming out for Origen, though, giving up 2 major cooldowns just to clear the wave. You can see how far ahead the Unicorns of Love are. Their gold lead extending to 4K now.
Yeah, and they're actually playing it still smart. They're not tunneling on this setup that they have. In the short term, you really want to get these towers, but they're sending Visicharge to the top lane right now. 1, to soak the farm, 2, to make it a 1-3-1 type of thing, where they can always pick somebody off that moves in between the lanes. Between 2 lanes, it's somewhat easy for Origen to defend, because they all need to guess where the majority members are and then hope that LeBlanc can't 1v1. But once this Trundle gets the wave to the tower, we could see another tower fall here on the side of Origen.
And we'll have to see if Origen are still comfortable looking for that trade of objectives, if they can trade a kill or a tower back, or if they're just going to play defensively and try not to give up anything in this 1-3-1, because it's going to get harder as we see another duel coming out. Exile, this man's on fire. He just needs one more round of cooldowns. Flash forward, distortion. That's a rampage. 4-0-1, the scoreline coming out.
And the crowd goes mild.
How long have you been waiting to say that? Not that long.
Another pick here, amazing. Feeling the brunt of it.
Skirmish is coming out
base.
left and right. Blade of the Rune King goes down. Amazing running to safety. Lamb's Respite will only keep him safe for so long. Support coming in to try to protect him, but Hybrid gonna give his life. Exile looking for another one. Moving into the mid lane. UOL owning the map and now looking to break the mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane tower exposed right now, and this is just Origen falling apart. They again go for a very slow composition that is conditional on solid positional team fights because they don't have the CC to kind of force people to die, really. They need them to kind of go full on 5v5 and then hope that they keep fighting you. Origen need to start drafting more CC. I think it's a lot easier if you're a newer team to just draft a wealth of crowd control effects, and then you can really pick your targets.
And it's working out so well for the Unicorns of Love, but on the opposite side, Origen, we talked about amazing potentially getting ahead here, but him having 3 kills just isn't worth anything when every single member of UOL is so strong at this point. LeBlanc finishing those 2 items, Elise as well, and everything is going in the favor now as that Mountain Drake will fall.
Yeah, finally, good Drake here for Unicorns. They can be happy about that. Also, just, we mentioned it in the intro, yesterday, Move and Exile may as well have been invisible in their series. Today, they're really the driving force behind a lot of these pickoffs, more so Exile than Move, but they're all playing a role in it. EULCS1 joining in a couple of times, switching targets, always having concussive blows, so it does seem that they just valued the CC that the Braum gave, the comfort pick, also stealing it away from Hybrid. Hybrid has not really left a mark here in the series, picking a Janna, which is lowly considered for a lot of supports. Mythy was talking about it in his interview how there is no support meta, it's wide open, but consensus seems that Janna is lower on the tier list. People have been picking like Karma, Nami over it.
Soraka even coming out more frequently.
Yeah.
Of course, looking at the way the game is unfolded, Exile, they gave him these small leads. Move comes to his lane, Hylissang comes to his lanes, and now we're seeing what he can do with them. 5-0 the scoreline. As you said, we're skeptical about all these guys. Even Veritas making his mark this time around.
All right, this is where we play Teacher, and we judge the Baron bait. One of the topics I'm truly fascinated by, but everybody thinks is utterly boring.
All right, so break it down for me. 1 blue trinket just dropped on the side of OG. They've got one
start
more.
The blue trinkets. At least this time they're doing it right. Pink ward in the pit. Always needed. And yeah, you just want to defend your pink wards, push up the waves, get some deeper wards. So that pink ward above red brush right now, ideally will get cleared by the Unicorns. But they have to be ready because Origen right now, they're desperate. If anything, they should just put the ball on Soaz, have him dash in, and carry the ball towards the carry, and then just press ulti on Power Evil.
Looking for the combo there. You can see the flank coming in from behind. TP coming in as well. Unicorns are going to start the fight. That's a 2-man knockup, but Soaz suddenly in the backline. Power of Evil nowhere to be seen. The snapback comes out, and suddenly Soaz is all alone as Veritas turns it around and grabs a killing spree.
Yeah, that was a very impressive turn there. In unison, 3 members from Unicorns turned to Soaz, while Hylissang CC was enough to slow the other flank from Origen down though. So they didn't commit on the strong part. Power of Evil now face checks.
Stun comes up, Cocoon, Power of Evil trying to make it to safety. That's a great shockwave, but Exile's got more than enough damage to burn him down solo.
Yeah, only 7 stacks on Run of Ages and an Athene, so that's not much damage there on Power. You could hit 5 people and it wouldn't matter unless it wasn't the start of the fight to lock people in for a parallel convergence combo, but it's too little too late right now. Unicorns, I really like the turn they did there onto Soaz. They defended their AD carry, allowed him to then join the next part of the fight. Everybody's still alive. They're working as a team.
Baron drops. OG may be hoping to pick up this mid lane consolation prize, but Veritas should be enough to defend. We'll go look at this again. Amazing coordination.
Yeah, so TP on the top side, so that's done. Hylissang goes in, moves up forward, and then he gets pulled back by Veritas. So all the damage that Origen was looking to trade, at least on the support, for their top laner, which is already an efficient trade, got nullified by that Fate's Call. That's why we see some of these skillists coming back in. Reckless and Yellowstar did the same thing. The only deaths Yellowstar really got yesterday was him throwing himself into the fight. Then of course PoE, an unlucky rotation. Maybe he felt forced to go face check and see what happens on the Baron, but I don't think there was anything Origen could have done regardless, so.
In the end, they give the Baron away anyway, try to push out the mid lane, aren't able to grab anything, and the gold lead just continues to grow in the favor of UOL, 47.2 to 39.8. And massive creep waves, a Fed LeBlanc that's just gonna rip through that health bar.
And this is where you gotta question some of these picks like a Janna. What is it? Yeah, Janna can reset the fight, but what is she really gonna do against some of these combos from LeBlanc? The hard CC that comes out, there's too much of it to truly defend and unlock Forgiven.
Good start to the fight, but no follow-up from OG. One shockwave, not enough to turn this, and once again, multiple ults used to clear the wave.
And I like what Move did there too. He knew the shockwave was coming, so instead of flashing out defensively to save himself, he went for the aggressive flash cocoon to bar anybody from entering the fight, to maybe buy some time, you know, keep his carries alive. So Move's playing a lot better here in these fights.
Significantly more impactful today, so as maybe hoping to find a stun here, but the tower is going to drop. He turns his sights on the jungler, but it's too little too late. Inhibitor next on the menu. Move going forward. Amazing. The shutdown goes in. Fate's call onto the backside. The fight continues. Looking for more. Forgiven dropped as well. Power of Evil. He's next. They're going to turn their sights away from Soaz and onto the Inhibitor. Unicorns of Love crush out that exchange and look to end the game.
Yeah, one Nexus Tower looking to fall. Complete whitewash here. Origin, back to the drawing board. It's necessary. Change your pick and bans. Change your approach to the game. If not, Unicorns looking more cohesive, stronger, and they're hoping for a 2-0.
Soaz hoping to get something back, but he's not going to find anything. Exile, he'll grab one though. Legendary for the LeBlanc in the mid lane, and the win for Unicorns of Love. 1-0 up in this series.
Cozy little studio here. Smaller audience, but what they lack in size, they make up
sheer
in
volume from the Unicorns of Love fans. Got to have respect for those guys. Very good win coming in from UL. I'm stunned that that worked out so well for them, but they came together.
So was Origen. On multiple occasions. Knocked up too.
Consecutively. The Cocoons, so good from Move. Hylissang, aggressive as ever. We didn't think that he'd get the freedom to roam with Veritas on that Callista, but it just worked out for them in the end.
Yeah, they played safe where they needed to, didn't force the 2v2 trades. I like the part where they hid in the brush, waited for Forgiven to come, and then a flash cocoon from Move, for example. It shows that they were planning their plays on the map at least. Origin seemed very much so in the solo queue mindset. They maybe called an objective, okay, we're playing for this tower, but then that was it. They're moving into the wrong parts of their jungle, playing too aggressive at times, no cross maps. So say when Amazing gets caught, there's nothing that goes on the other side of the map, so they didn't calculate that into their gameplay. And they need to get on the same page, because right now, it's looking very lackluster. Maybe just, honestly, if you're Origen, draft the strongest early game composition that you can and look to snowball, because late games look very weak. Even yesterday, when a couple times when they took the lead, couldn't close the game, made some crucial mistakes there as well.
And this time they couldn't even find the lead. You can see the compositions at the bottom of the screen, and we talked about how odd this composition was, but it could potentially work, and OG just consistently looking to force these picks, but every time Unicorns of Love responded across the map, got greater advantages, and eventually getting picks of their own, snowballing that LeBlanc and Exile, absolutely crushing the opposition. That he got to that terror point that no one ever wants to see a LeBlanc get to, where you're one-shotting anything that stands in your path, even burning down Soaz a couple times.
Yeah, pick order is a little bit wrong on the graphic. Obviously, Unicorns went for the Braum first pick here. Because that's kind of what they did. They targeted Hybrid and picks and bans, so they got rid of Forgiven's Caitlyn, a champion he really likes. They were fine giving over Lucian and Kindred as part of their strategy, just for Braum, saying, well, we take Bard and Braum away from Hybrid, and that's it for him. And that seemed to work. Hylissang on a comfort champion, pick-oriented composition. Need to see if it'll be more that here for the Unicorns.
It seems to play really well to their strengths, and Move, now that he has that CC at his disposal, isn't playing that Kindred anymore, much more proactive in the early game, and that seems to be much more his style overall, because we didn't see anything from him in their first set yesterday, but coming in today, he was everywhere that he needed to be, it felt like, and one step ahead of Amazing in a lot of occasions, something we did not expect overall. Of course, looking forward, though, that's going to do it for us for Game 1. We'll be right back with Game 2 and the player of the game from Game 1 right after this. Oh, Gan comes into the mid lane, though. Power of Evil taking a lot of damage, looking to make his way out, but first blood. Quick pickup from Exile and Move. Great predict! Move knows where the opponents are going to be. Exile, this man's on fire. He just needs one more round of cooldowns. Flash forward, distortion. That's a rampage. Too little, too late. Inhibitor next on the menu. Move
Going forward, amazing. The shutdown goes in. Fate's call onto the backside. The fight continues, looking for more. Forgiven dropped as well. Power of Evil, he's next.
Before, when we were only me and Chachi and coach and manager, it was a bit scary. It was like, okay, is it the team ruined or not? And we managed to fix it once. Then Steelback and Fox had to leave. Same for Jungler. And at this point, I didn't expect Steelback and Fox to leave, but it happened. But we are so experienced that this time we were not afraid. We were like, okay, we did it once, we can do it second time. And with the new changes, I'm really happy and I don't regret things.
Gandalf, we're back.
Wizard is never late, Crepo. He arrives precisely when he means to.
I seriously feel so short here. But anyways.
It's such an awkward height difference. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European LCS, where UOL is up 1-0 in this two-game set against OG. And I got to say, UOL coming out of the gate strong in day two. Day one, did not expect to see this much of a turnaround here. This is absolutely massive.
Yeah, is it that massive, or does it only look massive in comparison? Because Origen wasn't that good. But props to Unicorns. They drafted a relatively simple composition that relied on snowballing, but they did. And the main man to kind of do that was Exile in the mid lane. Horrible performance yesterday, but he really went off on that LeBlanc. A lot of picks, and that's why we named him
Player of the game, of course. A legendary performance in the end there with that final kill pickup on SOAS. Absolutely insane. The team came together to give him those leads, and he capitalized on them so well, finding picks left and right. And
yeah, that made it so that the kind of the last team fight was pretty easy for them to execute. I think we have some footage of that, so we can watch that again, how they close out that final game. But it all kind of relied on the early game, though. That's where they got going.
Absolutely. Built those leads early on, and then were able to transition them into one final successful fight to break that inhibitor and to eventually break the base.
Yeah.
So you can see it here, moving forward. SOAS, he's trying to make something happen. But at the end of the day, keep your eyes on that LeBlanc, because things start happening here in this fight, and there's really just not a whole lot of
just the sheer amount of damage right now on Amazing. That's it. QR, he doesn't even get the chance to use his ultimate. Even if he did, it was down. Hillsign gets like a 3-man combo there, and then Power Evil at the end is going down. And the thing for me to watch here is that at the end of this fight, you're going to see it right here if the replay goes this long, is Hybrid's going to use his ultimate to kind of delay the Nexus for 2 seconds. And that's the use of that Janna pick here. Obviously, it's not enough. You have one reset, but there's too much CC that's coming to you if you're Origen. Maybe super late game with Mikhails and some QSS finishes. Maybe then Origen could have shined, but they just got snowballed too hard.
Yeah, and I think just really, really difficult for OG overall. We kind of questioned them for their draft strategy coming in yesterday. In Game 2, they managed to turn it around yesterday as well, though, in terms of draft strategy. Still weren't able to find that win, but we have
It was close.
It was close. A lot of those turnaround moments, and I think... yeah, and I think overall the big change here, something we have to talk about as we just got word from production and from the team, substitution.
I mean, we can see him hopefully soon here too.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, X-Peke coming in for Power of Evil here in Game 2. Maybe it's time for that strong leadership. We talked about it in Game 1, and it looks like that's exactly what Origen have opted to do.
Yeah, players still getting back to their seats. We have 5 Unicorns of Love members in their seats right now. 3 for Origen. They're building their squad slowly but surely. Coming out of the shadows.
They know how to do the dramatic intro, one at a time, building us up to it.
They're just hoping for a crowd cheer, you know. When you send your team out first, and you're like, yeah, guys, I'll follow later. And then if they cheer, you know it's all for you.
Do you want me to make more mediocre horn sounds for X-Peke's entrance? I think a little fanfare to announce that
I think we're capped out. We'll just let the crowd do that one. Although I am eager to hear your Vuvuzela rendition, perhaps one day.
I want a kazoo. That's what for broadcast.
Kazoo?
You never know when you're going to need a kazoo. Of course, you know, looking at both these teams coming into Game 2, we were very critical of OG's draft strategy. But Unicorns of Love seem to have drafted all the components they needed to be successful. Do you really think they change anything coming into Game 2?
They can change styles if they want to. There he is, Xpaco, coming in.
The people's champion.
People's champion. People have chosen. PoE out. I think not so much the play that he will bring today, but just the leadership, maybe the overall voice, the experience to kind of pivot from these scenarios where suddenly you find yourself behind on one part of the map, and then he can stay calm. Obviously, Game 1 didn't affect him either. When you lose in such a fashion and you're now 0-3 at the start of the split, it sometimes is good to put in a new voice that can then say, okay, guys, like, doesn't matter what happened. This is a new game, new slate. Let's try it all again. A lot of it boils down to gameplay for me. Yes, they could change draft strategy, but if you go back to Picks and Bans Game 1, it's not like we were standing here like, oh, they've clearly lost it here. I mean, hindsight is a beautiful thing, and we could change our words, and nobody would probably notice if it's like, Origen, yeah.
It's not like this is recorded and anyone can look back.
Yeah, totally lost the draft here. Totally predicted Unicorns to win.
No, at the end of the day, I think it's Unicorns drafting around maybe their younger team status, some of those weaknesses, playing to their individual player strengths with that LeBlanc pick, taking risks in a draft phase in terms of what's strongest and prioritizing personal comfort. And maybe that's what we need to see Origen do here, just pick up some champions that can make early impact, that they can snowball the leads, because we know they have strong individual players.
As well with the return of Dragon Focus in the meta, it is a viable strategy to just pick early game power and look to snowball. You have, if you're lucky, some nice dragons that can then bridge the gap in that mid game where normally you equalize the game, but you still get a lead if you have a couple of mountains or infernals. Or you can tear through some towers as teams get better at controlling the map. Especially if you're new as a team, just playing, this guy dies right now, try and kill him. UCC, it's a lot easier of gameplay than it is to do that with 0 CC at all.
Yeah, and it's even if the communication isn't there, the cocoon hits, your team is happy to blow cooldowns to try to find that kill. And especially when you've got so much CC, the Braum, the Elise, LeBlanc for follow-up, all the tools that they needed were there.
And that kind of goes back to the lack of cleanse on Power Evo from last game, you know, the teleport. What did they really accomplish with this teleport? What were they hoping to accomplish anyways with having the TP Orianna? Yes, you can push out, get some sustain and go back, but the first blood right there, that's, I think, honestly, what was the biggest snowball point, because it allowed Exile to get comfort. And for new players on the stage, just getting the safety blanket, the Negatron cloak, definitely helps. It's like if you're a support and you somehow accidentally pick up first blood on the stage and you get your side stone like 3 minutes earlier than the other guys, it just allows you to play bot lane with the same strength. Like your trades are equally strong, but you just have a wealth of information.
Yeah, know exactly when you can and cannot go in. A lot of comfort there overall. And
Is the jungler here? No. I can see the brush. It's thwarted.
Nice to have that, of course. Got a lot of attention from the support and jungler as well in that mid lane, and things working out much better. We'll have to see if this LeBlanc makes it through again, or if OG, either want to ban it out or pick something that has a solid matchup. We saw Vladimir with the exhaust yesterday coming in, I believe, to really bust out some of those matchups.
Vladimir, I think, was banned last game. LeBlanc on purple side isn't really the biggest thing. Obviously, Exile now has access to the counter pick in mid lane. Unicorns of Love can unlock some power picks on the first rotation too. We may see Origen draft towards the Braum just to get hybrid on that comfort pick. The counterpart here is that maybe we see Unicorns of Love then say, you know what, we banned Bard last game, let's ban Bard and Braum here. Really keep challenging hybrid, putting him off his comfort champions, and see if that is enough of a hit to Origen.
Yeah, I mean, giving hybrid as Bard seems like a massive mistake, obviously. An incredible comfort pick coming in for him, and amazing as well in the jungle. Wonder if he will be able to get his hands on this at least this time, if we'll see the same priority put down on the Rek'Sai ban, and how exactly they're going to adjust, because you want those go buttons. You want those clear indicators that you can engage, that you can force advantages, find those picks in the early game, snowball those early leads, and exactly what Unicorns of Love have done, exactly what I would say the majority of teams have done in the EULCS thus far.
Yeah, definitely. We are waiting a little bit, not on that coffee cup.
No, he's got to get it just right.
We are waiting on Expect's keyboard, of course, and his settings. Swapping a new player in takes a little bit longer. Well, we do not mind being on the big screen, talking gibberish, acting as if we actually know what we're talking about.
No idea.
No.
Of course.
What rank are you now?
Oh, God, please don't make me say it publicly. It's not good. Europe is a significantly harder server. That has been my experience.
Has your mental fortitude been tested? The shields of flame?
That was another experience. My favorite part was me and Krepo got to play a game together, and I was like just missing everything, and he would just roam into my lane and give me a kill every 2 minutes on cooldown. Like every time he had a hook, shows up in my lane, and I'm like,
yeah, we did.
I'm so good at this game. I'm like, how could I be this good at Lissandra? I can't miss anything. I'm getting all these kills.
I actually forgot you were in that game. That was, of course, the internal competition of Riot Rumble, where we are now in the grand finals, vying for that jacket.
Undefeated mid laner.
100% undefeated. 1-0.
Excellent KDA stats for me.
Ooh, that's actually, yeah. I hope we see that move, actually, the lantern block. The Krepo.
Oh, yeah. We call it the Krepo if you want. Boost the ego a little bit here on broadcast. But
I've always wanted the name of a play named after me. Sadly, I was never good enough to pull it off because I ended up feeding early game.
No, that is the Krepo. We just don't say it on broadcast because we don't want to hurt your feelings.
That's for other broadcasts. This stretch is 0-3 by 10 minutes. Reminds me. Young Krepo in his days.
Oh, the good old days. Of course, OG still looking relatively comfortable here on
Very
stage.
stern.
Yeah, that's not exactly the face of happiness.
That's the face of a man who's going to give it to you.
X going to give it to you.
Forgiven, of course. Star AD carry.
That's how you know. That's how you know we've been standing here for just a little bit too long. We're just trying desperately to quote the same rap lyric every time we get the opportunity.
No, we're done. The reference is dead. We have to move on now to greener pastures or
Champion Select. Absolutely what we want to see, of course. Have to see how they're going to adapt this. This is game 2 between Unicorns of Love and OG. OG now on the blue side. Jungle ban priority remaining relatively the same. Vladimir as well taken off the table. So far, exactly the same from what we saw last time.
Some tense background music, really painting the picture. Strong champions being banned out.
This is really intense. I've never noticed the music until you pointed it out. I'm always so focused on like what's happening on the screen.
Once you're in an arena and you're doing like an analyst test segment, this music is just like hypes you up. Gets you ready for the game.
I wonder if they get it in their headsets too. They're feeling it. They're feeling the pressure.
They hear a wealth of white noise.
Oh, sad boys. Of course, Ryze banned out as well. Incredibly powerful pick.
Yeah, Ryze It seems like everybody thinks it's strong, but nobody wants to play it. It's like, no, we'll ban it. No. We shall ban it for you.
Yeah. We'll take a turn banning it.
Yeah.
And no one wants to play against it, but everyone's kind of nervous about busting it out here.
Yeah.
Of course.
As we stand slightly on the wrong marks, we had to remake the lobby because we were leaning into the screen. So
We're
it was
like
being
looking
fixed.
at the...
Players were in the wrong order. We figured it out halfway through Champs League. And
we're doing good.
Yeah. We're remaking the lobby right now. Because obviously, top jungle, mid, AD carry support.
Very important. For us, for the audience, visually, everything just gets much easier.
Don't want my stability kind of thrown off, you know. I like my patterns.
You're not going to know where to look.
No. Who is this guy? Hybrid, the new AD carry. Actually, good work because Forgiven practices a lot of support overall.
I don't think that's what's going to happen today.
I
would love to see it. Probably not in the LCS.
Imagine if you're the AD carry. You're an import, you know, you come to Europe and your support all of a sudden is Forgiven. And everything you do is just like...
It's just the click of the tongue and the sigh every time.
It's like, nah, missed that CS. No, should have traded here.
I feel like he might be a little bit more vocal than a tongue click, though.
No, actually, when Forgiven likes you, he's actually very nice. People have this notion that Forgiven's always mean, but like I've played a lot of games with him. I've done some stupid stuff.
Yeah,
I would literally walk into the enemy jungle, die warding, and I'd be like, yo guys, you know what? My bad. I wasn't thinking. I'm just a retired support player. And Forgiven's like, no. Our mid and top have no pressure. I'm like, no, I don't think you understand. I literally walked in, died. I saw the jungler, didn't back off, still died. And it's like, no, Crepo, it's not your fault. Mid and top have no pressure.
That's the level of spin I expect from my true friends. Yeah. Just like, no, you're doing great. It's definitely not. It's totally your fault, but it's definitely not.
It's everybody else's fault.
Everyone else.
Me.
They didn't expect you to play that way. You know, they didn't back you up. They weren't ready to TP in just to save you.
Yeah, that's the equivalent of when you miss a hook. It's like, if this guy was good, he would have dodged into my hook. That's actually true, but sadly never really happens.
That's like the mental metagame between ELOs.
We're seeing a little bit of contrast here for people that obviously can't see the lobby. Origen is slowly moving in and out of the lobby. It's going to be a remake again. Unicorns of Love, though, already in the right order, so team synergy on their side is definitely on point.
Yeah, communication issues aside, language barriers on side, top to bottom, they've got the right order. So
yeah, and obviously for people wondering, we go for the same pick and bans that we saw on the screen. Then we'll continue from there. No need to remake everything because we were so not so far into the pick and ban so far.
Yep, just of course the 3 bans coming out: Nidalee, Vladimir, and Ryze. Moving forward, waiting for that 4th ban. It's just an extended pick ban phase. That's the best way to look at it.
Timeout. Is this what we do right now when we bring in these like American casters? Get some of those.
No, you don't understand. Americans, we need intermediate breaks in our sports, just all the time. Football, 30 seconds, we're done.
You run for 45 minutes at a time. No. Timeout.
No football. American football. Stop and go. Stop and go.
Oh yeah, soccer.
Yeah, I'm trying not to.
That word is banned on this broadcast, just so you know.
I feel like there's not a bigger faux pas I can make as an American than referring to football as soccer.
Faux pas.
Faux pas, you like that?
I like it. It's very.
I'm trying to show that I'm cultured because I will inevitably say soccer on the broadcast. I want someone to be like, but he did use faux pas that one time, so he is at least a little bit educated.
This new caster is literate. Surprise.
We've never had that before.
Hey man, I do my best, okay? I just think Belgian accent I'm trying to get rid of.
Doing good. You do more intensive vocal warm-ups than I do.
We're doing well.
We're doing well. Oh, God.
Batman does good. We do well here on the desk. I
just got the grammatic burn here on the desk.
Still in the lobby, guys.
Living the dream.
Yeah. Delaying the inevitable, which is going to be the game of the season. Truly. That's why we're building up the hype here. It's all in a script.
We actually wrote all these terrible jokes.
Yeah.
That's the worst. That's the worst part.
Somebody actually was paid to write this material.
But here we are. We're back in pick bans. Ban's gonna come out pretty quick here to start. Crowd, I completely agree with you. I'm excited about this. Ryze banned out as well. Now to the 4th ban. It's the one we haven't seen yet.
Yeah. Surprise. It's Braum.
Coming out. Don't want to give it to Hybrid. No, they're not going to get it for Hylissang.
Do they have room for the Bard ban here? That's what we're wanting for Unicorn. So under the assumption that that's their final ban, and Origen know this, Are they looking for a Kindred first pick? They got it in Series 1, or in Game 1 rather, of this series. But they didn't really manage to put it to use.
And after Move's disappointing performance on the Kindred over 2 games on day 1, I don't know if it can realistically be your priority in pick bans, because yes, you're getting something for yourself, but you're not taking anything away.
This is what we would have gone into if they took more time talking. The Trundle ban, I like it. Because that's it. Otherwise, Origen was kind of forced to pick the Trundle ban on their own right now. They could actually go for an Echo early pick, and then we need to see Vizicachi come out with a different answer. If not, he may be pressured in the early game by Soaz, and more pressure means more leeway and more room to operate in if you're the jungler. And then maybe Amazing can just go for camp to Soaz strategy. Xpeke can hold his own in the mid lane against Exile if it's not a terrible matchup. And maybe that's a little bit easier for Origen.
Fizz coming out, of course, a very successful pick for Soaz in Game 2 yesterday. Despite their loss, still had a fabulous scoreline at the end of the game.
I mean, this is where we maybe would have expected a Kindred, but due to how the games played out, and as you mentioned as well, Move's performance on it, we may just see an Echo lock in here very early. Bard is also open. You can see if Hybrid just is challenging. It seems like, no guys, I need the comfort pick. I will do the job. So a lot of picks here, and Unicorns are obviously going to take the rest. What Origen doesn't pick up here in first rotation, Unicorns is going to try and steal that.
And this is such a rough spot for OG to be, because as we said, there's so many power picks left on the board due to all these target bans, and at the end of the day, Kindred is going to be the priority for Origen and for Amazing in the jungle.
Yeah, and this is where we need to see, can Hylissang play that Bard? Because you need to kind of pick it up if your bluff gets called. You think so, at least?
Yeah, moving in, of course, Hylissang going to lock that in, as well as the Caitlyn coming in for Veritas in the bottom lane, taken away from Forgiven,
this
Bard
time,
taken away from Hybrid.
This time not banned out, but just taken away. So really targeting the bot lane here from Origen, the new members, putting them in awkward positions. Forgiven could go for another Lucian pick, but it's incredibly rough to lane. You cannot play. If you get ahead once, though, with Lucian into Caitlyn, then you can spike, get an AD advantage, and then the culling is enough to win these trades. You just dash in, get a culling in Caitlyn's face, and range advantage is suddenly gone.
You tell a story about getting ahead, Forgiven. Never a man to back down from the challenge. They're happy to try to get ahead in that bottom lane, and will in the end pick up the Lucian. And Soaz, it's his favorite pick. He loves it. Every time it's open, he wants to play it. It's going to be that Maokai in the top lane. So far, very solid roster coming in from OG.
Yeah, I like this. They just need a little bit more forward pressure, something they can also put on side lanes right now. Coming from mid, maybe have something that they can play on the side lane later on. Otherwise, they're opting into very heavy team fight. But so far, they're looking at a strong core, as we said. Kindred, Maokai, Lucian, incredibly strong team fight core.
Yep, definitely.
Unicorns, again, more picks,
Yeah, exactly. The Elise coming in from Move. We saw a stellar performance from him in Game 1. Now potentially saving this final pick from Exile. We have to assume the Echo's going into the mid lane, even though we have seen a few, or top lane rather, even though we have seen a few mid lane Echo games. And OG, quick final rotation here. Going to pick up the Alistar as well as the Azir for Xpeke in the mid lane.
Xpeke blind Azir. That's bold, because we've seen Xpeke's Azir in the past, and it sometimes left things to be desired. But still a very strong pick on this patch. Coming into the season, we thought Ryze Azir tier 1, Ryze out, definitely pick up the Azir. We saw this head hover earlier as a counter pick. Fizz is out as a counter pick too. Worst case though, we can see the Unicorns just pick up Victor. But the problem is there's too much dive if you're playing Victor right now, the Unicorns. So if you ever, if you not get ahead, then you're gonna have issues. So they're taking a different approach where they say, you know what, guys, we know it. Snowball in the early game, or we will get out team fight.
I think rinse and repeat here at the end of the day from what this composition wants to do. You've got the Elise, you've got to support with some nice CC setups.
Lane swap is going to be paramount. Origen need to get out of that Maokai Echo matchup and out of the Alistar Lucian matchup, because Caitlyn Bard will murder that 2v2. It's almost impossible to not win that matchup by like 10 or 20 CS, because it's so straightforward to play. Like, you just hit whatever champion steps up closest, you hit. Eventually Alistar runs out of potions. Bard has infinite sustain because he doesn't get all in really, especially not with exhaust. If he goes out of mana, he just takes a Chime Tour, comes back 4 or 5 times, is 60% of his mana nearly, so then he comes back into lane and he's good again.
Yeah, looking at the way the compositions have unfolded, a lot of power, a lot more focused composition it feels like, and well-rounded coming from Origen, but still some huge weaknesses here between the melee support and the Maokai.
Yes, but at least they have targeted CC to maybe come back into the game, make some picks of their own, or at least force some fights. Last game, they couldn't really force anything. They were at the mercy of a mistake of the Unicorns. Right now, they have their own fate in their hands.
But you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. Tweet at LOL Esports, hashtag OG win or hashtag UOL win. I have a lot more confidence in UOL this time around, or maybe you're staying true to Origen and you know they can tie this series up 1-1.
There's just so many cool interactions that can happen in this game. Whether it's the combos that Origen can procure in the mid to late game team fights, you know, with the Azir ultimate and all the knockups and Maokai connecting. Or at the other side, if you look what you can do with Bard ultimate into parallel convergence. You have Exile making picks, Cocoon into Bard stun portals. There is so much room for outplay if Unicorns are playing in synergy.
Something that we're gonna have to see.
The Oricorns.
It feels very even in the crowd. Unicorns a love fan. A little bit louder this time around after that first game win. OG fighting back with fan cheers of their own. And it looks like the lanes evenly matched up so far. No one moving for the lane swap quite yet. Yeah. The next minute is going to be massive for deciding the fate of these lanes as Chachi fearlessly running in for a trade. At the end of the day, it's the nerf bat fight though. Not going to see a whole lot of damage going down.
I think we saw a grass proc there from Vizzy Chachi. Need to wait until we see what Masteries is exactly ran later on. Because we've seen some Echoes go for Storm Raiders. Yeah. You know, go and get super speed, operating these fights. As opposed to the Grasp for the lane harass, because it got some nerfs overall.
Yeah, a little bit tougher to sustain in that lane, especially against the Sap Magic passive coming in from Maokai. This is what you're talking about. This is what we were scared of. 2v2 matchup in the bottom lane, 1v1 in the top. This standard lane's potentially disastrous here for Origen.
I want to see how Forgiven plays that, because yesterday Forgiven was also stuck in a bad 2v2 matchup, and he called amazing for a lane gank, and we saw Hybrid Q flashing on Alistar, go for a super aggressive play on Mythi's Tom Kench, but Mythi's jungler, Trick, was in the brush, they got countered, and they lost the entire early game off that play, because they needed saving from a bad matchup.
Definitely could be a rough road. As you mentioned, Grasping and Dying coming out in the top lane. Not going to be the Storm Raiders surge. I think the bot lane is something we're going to have to watch. You can see how forward Caitlyn is already playing on your mini-map as the mid laners just continue to trade this one out. And Hillisang, that Pard level 1, man, that's so much damage.
Right now, if they keep playing here, they can do this for literally forever. If they have the cojones to do that. You can proxy your minion wave, and you can deny experience if you play this lane this far up. The only counter to this is level 2 gank. They can literally keep walking up in bot lane, Caitlyn Bard. And just challenge CS. So for Gabriel, we'll need to see how well can he farm and how well can Veritas manage his wave.
Amazing moving down. Maybe he knows that this is the best option. Cosmic Binding not going to land, but Amazing just moving straight down to the red buff, giving up on clearing out those wolves.
Yeah. Bad trade from Veritas. Obviously, Hillisang is going to ward the brush. He's actually going to invade instead of warding Tri-Brush and maybe getting dashed over the Dragon Pit. He's now just invading the enemy jungle. This does leave Forgiven room to farm though. It's a bold move here by Hillisang. Not sure if I agree completely.
Yep, Smite just comes out. Kindred just going to walk away from that one. Too much mobility already. Starting to get aggressive here, actually.
Oh, he can die here. He has a flash, probably.
Hillisang, flash goes through, falling through the journey, is going to be able to get nothing. The flash burned over the wall. Amazing, still hungry for blood, though. Aggro's the dragon. Knockback. Great play.
Flash combo coming in.
Oh, goes in as predicted. First blood. Exile trading one back, but has he overstayed his welcome? Is going to try to deceive. Making his way out of here, has the double buffs at the end of the day, running for his life. Hybrid just waiting for the combo, hoping to get a little bit more. Here comes Moo. No, yes, Hybrid gonna snag that one. 2 for 1 in the end, barely picking that one up.
I love it. I actually want to know if Hybrid, I talked about him earlier today. I was like, why didn't you go for the WQ flash yesterday? He was like, it's actually a great idea. I actually want to know, I'm gonna ask him later if I helped him with that kill.
Oh no, caster bias.
Caster bias. No, that's actually a beautifully executed play here, and we have to go back. I think that was a poor decision from Hillisang. When the strength of your lane is in denying CS in bot lane, like look, he goes for the portal level 2 and it gives him some safety, but Hybrid's already moving away here, collapsing and trying to help Amazing here. And look what he does. W to Scuttle Crab for Taxi, Q flash after. Such a beautiful combo here. And then finishes him off. Instant exhaust on Exile slows him down enough. And Hybrid then at the end also has the presence of mind of knowing that one W is enough to finish him off, because Exile has to have his W like nearly ready right here. So close.
Into the cocoon too, doesn't cancel the animation or the damage coming in, so a game of inches there in that exchange to pull it out in the favor of OG. And now doubled off Alistar, heals on Lucian. This feels like the setup that Forgiven wanted.
Yeah, and more so Forgiven didn't get denied the very crucial early levels, and he can now Q farm all over, because Caitlyn 1v1 can't deny Lucian very well because he can always dash forward. It's the combined strength of ranged support into melee that wins that trade. Right now we see Veritas getting punished for an aggressive dash.
Exile
showing up,
moving in, tries to get something, but just gonna have to back off there in the end. Amazing, maybe with a little bit more mana would have pushed it, but luckily the mobility of LeBlanc keeping Exile alive. But this is a very different mid lane from what we saw in the previous game. Exile not getting nearly as many opportunities to make the plays.
And now move, that's what we were talking about. When you're pushed in yourself and you have some vision against you. Oh, he goes for the flash cocoon. Exile's
very
coming.
Aggressive. Maybe looking for the change. Fails to predict. Amazing. Not going to be able to make it up in the air. UOL fighting back in the early game.
I like it. He knows that if he walks up, maybe Amazing's not paying attention to get the kill, but again, aggressive flash here from move. This is what we need to see more from him. Just leaving no room for outplay of Amazing. Yeah, fantastic combo. Unicorns, I like the decisiveness that they put into these ganks really overall. Playing together as a team. Exile was already pathing down, so that was definitely communicated and shot called.
Yeah, overall, and I mean, despite language barriers, I don't know what it is for this team, but things are working out. Move, maybe with his time in NA. Feeling pretty comfortable communicating in English on the team, but the coordination coming out for such a young team, very impressive. And Origen, they're making moves of their own. They're collapsing pretty well, but once again, just staying even at this point is you all have a small gold lead, but nothing too much to talk about.
Yeah, now the mid lane matchup is kind of reduced to we need junglers to win it because we'll never solo kill each other. Double Negatron cloak in the mirror, so we need a jungler to kind of help there. Take a CS advantage though. Genius poke.
Yeah, you can see laning trading significantly less popular.
Specke, getting old.
Maybe missed a CS there, but still a pretty sizable lead over Exile in the end. 52-33 for Xpeke. 20 CS lead, only 6 minutes into the game. Exile trying to get some damage though. Peke dash forward is going to get snared in the end. Good trade there, but Amazing here to back up, and Hylissang just going to have to walk away. Doesn't want to bite off more than he can chew.
And Hylissang desperately needs some levels right now. Bard needs level 6 before he can actually do some solid roams, because you need access to that ultimate. If you cast it on a flashless Azir, it's also super easy to hit. Get back to that later though. A bit of a top lane skirmish here.
Soaz comes out on top at the end of the day with the trade, using his ultimate there.
Soaz learned yesterday not to flash W and Echo. Kikis taught him that lesson. But I was a Fizz Rodder.
Learned it the hard way.
Don't dash into tower range.
Nope. Where you want to be. Expected taking a lot of damage though. Negatron Cloak keeping him relatively safe. Move. Has to clear out the pink ward there. Doesn't have an opportunity to jump in. Still no flash available. Tank fight.
Yeah.
We're just trading blows here.
This Viz is actually using his ulti to get back into the lane too. See, he's just on cooldown because he was back there quick with full health. That usually means that ultimate.
Just echo things. Of course, has the Dark Seal as well as the Corrupting Potion here, so pretty easy for him to sustain up, especially with multiple ways to get back to the lane quickly. Exile taking control of the wave. Still behind about 10 CS, but starting to recoup some of the early losses. And Hybrid looking to make a play. Headbutt, pulverize, exhaust. Exile, where are you going to go? Moving back into his jungler. Move exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah, really bold move here from Hybrid. To actually go for that flash combo. Could have just gotten completely dodged by a W from Exile. Didn't really respect him though.
Oh, Unicorns are on the way in. Turns his sights on Xpeke. Wasn't expecting that one. Chachi looking to grab the kill. Execution. Lamb's Respite. It's a little bit too late. Exile maybe hoping to make his way back in. And Amazing is going to drop as well. Hylissang running forward to block off Hybrid. He's going to get the stun. Scuttle Crab, the MVP of this game. May have worked for Hybrid once, but this time works for Hylissang. This is going to be a long, slow goodbye for Hybrid. Moving forward, stun goes down. Chachi grabs another kill. 5-2 now the score overall.
Yeah, the Scuttle Crab family combined 2 assists right now. Tied everybody in the game. First, the minion taxi there into Q flash from Hybrid rather, and now Hylissang with the combo. Really good presence of mind to keep track of that little bugger. Obviously, pretty slow moving.
Calculated, we can safely say.
Let's see how exactly. So Vizchachi with the bait, stuns Hybrid and then turns to Xpeke, and then the fact that this chain lands is actually pretty impressive from Exile.
Yeah,
and he gets to jump back.
weaving it through, hitting the targets. They are just going to burn down Amazing. And like at this point, I mean, the stun comes out. This is the point where Soaz goes, okay, never mind.
Yeah, and it is really smart too, just at the edge of the hitbox of the crab, so it changes to hybrid. It does mean that Hylissang has practiced this pick.
I like that. Right as it hits, he starts to back. Of course.
Like that, yeah.
Trying to make it out.
Just click it.
Hylissang spending a lot of time in the base, but no better than to chase the bard through that portal. But while all this action is happening...
Can he base portal though? That's the next part where we have to judge.
This is
and how long is it going to be?
Casting with... Krub is literally just watching Hylissang right now on his personal monitor. He's like, can he get the base portal?
Well, it's a quick base portal too, because sometimes you spend so much time trying to get that portal along the wall that you could have walked the distance, but you refuse to give up.
You don't want to look like a fool. You don't want to lose to that.
Well, that's too late for that one.
Moving in. Exile starting to do a lot more damage here in these trades. X2K hitting back, but in an unfortunate circumstance. Double daggers not really making a whole lot of additional AP coming in. And Exile, once he grabs his blue buff, he's going to have a pretty easy time kind of bullying X2K out.
A bit of a shift here in builds too from Veritas, going for both BF and Pickaxe. Not shifting BF into Hurricane, what we usually see from Caitlyn's. They either go Pickaxe Hurricane if they're behind, or they go BF into Hurricane. Infernal Drake being started here by Move.
All this time with Cloud Drakes, I forgot that we could even see these.
What are these mythical creatures?
I've never. Why is it red? Why is the dragon red? Oh, Exile. Doing a decent amount of damage there in the mid lane. Dragon will, of course, eventually fall, giving EUL that additional percentage AD and AP. Something they're very happy to have with the Caitlyn and LeBlanc on their team. I'll have to check what the next spawn is going to be, but of course...
Don't spoil it. Let's just let the magic happen.
Let the magic happen. Veritas doing a lot of damage. Hybrid not even level 6. Forgiven takes this as a window to get aggressive here, though. He's going to come out on top of that trade individually, but Hybrid really forced out here.
Yeah, good river control here by Unicorns. No more wards by Origen. Origen had some really good pink wards in their jungle initially, but they've been forced to move them backwards a couple of brushes every time due to the unrelenting pressure here from the Unicorns. Similar story to last game. Unicorns need to keep making these picks here. Exile going in for another dash combo. Peke playing on the back foot. Not being able to return any damage really, because he never sees Exile coming. Really good usage of that pink ward on his right now.
Yep, doing very well overall, but Move now making his way down to the bottom lane. You can see this slow choke out here in terms of vision as UL just continue to take control of the bottom side.
And he takes a safe path back to mid lane. Yes, he loses 4 seconds, but if you saw, Amazing and Hybrid were lurking around the corner, ready to dash over, get some combos off. So Move really using the vision that he has to safely maneuver and then take away more. He's not getting greedy at all because he hasn't seen Amazing.
QRE looking for the double proc, looking for those chains, landing them most of the time. Not going to find that one in the end. Move just continues to bully out here though, just consistently walking to that jungle, maybe not taking camps, but always laying down the vision. And there's just so much control on the bottom side. Soaz though, I always get excited when I see the twisted advance, and then I do. I'm always like, oh, this is it. They're gonna fight. They're gonna fight to the death, and then Maokai walks away.
Summer child. Oh. Move with the respect flash here. Hybrid's combo was already down because he tried to go for WQ. Obviously, once the repel comes up, you get stuck in the muscle memory and you fiercely hit the ground. That's about it.
Exile trying to stay in tower range just long enough to proc the chain. Isn't going to get it in the end, but you can see a giant shift in pressure. OG set their sights on the top lane. Veritas left uncontested as he starts to burn this tower down.
It's a good swap from Origen. Yes, they open up the map. They make the lanes longer, which is bad for their composition. But they were getting choked out of vision, and eventually they would have lost control of the map. So it's better to go short-term equal trade against this composition and take the problems later where the map is open. They can still make picks of their own, especially if they leave some lingering wards in this jungle. They can send Soaz for a TP flank later on. Peke gets a shield,
nice
really big.
Sidestep, dodges behind the minion as well. Exile very close to finding the solo kill. X2K making moves to keep himself safe though. And now OG just grouping up around the mid lane. They want to keep this train rolling. They want to just keep burning down these towers.
Yeah, if they can group unpunished in terms of side lane pushes, it's very hard or nearly impossible for LeBlanc to clear these waves. She has to go in head first. Mana too.
OG just going to back off in the end, however. Amazing, doing what he can to regain control of the bottom side. Gold continues to be in the favor of Unicorns of Love. 2K in the lead at 14 minutes.
Yeah.
Built from those kills, built from those early aggressive moves. but not finding any greater advantages quite yet. Just a game of vision and pressure at the moment.
Yeah, moving up the ward line one by one. This is also the strength of this Bard at least. They find anything cocooning to stun, and if they get spotted, they can always portal out. They don't have to burn their flashes when they get caught in the jungle. That makes it one of the reasons why Bard is so highly contested too, because your aggressive vision game is a lot easier. You can take more risks because you always have a magical journey and nobody...
It's like chasing a Singe. There's just never a reason to go through. Guaranteed to get stunned up. Sometimes I get greedy and either Bard stuns you or there's people waiting on the other side, and either way it's not. You're not killing the Bard. Yeah, definitely not pretty then. Because you can actually just throw it into the wall. People have this notion that he has to cast it once you get out of the portal. But fight here. FLICKR going forward is going to get locked up for a brief second. Now the Tempered Fate.
Q is still down for Hylissang, I think. Yeah.
And Hybrid moves forward. Flash trying to get it onto Veritas. Exhaust coming in as well. Soaz moves in. 80 carry. No hope. OG make the pick. Now moving in mid.
So that would have been a good ultimate if Unicorn still had their cooldowns, but they used QQ and they used the Bard Q very early. And if you cast ulti right after you miss, you will never have it up again. So there was no follow-up, but nobody knew that. They all assumed that somebody would have some CC here in this comp, and then obviously Origen realized it, and they go in aggressive.
EULCS not going to give up the mid lane tower, however. Still have the necessary power to clear out these waves. X-Peke, though, happy to have the reprieve in the mid lane. Move getting what he can in the meantime, but the gold still very much in the Unicorns' love favor. But the fight coming out in favor of OG, just better execution individually there.
Yeah, we have to still remember, if it comes to raw team fighting ability, Origen can be down 2,000 gold and their composition is fine. Like, they can operate under a gold deficit and still come out equal in team fighting for us. It's just the rest of the game, where it is side lane pressure, the vision game, resistance against picks, that's their weakness.
Of course, move, exile, Veritas, a little bit better this time around. Veritas still struggling. Hasn't shown us anything quite yet, but this is sort of what we expect from the Caitlyn pick.
Yeah, and once he finishes that rune ounce, he can be put in the mid lane on wave clear duty, and it allows Exile to play on a side lane. And this is where the short-term investment from Origen kind of swapping in the map comes to bite them, because now LeBlanc has a long lane. She can pressure it in and then disappear. And with very little vision these days available to support jungle, as opposed to the double sidestone meta, it is actually a lot more feasible for these assassins to make picks in the jungle. You can't just ward everything. So you need to operate with less wards, and since pink wards are cheaper now too, your teammates are actually buying them, so aggressive vision denial is more of an option.
Yeah, definitely something that you are potentially looking to do. LeBlanc hiding the brush. They actually know she's there. It was pinged out by Amazing. Maybe looking to make the collapse, but Exile just going to hop away. Chachi getting aggressive. The stun comes out. They're going to chain it together. There's no hope here. CC stacked. Peke goes down. EULCS push in mid.
Flashes into the edge of the turret right there. Follow-up flash Q from Hylissang.
Oh,
sets up for the tower Q.
Hybrid ready to re-engage if necessary. Not going to find the stun from Chachi. Exile on the flank. Maybe they look for something, but the tower already drops. Gold lead extends for Unicorns of Loves. Up 4K now.
Back to the bottom lane. Just keep the team spread out. Don't want to let them group for free. Don't take them head on. Push inside lanes. Vision in between, hopefully. That's Unicorn's bread and butter. They're really understanding this composition, though. Talking to the owner right before the game, as we alluded to in game 1, they needed time, but it seems that they practice these type of compositions at least a fair amount, or it just seems to be natural for some of these players. Comfort picks.
And we talk about Hylissang too, as a well-known playmaker on this Bard, roaming around the map, looking for these stuns. Seems to be very good for him and move. I mean, praised for his vision-focused jungling. Much more comfortable choking out the vision here on an Elise, and 3-0-1, a fantastic scoreline for him as he looks to finish that Rylai's second.
Yeah, and they can rinse and repeat this process. They're still on the nice timeline, kind of the curve you have to play on when you're this comp. Your towers have to be down like by 18-19 minutes. X-Peke right here, this is the unfortunate flash here. Slightly angled wrong into the turret, still gets caught on the parallel conversions, and it's an easy follow-up here. No hesitation on the side of Unicorns either. And as long as you get these towers down, if you're Unicorns, these outers at least, pre-20, you then have enough distance that you can push the minions in for to deny enough vision for the Baron. That gives you an easy setup. All you need to do then is synergize your sweeps, move your pink wards, and you can start punishing, especially against Magical Journey. Like, there's more opportunity combined with Journey and Tempered Fate for picks as opposed to the conventional, okay, they walk into the choke, let's kill them. You have way more pick opportunities from different angles, and it's very hard to play against if you're Origen.
And we already talked about how dangerous losing sight of this team can be. Elise setting up those picks, LeBlanc with so much raw damage. You really can't afford to wander into unknown territory. OG doing the best they can to recoup some of the vision loss here, but UL definitely own the top side of the map.
The one caveat, obviously, is that there's nobody that can truly tank Baron this early in the game. Obviously hasn't spawned yet. You know, we wait 15 seconds. But
getting ahead of ourselves just a bit.
If Move needs to tank this Baron, he's still pretty AP oriented. So he doesn't do it that well, especially with doing the Geckos. He gets some spellbound from the W, but if the Unicorns commit, they need to be quick, and then they risk getting collapsed.
Oh, Peke Exile, happy to just flash over that wall and find the kill. Makes it out with an inch of his life. Unicorns of Love, the fighting continues. Oh, amazing. Is the hop going to let him go over the wall? No, Flash going to be burned out in the end.
Yeah. Slightly poorly timed Q from Hylissang, but good reaction there. You can't get hit by the Tempered Fate if you're in Repel. Obviously, when he comes down, he's then fine. So they're helping each other here. But Exile, he looks like a different player today. Yesterday, he was getting all in constantly. Get back to that later, though. Soaz going in.
Veritas getting aggressive here, still alive on the back line. Soaz slowly burning down. He hits that low health point. Exile says, I'll take another one. Chain comes out. Hybrid. Lamb's Respite going to be just that, a brief break before the kills start to come in here in favor of Unicorns of Love. Chachi gives his life. Forgiven grabs one, but the tower is next on the list, and Unicorns of Love look unstoppable.
Yeah, unstoppable in synergy. This guy, that guy, target selection on point. Exile, completely different player compared to yesterday. Really driving home again in this game too. He completely outplayed expected there. Knew the ultimate was coming. I think flashed over it because you can't dash to it, and then went for the play on Peke.
And I was really critical of him yesterday for making what I thought were over-aggressive plays, overstepping, missing the Emperor's Divide, trying to get those Shurima shuffles. But today on this LeBlanc, that same level of aggressive play is working so well. And when he gets these comfort picks, you're right, completely different player. You can see exactly why the Unicorns decided to pick this guy up.
Yeah, and it has to be frustrating right now too for Forgiven. Hitting a really big spike in his build. You're almost into Black Cleaver, but no room to kind of deal damage. These fights are over before they start. Somebody's always picked off, always uneven numbers or uneven vision.
Yeah, and you can see it too as the vision game continues. Unicorns of Love don't have a whole lot on the map right now, but OG forced to use everything in their own jungle. A solitary ward in the river as Soaz tries to clear out this pink, the only site that they have.
Yeah, Origen need to fight up in the open too, because if you look at how they can shut off these chokeholds, Origen, a little cheeky bait here. Ward is placed in the Baron pit though, so Unicorns need to put on their best acting hat, act as if they have no vision, and just take control of the map here. Mid lane exposed, baits failed. This is
Echo's bottom lane too.
This is desperation attempts here from Origen.
Soaz finally returning there, does have the TP as this Chachi.
Oh, amazing above them.
Not gonna happen. Magical Journey comes out as well. The Wolf Spirit still giving sight of the members of Unicorns of Love.
All right, push in, vision denial, and then they just start layering traps in these choke points. Cutting off the axis, kind of hurting the cattle. It's like, yep, this way, guys. Come on in.
Only one way you can go.
Leading them to the slaughter. Taking their precious points.
Of course, OG absolutely do not want to drop here. 1 point in week one may not be the best, but dropping to 0 in the first week could be very crushing.
It is still better in this format to go 0-2 and 2-0 right after. That nets you 3 points as opposed to 1 point twice. So your overall game record, hang on, Peke.
Oh, Chachi, a little bit of moment there. They're not going to find the stun. The chain CC move, perfect timing.
Perfect timing, but there was a trap too. So.
Okay, I missed the trap. I was like, I missed that timing, and I play Bard all the time.
Yep,
it just comes
call
together.
me Hype Killer, but yeah, on the Tempered Fate, this is one of the so many interactions that we also alluded to in game one. Any CC is so easy to follow up on another. You have Cocoon into stun, you have Tempered Fate into either Cocoon or Trap, Trap into whatever, like Parallel Convergence in the midst of that, whether it's zoning or combo. They have so many options right now. And they're looking to stop Origen from contesting this Baron.
Amazing, he made the hero play yesterday. Can he do it again? Moving forward, Baron, 2k health dropping. Unicorns of Love turn their attention elsewhere. The quick pick up onto Soaz.
Amazing.
Baron's still alive. Move taking a lot of damage. Don't think he's going to drop here. Amazing stunned up over the wall. Health bar dropping. Hybrid. Forgiven getting aggressive. He wants to use that power spike you talked about. Amazing. Just wants to get the Baron. Lamb's Respite dropping. Time is running out. Unicorns of Love, they don't want to hit the purple worm. They'll pick up Amazing. They'll pick up the Baron. That was beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful communication here. You see so many teams panic when a jungler approaches, like rush it down, rush it down, rush it down. They say, you know what? Don't rush it down. Take out the members one by one. And then give Amazing a big, big hug. He needs it when he puts his ultimate down. Everybody gets more health. Kill him and take Baron out.
And this is an insane turnaround in the quality performance coming in from the Unicorns of Love. Today we looked at the stats lines from yesterday. We're like, these are the worst mid-jungle stats we've seen in a long time. Today, Legendary LeBlanc game 1, 4-1-4 game 2, 5-0-3.
Yeah, and it also puts like Schalke in perspective, because we were saying, you know, is Gilius' tweets finally being backed up by real gameplay? It's like, nah, it was just the Unicorns. But just the Unicorns have now completely dismantled Origen. But perhaps we have to phrase it differently. Have they just beaten just Origen?
Oh, moving forward, Hill is saying that was not
just
at
trolling.
all what you wanted.
That's
it was just a prank.
Just a social experiment.
Just wanted to test part of Bard's kit.
Hey man, just a prank, bro. Miss my cue, see what you do.
I like that. Good run, solid. Moving in, of course, the Unicorns of Love, happy to have their third dragon.
I mean, it's great that I get to see that, what happens, what people do when you miss your Bard cue.
Yeah.
Never happens to me.
Yeah. Wow. You can't just lie on stream, Greppo.
There's video footage of that. I like this Juki from Amazing top right, so he knows the cue's coming, but so has his melted, because there's only one access point here in between the traps. Forgiven's also out of mana right now, and look, they just target people down, move, gets out, they let the Baron do their, like, help them. Forgiving can't enter the fight. Everybody goes to hug Amazing here for the help off the ultimate, and then Baron goes down. Very clean and well executed Baron play by the Unicorns.
Yeah, incredible confidence, as you mentioned, not panicking whatsoever, as so many younger teams often do. At the end of the day, we saw Forgiven. I mean, he's so scared of that LeBlanc that the second LeBlanc runs forward, he has to dash flash out of that area. He cannot afford to be anywhere near her, and with no mana, he can't afford to put out, or he doesn't put out any damage either.
Yeah, OG looking for a hand to play here into the trips from Unicorns. One of each. Taking down trips then.
Yeah.
The dragon. Yeah, it's not the kind.
I know.
It's the poker of dragons. Sadly, that's as far as we go. Maybe with the Elder, you can get 4.
Do we call it the Royal Flush if you get the Elder? I think it has to be... It's not really a flush. It's not really equatable to poker. We only have 3 types. We can get 3 of a kind. That's like the most we can hope for.
And then when we do, we rank them in power. Cloud being the first, of course. Everybody loves their Cloud Rakes.
Reminds me of better days. It's a whimsical dragon. Of course, Exile just really taking his time here. Cannon Minion finally going to drop there in the end.
Every Cloud Drake has their silver lining though, because if you can get like 3 Cloud Drakes, it means you're in control of the game. And you also opted to take down 3 Cloud Drakes, so you opted to waste your time. That means you must be up a lot of gold.
Yeah.
You actually have time to, you know, instead of farming jungle, actually kill a Cloud Drake. It's an indicator that you're snowballing the game.
Well. Of course, Inhibitor going to drop. This is the point where games really start to break up and the pressure really starts to fall on OG. We haven't looked at the gold in a long time, but that is 54,000 to 41.7. Unicorns of Love, after getting dominated yesterday, are coming back today and they're making a statement. And for OG, this has to hurt.
Yeah, just a couple more kills closing into a 15,000 gold lead here. The Unicorns. Yeah, complete snowball.
Of course. Moving forward. Nice. Now jumping in here. Chachi continuing to move in, look for more pressure, split pressure across the map as the super minions start to push in on the bottom side of the map. And OG, what do they do here? The gold lead is massive.
I mean, you wait for a mistake. So if you look at what the play here for both these teams is, Unicorn is more of what you're doing. Obviously, as you push in with these split pushes into the base, Origen, they get condensed, so the distance between the lanes reduces. So they can travel a lot quicker, you know, from bottom, mid to top, etc. So you have to be a little bit more careful. Also, you no longer have deep vision because you can't get wards into the base. So that makes the push a little bit harder. Also, you need to kind of, the Fisher kind of calls it holding hands as you push in. Every wave needs to kind of hit at the same time. So then when people react, you can win these skirmishes in even numbers, 3v3, 2v2, and you look to the Bard ulti. People always hug their tower, so a Bard ulti on the tower right here is a triple stun that you can build in. Obviously, Origen, they want to be grouped too. They want to go for these team fights, but it's so hard for them to make a move. All these traps, defensive options here. Hillsang can portal out. Look how he's always playing near a wall. Exhaust is ready too. It's so hard for Origen to break out here. Unicorns going into a 4-1. They want their tank next to their Caitlyn for peel. And then LeBlanc is just looking to flank here on Forgiven. And so Forgiven is right now playing to the bottom side. That leaves top side exposed, for example. So many options here.
Chachi getting aggressive here, tanking up the tower. Will just hop out of that headbutt. No pulverize burn from Hybrid in the end. But amazing, taking a lot of damage as well. Veritas hitting hard from the back line. Chachi getting aggressive. LeBlanc not going to follow through. Tempered Fate does drop, maybe looking for the fight, but the CC's been split up. Hybrid looking to make this happen. 3-man headbutt pulled. Chachi will he drop? Amazing, so low, but staying in the Rams. Respite, jump forward from move. He's going to grab one. Moving forward, there's just not enough power on the side of OG. Unicorns of Love grab 3 kills in an instant. They're ready to end the game. Peke trades one back, but what is it worth?
Yeah, Peke managed to stall a little bit here. One inhib falls though. That's the second inhib down here for the Unicorns. That was the perfect counter engage on even gold. That would have been it here. This is Chachi based. Exile based rather. He's coming in with the teleport. Now Chachi's coming back to 1 TP, 2 TP. Exile low.
No, he may have stayed too long. He has to flash to safety, but Chachi's still so strong. 16 stacks on the Magi Soul Stealer. Forgiven though is not afraid. He's just going to dash forward, but one inhibitor left, one Nexus tower. All that stands in the way of Unicorns of Love ending this game.
And that's it for Origen. 2 open inhibitors. Unicorns have already showed that they can take patient control of the map, move up the minion waves, the ward lines slowly but surely, and then isolate these objectives, take them down. Right now, with 2 pushing lanes for free with these inhibitors down, it is even easier for them. Only Hubris can take down the Unicorns at this point.
Not a team we expected to be in as well, but they are pulling it out. If you look into this replay, you can see how well coordinated this is.
Yeah, Tempered Fate splits up the fight. And this is really good reaction here because all the damage is going on the main tank. It's a team fight. There's a 3-man pulverize. Peke managed to scoop in. Amazing. Draws the aggro too from move. So technically this is a really good fight for Origen. They just are too far behind to even win a fight with this setup.
And this Baron that you can see in the picture-in-picture finally dropping. Probably going to be the death sentence for OG here. We're waiting. If Unicorns of Love play this out, there's not a whole lot of hope left.
Yeah, Guillotine is ready here. Some heads will roll. We need to look forward now. What is Origen going to do? They've drafted compositions that are very teamfight oriented, or at least require everybody to be in the same place on the map, it seems. Very heavy teamfight comp here, where everybody wants to group up. No 1-2-1 split push. Some of their former strengths. Back in the day, even when Expected played, he was good at it. SOAS can't play that style too. But they don't manage to really group up efficiently because they're getting pressured all over the map and picked off. Same yesterday when they played versus G2 Esports. Their composition relied on grouping on a turret.
And Tempered Fate, this could be the last play. Peke locked up, Lamb's Respite, a brief break for the team. He's running to safety, but Chachi on the front line is relentless. Snap back, looking to grab the kill onto Hybrid. SOAS potentially next as the members descend upon this one. Unicorns of Love absolutely destroying Origen in one final fight. A kill traded back. They can't be stopped. This tower is going to drop. Unicorns of Love, a stellar performance, moving up 2-0 against Origen. Have to be proud of that game.
Definitely a surprise here for the Unicorns. Did not expect that. 1-1 maybe, but the sheer amount of talent on Origen's roster, you would have expected more. If you look at the players they have, and yeah, we can see how hard it hit them. Unicorns, they get to cheer again, something we didn't honestly expect here.
Yeah, hard fought on the side of Unicorns. A well-earned victory. OG not happy to start the week off this way, but there's plenty of time left to adjust, but clearly some things need to change on this lineup.
I mean, the comp looks simple, right? Okay, guys, we don't have much synergy, let's just group up a team fight, but they never get to that phase. Everybody gets picked off before. They lost their main shot calling component in Mythi, who had a good thing going on with Sven, and they're recovering from it.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, Unicorns of Love feeling really great after that one. The imports, very questionable on day one, but coming in, playing strong overall. Get their time with the adoring fans, and we gotta say, I mean, if Unicorns of Love keep up this level of performance, they are looking like a strong team.
Still getting used to the stage. This camera's not on, by the way, so you guys are fine. Almost tried. You were so afraid of walking in the shot here. I wanted the high five too. We've never been this close to the high five line of the crowd.
Fives. Come back.
Next time, I'm just gonna shout. Busy Chachi, if you win one more time, you can actually high five me.
No, you're not cool enough. Everybody's ignoring you. Who is this kid?
Jesus Christ. Stupid casters. Think they can play the game. Master players.
Gold 2 players. You know.
The biggest disappointment for me, though, is the lack of pink hair.
Yeah, day
Yesterday,
one. Was that the problem? Is that like your training vest, you know, your weight vest, like 150 pounds, you take it off, suddenly you're unstoppable?
150 pounds of hair dye? Is this in Naruto?
I'm sorry. 75 kilos? Is that what you wanted to hear? I'm struggling with this.
Yeah, if you think 150 pounds is 75 kilos, maybe that explains your...
Yeah, I don't have any idea how to convert that.
Your overzealousness in the gym.
It's been a learning experience.
You'll get used to the actual system that makes sense, the metric system.
I'm not going to argue that it makes more sense. It's just not the system I've ever used.
Anyways, back for a little bit to the game. Impressed with the Unicorns. Exile, completely different players. 2 games on LeBlanc. If there was a player of the series, he would be it.
Yep.
For player of the game, there's a lot of candidates here. I think EULCS1 did a lot of great things here.
Yeah, I mean, impressive play, move as well, continually. I mean, the flash cocoon coming down from Exile, the team coordination there and the communication, pretty stunning performance, no pun intended.
Yeah, the flash cocoon really was a turnaround because they went a little bit over-eager. Unicorns got punished, and he stopped Amazing from snowballing there. Amazing had a ward in the brush, so did Move. Move knew that, so he didn't leave anything, any room for counterplay. Just flash cocoon instantly. Exile communicated, came down to. Very impressive from the Unicorns.
Yeah, picking up kills left and right. Once again, a game about picks. They built a composition around it. They executed it incredibly well. It's not insanely complicated, but still at the end of the day, we have to praise them for their execution. And OG, they tried to play around their team as well. They tried to play for those team fights to say, we don't have that synergy, but we have strong players. Let's group up and fight. And as you said, never, ever given the opportunity, not across either of those games.
Yeah. Definitely expect Azir as well. Did some things right, but then he felt like pressured in as well once Exile kept going. The early pickup was nice from Origen. We finally felt like a team once they started coming back. Managed to punish that pick off in the jungle that EULCS1 was trying. That was a little fishy, you know. Level 2 Braum, moving in, challenging a Kindred. Like, we know how much damage Kindred does.
Yeah, and exactly. And giving Kindred those early kills can be so disastrous too. She's able to grab stacks in multiple situations, and that risky gambit obviously didn't pay off, but they continued to make really aggressive moves.
See, the cool thing about that is they track the summoners. Like, Move I don't think would have ever went for that flash cocoon if Amazing's flash was up, because then he would have rather taken the gambit of moving to the brush and going for the cocoon as well, hoping that Amazing's shopping instead. But really, really smart tracking of cooldowns. They seem to be on the same page. Way different Unicorns today.
Yeah, and after a stellar performance from Unicorns, we have to be wondering how they feel about it. So we're going to toss it over to Pyrotechnics, who's sitting down with Exile to talk about those wins.
Thank you very much, Steve. I'm joined by the mid laner from Unicorns of Love. First off, welcome to the LCS. You've had a week under your belt now. So you have played a little bit in Challenger in the past, go a little bit further back, but this is your first week on the big stage. How has that affected, how has that changed the way you've played from going from being in ranked in the ladder to on the big stage now?
The mindset changes a lot actually if you play in a team or if you play solo queue, like different picks and different team styles. And it also differs a lot in terms of how to play the game, basically. Because solo queue is quite a lot different with competitive, so that affected it quite a lot.
And notice there was a lot to do with communication. Yesterday, you guys looked fairly scattered. It was a rough start, obviously, against Schalke, but you really picked it up today against Origen, and you in particular looked incredible. So tell me about how the impact of this 2-0 turnaround maybe affects you as a player and how you on this Unicorn squad is going to look forward to the next couple weeks in LCS.
Yeah, yesterday was quite a messy day, and I also played really bad yesterday, but it's like past, and we look forward. We have like 32 games left to go, and we try to make the best out of it and try to win every game.
Well, it's certainly off to a good start, at least today for sure. In the environment for the Unicorns, a lot of people talk about this Unicorn squad as having a very, very good backbone in supporting their players, making sure that they have a comfortable and good environment to learn and grow. Have you already started to see that? How much is there to that?
The team environment and stuff overall is like really friendly, and they have me with like everything in life basically that I have like now, because it's quite different with before, because like now I'm in a gaming house, and yeah, it's like I believe it's probably even the best organization in terms of that in the LCS.
Wow, it's good to hear. I'm glad you're in a good place and looking forward to how you play for the rest of the split. Last question to you, though, Exile. You got to play off against two mid laners today. First Power, then FLICKR. Everyone talks a little bit about the switching out, and maybe it's a mental thing for Origen. But do you notice a big difference playing against these different mid laners in this matchup today?
FLICKR plays a different style than Power of Evil, of course. And I respect both mid laners. I think they're both really good. And basically, I didn't really change my mindset. I was trying to play with the team and to concentrate on that and to get good results out of it.
I certainly showed that up today, absolutely. Thank you once again for joining me, Exile. Welcome again to the LCS. We, however, are going to take a quick commercial break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in 3.5.
Hybrid moves forward, flash, trying to get it onto Veritas. Exhaust coming in as well. Soaz moves in, 80 carry, no hope.
Unicorns commit, they need to be quick, and then they risk getting collapsed.
Oh, FLICKR, Exile, happy to just flash over that wall and find the kill. Forgiven, getting aggressive. He wants to use that power spike you talked about. Amazing. Just wants to get the Baron. Lamb's respite dropping. Time is running out. Unicorns of Love, they don't want to hit the purple worm. They'll pick up, amazing. They'll pick up the Baron. Unicorns of Love absolutely destroying Origen in one final fight.
일단 저번 시즌에 이제 엠퍼러 선수가 이제 유럽에 처음 진출을 했잖아요. 근데 그 처음 진출했을 때 엄청 좋은 성적 보이는 게 한편으로는 부럽기도 해서 저도 이번 시즌에는 엠퍼러 선수처럼 좀 잘하는 모습 좀 보여주고 싶어요.
And we're going to have to see in our second set if Police can show off those skills. But briefly, we want to touch back on the second game of our first set between OG and Unicorns of Love. Our player of the game, in the end, decided on Move. Absolutely stellar performance coming into this guy.
But definitely worthy of player of the game. Exile was also a big candidate for that one.
Yeah. But of course, next up in the LCS studio is a spring quarterfinals rematch between Vitality and Fnatic. Now, in their first set on day one, it felt like Vitality lived or died on the performance of NukeDuck.
Yeah. Game one, they were building up a triple front line in, I think it was like Braum, Maokai, something else, and then everything built with the Caitlyn next to it. It's like for a full protected 2 carries composition, and they locked in LeBlanc. And the LeBlanc even got focused down too versus Spice. Spice did a fantastic job in targeting NukeDuck after a solid early game. Mickey also kind of performed, and with NukeDuck out of the equation, there was no damage left. These tanks, you know, in the trio of Maokai, Rek'Sai, and Braum, yeah, they could peel for a tiny bit, but it wasn't enough. And we saw game 2, however, it went completely different.
Yeah, a huge change here. Suddenly a playmaker on this Lissandra making massive moves to get the team ahead, and completely different showing in performance from the team overall. Felt like they knew what they wanted in picks bans, and they executed
also
so
the
much
draft
better.
around this Lissandra was way better. We see much more activity in different lanes, not just a passive, you know, beefy approach. You can pick tanks in the jungle, but the whole reason you pick tanks in the jungle is then to open up damage in the other lanes. If you pick tanks everywhere, you're in the wrong metagame for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely an option coming into today's games. We'll see if they adapt and want to go for that strategy. But of course, we saw a similarly back and forth performance coming in from their new jungler, Mighty Bear. You saw him on the screen just earlier. So overall, day 1, 2, 5, and 6, 61 kill participation, up in CS at 10 minutes. So
that's
pretty
a jungler.
That's pretty good. Well, come on, up in CS, 4 CS. That's like what? I don't even know actually what 4 CS in jungle's worth. A lot potentially.
That could be 3 tiny raptors and then a creep that you tag. So it can be a lot. But yeah, his play left to be desired in game 1. Didn't really have much room to operate. Was better game 2. We still have no opinion. You know, the court's still judging on that one. How good is Mighty Bear? We need to give him at least 3 weeks for, or maybe with more games right now, 2 weeks at least to see what he can do.
And of course, after we watched Unicorns of Love come back today, we just have to accept that we're not going to know until further out. But Fnatic.
You mean after one day we can't like judge every team fully?
I mean, it's a little bit too swingy at this point, I would say, because Unicorns of Love were not a great team yesterday and are the best team now. We're not. We're trying sometimes, though. Of course, on the opposite side, though, their opponents, Fnatic 2-0 over Giants. Once again, 2 very, I would say, confident wins, but some messy mistakes coming in game 1.
Yeah, Reckless was playing too far forward. While we have the narrative of, yes, Reckless and Bora are trying to turn into a more aggressive bot lane, sometimes they were just flat out overextending, but because they played well, they had the room to make those plays. If you look at the amount of kills they were involved in, you know, 32 kills Reckless was involved in, 39 kills Yellowstar was involved in 2 games. Yeah, with a very high kill participation. They are a driving force, at least for Fnatic. We need to see if they can refine their aggression, choose their timings, get those windows of opportunity, and then back off when they shouldn't go in. But Fnatic, they were even playing without any tanks. Yeah. You know, we were talking about like 1 tank's fine, 2 tank, maybe not 3 tanks, a bit too much. Fnatic didn't even have a single tank. They were going similarly to what Unicorns did last game, unrelenting aggression.
Yep, and it worked out so well for them, and we're going to have to see. But before we get into today's games, let's take a look at the rosters that we have. Team Vitality, of course, bringing in some imports. In the top lane, it's Cabo Char, their new jungler, Mighty Bear. Mid lane, NukeDuck. 80 carry, Police, support Kasing, and Coach Sean.
Yeah, I can definitely tell that Cabo is feeling it. He's sending me some very interesting PMs on the client. Sadly, not viable for broadcast, but he's definitely feeling good, that man on the bottom of your screen. But I think it's time that we turn our attention to the other side of the rift. For Fnatic, it is still Gamsu in the top lane, Spirit in the jungle, mid lane is Febiven, Reckless and Yellowstar reunited finally again under the wings of Daylor.
Yeah, of course. Really confident win coming in day 1. We're going to have to see how they stack up against Vitality. These were teams at the top of the table at the end of last split. Fnatic honestly kind of came out of nowhere in playoffs, and Vitality sort of dropped.
Yeah, Vitality looking at least for 1 win here, though. To enter week 2 with only 1 point on the board would be already a big setback for them, because this is a team vying for playoffs. They had to alter their expectations last season. Shook said, you know what, we are the super team. Anything else than first place is a disappointment. Shook's no longer here. Right now they're looking to get into playoffs. Haven't heard what Mighty Bear has to say, but probably told him, you know what, just say top 6. That's fine if you want to stay.
Good to set expectations, though, coming into the split. And as we gear up and get into our first champ select, we got to wonder what to expect day 2. We saw the imports coming in on the side of Unicorns of Love have a sudden massive, I can say, increase in performance. We'll have to see if the same thing will be true for Vitality. As we gear up, you can see Vladimir already banned out. Looks like that champion is going to be on the bench for a long time. Rise, the response on the opposite side.
Yeah, very rough to deal with. We also have to remember these guys have been practicing, but to practice all these niche picks here in the mid lane, top lane, all these compositions, it's very hard for them to go through them all because you want to keep things relatively constant. So when you scrim, you want to keep maybe 3 variables and 3 constants and 2 variables. So you play a new jungler, maybe a new top laner, but so you can't really practice everything at the same time because then you don't really know the effects it has on your gameplay. So maybe Nuketock hasn't really played the Vladimir too much, decides to just ban it out himself.
Yep. At the end of the day, Echo going to follow as well. Kindred and Nidalee, jungle priority, remaining relatively high, of course. Must pick, must ban champions.
I mean, Trundle's definitely going up in value here for top lane. We have Bard combined.
Rek'Sai, of course, a huge priority internationally.
Who am I missing? What support's really good? Bard and
Braum?
Braum, yeah. I'm like blanking. I was like, which is the other support? That's everybody like
The
tier
B
1.
one.
The B.
The one right here on your
Just
screen.
follow the alphabet.
One letter at a time, Krepo, you'll get it. I'm sorry, that was so rude.
Let's go for C right now. Can you name a champion with C?
No.
Cassiopeia.
Thank God. I was like, no, I can't. I'm blanking. I can see your predicament now. Of course, Trundle going to be...
It's not so easy now, is it, Sifa?
Don't put me on the spot, man. Of course, Trundle coming out in the first pick, Maokai.
Yeah.
Cabo.
Cabo's
No hesitation.
favorite champion.
Of course, Fnatic now probably going to take their time here on the opposite side. A lot of power picks left open and available. We have to see where they shift their priority. Braum, the first lock-in for Yellowstar. One of those huge support picks we talked about. Lucian to follow. That is a terrifying bottom.
Yeah, really good core for Fnatic. You can go into any direction. You can play the 1v1 style, team fight, anything. Anything works with Lucian here. Have a skin predict from Cabo too. Meow, 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 he says. He's going to play Meowkai.
Meowkai.
Is that something? I feel like Riot released that skin for professional players to at least find some joy into having to play this Maokai.
Oh man, it's so fun. You push your buttons, no one takes any damage, you don't take any damage, and the game continues. And then you win your team the game.
You flip a coin. Is my team winning? Yes, I will win this game. Are we losing? Well, sad. Teamfight approach though here for Vitality. Lissandra and Maokai really large on the backline thread. Surprisingly, Mighty Bear is still playing Graves. Just a champion that we haven't really seen across the board. I mean, Lee Sin, Rek'Sai all open right now.
Yeah, with Kindred and Nidalee taken off the table so often, these more team fighting, more poke, or rather more pick-oriented options tend to go to the top. But Mighty Bear opting for this farming style jungler.
Needs damage though, because Lissandra has some damage, but obviously falls off a tiny bit. Maokai, sturdy and CC, so they complement 2 CC components with a raw damage component, and that makes sense for Vitality.
Yeah, and yesterday in their second game, we saw this similar core, but with the Kindred instead of the Graves. And to be honest, Cabo and Nuketock were always forward making those plays, and Mighty Bear was always there to back up with damage. So it seems like a nearly identical strategy coming out. But on the opposite side, Febvin and Fnatic look maybe to play more towards the early game with this early Lee Sin pickup.
Yeah, they still have the late game insurance of Azir. The late game Azir with Cleanse is very hard to deal with. Honestly, comfort picks around for Fnatic here. Braum for Yellowstar that he did better on the, yesterday compared to some games that he had over in North America. Obviously improved a lot towards the end of the split with Team Solo mid. This time he doesn't have the Fate Skull though to help him, but Braum Lucian incredibly potent lane if you can stack the stunts.
Yep.
And see what Vitality round up now.
Have to wonder. Focusing. One day I hope you log it in, but today is probably not that day. Thinking about it though, the composition seems things. I like the shift away from the Kalista. While Reckless did do some amazing work on it, I feel like the Lucian is overall just so much more powerful. Vitality, they're looking to make some responses here. They're going to pick up the Ezreal as well as the Karma here as their final rotation.
What do we say to the God of Time? Not today. It'll be a Karma instead. Ezreal Karma is such an annoying lane to lane against. There's honestly, you can all in if you manage to catch one of them, but then there's at least the exhaust.
Oh.
I'm surprised Zach pick here from Gamsu out of nowhere.
This is a new one. We haven't seen Zach in a very long time. Does fill up that tanky slot, offers a lot of teamfight presence, but why do you think this pick is coming out now?
I mean, you get some backline threat and unpredictable ganks here, at least from Gamsu, but he'll be locked out. Unless he is a big lane counter against Maokai. I don't see why, though.
He has to spam spells to get damage. Yeah. Maokai heals up. I don't know if this is going to be favorable. Do you think Fnatic are going to look for a swap here?
No, he can probably push. Fnatic should probably swap. Not so much of the top lane matchup, but more so of the bottom lane. But obviously, Zach should probably be able to push into Maokai, roll mid, and add pressure there. If Lissandra's not careful, she can get knocked up when she wants to proc her E. Like, if you wait until E is halfway and then press knock up, she won't be able to proc it afterwards. If she procs it instantly, she'll still be within range of you being able to chase her. So it's very, can be annoying for Nuktuk to get out of that one.
Very difficult mechanical decisions are going to be coming up with the amount of CC present on the Fnatic lineup between the Lee Sin and the Zach, the Braum. After one, you see the coach shake hands, walk away. You know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. Get on Twitter, #VITWin if you think the new imports here are going to be enough. Or if you think the return of Yellowstar will rocket Fnatic to the top, tweet out #FNCWin as we gear up for our first game in this second series here on EULCS2.
Yeah, I like this pivot at the end here. Change, double poke, ranged lane, annoying, really hard to catch, very slippery too. Speed boost from shields, arcane shift.
I like it as well. The Ezreal ult, of course, adding more damage to your already strong AoE engage when you pair it with the Graves. Karma giving you the pseudo Sivir ult.
Yeah. 1-3-1 available too for Vitality. We have a little bit of a pause here, guys, so bear with us. Later in the game, they can put Nuktuk on a side lane. That is the one weakness of Azir compositions, that you always have to either go for a 4-1 style, or you need to do like 1-1-3, where your 3-man unit is playing on a side lane, and that's generally not preferred. The whole power of the 1-3-1 comes due to the fact that then your 3-man unit can fan out or split up in the mid lane, go left, go right, take control of the map, from the center. Obviously, late game Vitality have more plays to be made there, but they need to be careful. Full-on team fights. It's really hard to get to Lucian and Azir with the amount of peel here. Lee Sin kick, Gamsu peeling as well. Yellowstar blocking some spells here. It will be needed though, because there's a lot of backline threat at the same time. Yep. So it all comes down to whether Cavo and Nuktuk can connect with Febiven. Multiple spells being used on him, because he is running that cleanse.
Definitely, and I think the thing that we have to be aware of is if he wasn't, this would be an insanely difficult lane, because we've seen the Lissandra-Graves combination for so long. When Graves came to the top, Lissandra did too, because it was so easy to just point and click these kills away in the mid lane.
Jahu MLXG ran a lot of similar stuff at the start of spring over in the LPL for RNG. So there's definitely plenty of damage there. We're going into game.
You can hear the fan chants. This is it. Game one. Vitality on the blue side. Fnatic on the red. Members rushing out of the base. Calls for Fnatic coming in strong from the crowd.
Have they paid attention, Vitality? Have they done their VOD review? Are they afraid of bushes? Because yesterday, for people that missed it, Yellowstar flashed out of the bush to go for an instant exhaust into auto. And then his target, Maxilor on the Elise, reactionary flashed out, was still slowed. The Q connected afterwards. And Yellowstar basically gave Fnatic a free first blood with that strategy. So really strong invade with his Braum. Not afraid to both use Q and exhaust.
And you can see, we talked about the lane swap, how crucial it could be for Fnatic. Mighty Bear waiting in the brush. Early trades, nothing committed quite yet. Just vision to be exchanged in the end, but Vitality have to be careful here.
Goes up.
The slow. Mantra.
Get that extra gold. Yeah, that's it.
Soul Flare. Kasing happy to proc a couple stacks. Not going to make too much of a difference.
If only our gold didn't like round down on top of the board, we could see exactly how far.
I want all the digits.
Give me all the digits. It's a little early for me to give you my digits, Sifa.
I didn't want to come on that strong, but you set me up so perfectly. Of course, Yellowstar and Reckless now shifting their attention down to the bottom lane. Vitality hoping to predict the lane swap, it looks like. Moving on to the top side to Sing.
Gonna be a nuisance. Ooh, has to be careful. They could turn on him right here.
Yeah, level 2 Lee Sin.
Easily.
They're not going to opt for it, though. It looks like they're giving a lot of respect here.
Yeah, just a lot of respect. Vitality have the tempo advantage It was like, both find a new way to say tempo. Their lane swap is a lot more speedy. Sifa.
They got the speedy swap down.
Speedy swap.
And now we're looking at Nuke Duck get bullied out of lane here. Febivin, this is some unrelenting aggression. Quick level 2.
Met my soldier? Every time. So really good power here from Febivin. No early cheese ganks either. Cabochard really enjoying his game. First they lock in first pick Maokai. Then he gets to take the scenic route of Summer's Rift. It's like, yeah, that's still the jungle. Still a Tribush. Walks up, hits 2 minions, and then has to wait and freeze the wave.
Of course, coming out, you can see a lot of really pressure on the tower. Can't quite see who's ahead just yet.
Don't need to see it. You can tell by the champions. Speedy swap. Speedy swap-a-roo because of all these AoE. Look at it.
Yep.
You got saplings. Got karma
You got
Qs.
Lucian double tap. You got, yeah, but you're right. AoE coming in bigger in the end. Vitality. Cabo going to try to bounce this wave off the tower.
Is he going to succeed?
Oh.
Oh.
What? 2 more.
1 more.
Let him get it.
Look at that
Oh,
bounce.
look at that auto.
He faked out.
Denying it in the end, of course. Relatively similar timing overall, so no major advantage gained either side quite
Ooh, he's
yet.
actually pushing immediately here. So if Vitality read this, they can actually send Cabochard immediately to the bottom lane right here, and he could soak up all that farm. Because Gamsu did the greedy thing where he instantly starts pushing. But that is, yeah. That's about as exciting as the lane swap gets. Like, oh, they're gonna abuse this farm, this
4 more
freeze.
creeps. The chance to swap lanes.
Yeah, they don't. Put it on police instead.
Happy to be down here. I like the skin choice. You mentioned it. Meowkai is predicted. We got Striker Ezreal. Police, a fan of the classics.
Striker Ezreal, resembling which sport exactly?
Don't make me say it. Don't make me do it. Football.
Exactly.
It's called football.
Yeah. I want to see you cast a Schalke game. You'd be like, yes, famous soccer organization, Schalke 04.
Oh, God.
Or you would be like, 04.
It'll be great. I'll be the first esports personality to be hated across multiple sports. That could be a life achievement that I hope to live up to someday. But of course,
piss off as many fans as you can in one broadcast.
I'm just trying to, I'm so cautious with my words. I'm like, okay, don't say anything stupid after that. Police and Kasing, though, they're pushing the bottom lane. There you go.
What a fantastic statement there. But yeah, they're pushing again. Phase 2 of the lane swap. Nobody matching AD carry versus AD carry again. Sometimes we see it in this meta where people start playing around the dragon, especially when it's something like a Mountain Drake. But yeah, if you're Yellow Star and Reckless right now, you still want to avoid Ezreal and Karma. They're getting really annoying to deal with. Maybe at level 6, that's when you swap into them, because Karma doesn't get a big power spike. Police's ultimate gets negated entirely by the E from Yellow Star, trading an R for an E.
Never what you want to be doing.
Yep.
Of course.
Even Scrabble, not what you want to be doing.
Do you actually know the point value for Scrabble letters, or you just, I was like, I don't.
I mean, who is going to call me out on that one? Let's see if...
At Scrabble fan on Twitter. Who are you? Stay to your own game.
You piss off sports, I take the board games.
The serious board gaming fans. They're crazy, man. You don't mess with them. Gamsu, of course, once again, shifting around. Just the continuing mirroring here, and now it feels like the map really opens up. What do you think the next big play is on either side?
Yeah, they just trade the speed advantage that they have managed to get here on these towers for Dragon. They peeled off earlier, that's why their tower falls later, but in the meantime, they're just going to free Mountain Drake, and that's actually going to be great for this Vitality composition. Because yeah, they're really good at defending objectives too. Imagine if you have to walk into Baron area or Dragon area later on. You'll be very scared to walk into a Maokai, walk into Nuketox Cassandra here, and then they can burn it down later on with maybe a potential extra Mountain Drake.
And you have to go in, right? Because the speed is just, it's so quick to burn down those objectives. And a second Mountain Drake is going to spawn as well.
Yeah, they will need the Mountain Drakes for that though, because innately their comp isn't the quickest. Lissandra and Maokai don't really burn objectives that fast.
Nor does Ezreal really
Ezreal
either.
isn't being the best sieger either, so helps. Need more mountains.
One on the way. Just a few minutes.
And there's more coming. Second dragon will also be a Mountain Drake.
Of course, Spirit moving in, trying to continue to counter jungle as best as he can. Has a decent CS lead over Mighty Bear. And opting for the trackers instead of the challenging spine.
That's a trade-off. If you do that Drake, obviously enemy jungle will still be jungler. Kasing cashing in here. And now Fnatic is opting and taking control of the bottom side. Reckless babysitting his support. Kasing taking the safe path around, so respect everywhere.
Comes out of the bush just barely. Just wants to be on the edge of it. Steps a little bit too far, so no surprise ganks here on the bottom side. But clearing out the vision nonetheless. Nuke Duck, now that he's hit that level 6 point, looks a little more comfortable in lane. Not behind in CS at all, despite the pressure from Fnatic.
And now Reckless and Yellowstar should be fine laning. They'll be approaching level 6 where the culling threat has to be respected by Vitality. They need to keep their distance. Their ultimates can be negated. Yellowstar can soak up a lot and later has access to CC too. So obviously the difference in items too, tier versus raw damage. In all these situations, Fnatic can beat that matchup now.
Moving up. Maybe hoping to make a play here. Gamsu though, quick hop out.
My people need me.
Plastic slingshot to safety. It's been so long since I've seen Zach, I forgot he had the chromas. Bubblegum Zach versus Maokai. It's a serious top lane. They're at least going to have fun with the skins.
Legends, we take our backlane seriously.
We've got, you know, Ice Queen, Sand Emperor, Cat Tree, and Bubblegum.
Also, allegedly, Zach's sound effects are created in a pretty unique way. Demon alluded to it once on cast. I'm actually not sure if
it's true.
People want us to repeat that.
No, I don't think you need to.
It's out there. You can research it.
It just, yeah. Definitely creativity comes through.
Like, imagine if you walk into that board meeting. Guys,
I figured it out.
This champion,
I know
I've got $1 million idea.
Maybe they're like, this is how we want to make sound effects. They're like, we can build a champ around that for sure, right?
It all started with the core pitch.
Oh, wonderful. Now I feel like we have to say it, but it's still so inappropriate.
Nope.
All right.
Lucian here pushing the...
Every time you run out, you just talk about what's on the screen, Crow. But this is play-by-play secret number 1. There's about 10-ish ranged creeps, Ezreal ult, Reckless auto.
Well, you gotta call it what it's, you know, True Shot Barrage.
True Shot Barrage, yes.
Gone are the days that you just simply could say QWER.
I feel like they come back though, because there's so many team fights where you can't be like True Shot Barrage, Arcane Shift, Mystic, like just like word vomit.
Yeah, sometimes the designers really are the bane of play-by-plays.
Oh my god, yes.
Can't wait for Urgot to return.
See, the funny thing about that is the names are so bad that it's like a point of pride for every play-by-play to know what they are.
Quick Shot loves his hyperkinetic position reverser. Position reverser for Nuke Dog 2. Goes in with the E, gets knocked back by Fevin's ultimate.
So aggressive moves, no cleanse burn from Febby in the end though. Just happy to trade that ult for his life, making sure to stay safe. And game very even at this stage. 15.1, 15.7, no notable advantage.
This is still early game where Fnatic will need to, or will look for maybe some pickoffs, like they did yesterday, but they really dodged the rough matchups. They also kept the Maokai down a little bit, so Caboshar's backline threat or ability to soak a lot of damage is reduced too. So I think Vitality definitely got the shorter end of the stick with the lane swap.
You can see in the top lane though, Gamsu not going to be able to keep up that pressure. Cabo most likely going to be able to even up the farm here just because of the item differential, as Gamsu has not found an opportunity to back.
Yeah, it is paramount right now for Fnatic to really keep track of their flanks and see where the wards are. If they can just avoid being flanked with teleports, either Cabochard or Nuke Dog, they should be in the clear. If they can take the fight on kind of from the front door, see everybody coming, then they can kite back and peel in fights. You know, kick somebody out if he flanks. Yellowstar soaks up as much damage as he can. We'll see a support classic. So what is your strength here? If you're applying for support school, yeah, I'm just really good at eating skill shots.
No. I'm so good at Braum Shield that I throw it the wrong way just to BM my opponents.
Yeah.
That's been my experience.
Point it somewhere, hope it sticks.
Doesn't work out so
Go
well.
for a little moonwalk.
Of course, setting our sights back on the game. Rift Herald is going to drop over for Cabochard, and this is a huge boon for him on the top side.
People, yeah, it gives you damage reduction 1v1. Hang on, Spirit gets knocked down.
Spirit tries to get Cabo out, but it's not going to be in the right direction. Tries to make it to safety. First blood to Vitality and Kasing. A big misstep there for Fnatic.
Misstep, mistake from Spirit. You just heard the notification that Rift Herald went down. You know that this Herald got buffed. It's a lot harder to take down, so that requires multiple people involved. You also look at your minimap and nobody's really visible. That's when you know they're there. And you face take right onto. That's a bold move from Spirit. Overextends. Didn't manage to flash out. Really good ulti from Police too. I think he kind of was predicting the flash. So watch this again. So he knows Herald is down. He goes to the ward. Right now he could flash. He would flash into Cabochard anyways, and he wouldn't flash into the ulti. So no room for escape, and that's just mistake that we kind of saw at the start of Spring 2 from Spirit.
Yep.
Was playing the style very similar to Trick on G2 at the time, very focused on deep warding, you know, and farming a lot more than other jungles, but then he would ironically get caught a lot because there wasn't enough pressure from his other lanes. That's kind of something we see right now, maybe not due to the ability of the players, but just due to the picks that they've gathered. Fnatic don't have that early pressure.
And you can see Vitality pretty comfortable at this stage just to send Nuclear down to the bottom lane, start up that split pressure. Kasing moving in to clear out the vision. Second Mountain Drake has spawned, and this is a pretty big point of contention. One of the much more important Drakes, Mountain, Infernal, something that you absolutely have to contest.
I definitely want to get them because this comp, as we talked about before, is actually innately very bad at objectives in terms of speed of clearing. But they obviously can defend them very well. Wealth of CC. Cabochard is going to take the walk down so he can teleport back to the top lane. Have him in the front as Peel. So vision denial here. You don't just want the dragon here, setting up for the blue buff as well. Change the timers. Don't really want to use your smite here though, if you're Vitality.
Don't want to use it on the side of Fnatic here though. Spirit is going to in the end.
That's good. Smite down on junglers. That means you can comfortably start the jungle, the dragon too. You also deny the blue buff from Azir. Like Vitality don't need the blue buff from Nuke them. They also don't care that Spirit got it. So overall, that's a win. Right now they can comfortably start the dragon. They just need to defend their choke points.
And it doesn't look like there's going to be any contested effort here ever. Reckless farming up the bottom lane. Gamsu taking his time to farm the top. You said that they wanted to wait. They didn't want to find flanks, and it looks like they're just going to keep trying to stall this game out moving forward. But Mountain Drakes, you may not see that on the gold difference there, but that's a huge advantage moving forward for objective control.
Yeah, already 20% extra true damage to both turrets and epic monsters. Herald's gone, so only Dragon and Baron.
And eventually Baron. We got 6 minutes.
Will be online eventually. And again, they're fanning out to the 1-3-1. This is what we talked about in Champs, like very clear goals here in these team compositions. Lissandra on the side lane, Maokai on the other. Both Ezreal and Karma combined can always wave clear at least 2 waves, so they have a full minute that they can buy time. Unless Yellow Star walks up and blocks these skill shots with these projectiles, he can destroy them.
But looking at this, I mean, Vitality have gotten everything that they want for split pressure here. They can take the towers down faster with the Mountain Drakes. They have the Glimpse of the Void buff on Cabochard, who was struggling in that lane for a period of time and now is going to easily be able to win out.
The goal for them isn't to really get those towers though in the split push. Split push in this season isn't anymore about taking down side lane turrets really with these comps. It's more about just pressuring the waves, forcing people to fan out themselves, and then creating a numbers advantage with the double teleport. You know, when you have 2 versus 1 teleports, eventually you just want to outnumber the opponent, or you push them in, and then you go for a flank. You walk, you know, that's why vision denial is important. You're also comfortably farming all 3 lanes at once. Fnatic later on may have times in the game where they're not comfortably farming all the lanes, because right now if a fight breaks loose somewhere, Reckless can't join, Cabochard can.
Definitely not a place where you want to be. Reckless also mostly just forced to push out those waves, but Fnatic, they're trying to make moves.
Yeah, looking to rotate on top. Maybe if Cabochard extends her wave. There is enough defensive vision here.
I'm just laughing at the cat pajamas. Like, it's just such a great skin because it's not. It's the core of Maokai is there. He just literally has cat pajamas on.
Do you own cat pajamas, Sifa?
No, I don't.
Do you wish you owned cat pajamas? Pick up for Gamsu though. Bubblegum. About to get chewed up.
Trying to get out of there. Let's bounce going to be used. Just running away to safety. A comedic exit at best, but will walk away with his life there in the end.
Quite a disappointing turnout of events. Although Vitality fans are used to that by now.
Wow. Well, maybe fair at this stage.
The fact that nobody got angry about that in the crowd, it's like very heavily
like,
favored
yeah,
towards Fnatic.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, all right.
Choose your battles.
Yeah, it's true. Moving in. Police and Kasang, as you said, resigned to wave clear duty. 1-3-1, unfolding exactly as expected. And Fnatic happy to farm the waves comfortably for now, but looking forward towards that Baron, towards these kind of power points coming in for Vitality potentially.
Yeah.
Seems like they're going to have to make some moves here at some point.
Fnatic have some breathing room. Next dragon is Cloud, it seems like.
I mean, you're not always happy to see it, but definitely got 2 mounts at the start, so you got to pay your due diligence and get at least 1 Cloud Drake a game.
It's kind of the tax at the end.
Yeah.
You're in the store and you buy some. Oh, that's cheap. That's nice. And then you get the Cloud Drake tax. Nope, there's more. If you want more good stuff, gotta pay up.
It's a rough life for those content to take the dragons when the Cloud Drake spawns.
It's like, I guess we'll take it. And a bit of poke here. It's obviously the strength of Azir. When outnumbered, he's one of the best champions that's still managing to wave clear because nobody wants to walk up next to the soldiers. And if everyone is allowed just a little bit of time to move up and challenge the wave as it comes in, he can clear it out. It's when Azir is at risk of being flanked that he can no longer walk up to challenge the wave in the middle of the lane. That's when you can siege on Azir. And that's also what Vitality will be looking on later on these long lanes. See if they can flank. Fnatic obviously at all costs wants to avoid that with those ward setups.
Yep, definitely have the setup there. Spirit getting aggressive and moving forward. Maybe hoping to get some cooldowns. Gamsu just continuing to push out the top lane. Cabo going up to respond. So teams moving towards the mid lane, ready for a fight if they're given the opportunity, but neither side going to find purchase there.
Yeah, and because the game is, it's moving very slow because everybody's very afraid of being the one strangler here.
Oh, move forward isn't going to land the Glacial Bite. Oop, maybe the ult, no, Nuke Duck. Fancy footwork, has to burn the flash in the end, but just traded for Yellow Stars.
Yeah, respect flash here, that is necessary. Because the game goes so slow, we'll see supports base a lot more often. Because they're the only players really carrying Sidestone in this meta. You move out, you place your wards. That gives you safety to move up further, but if you have nothing to place further, why would you even go there? You know, so you always have to place your wards, base up, go back again. So it often takes post 20 minutes for anything to happen, because then supports have access to the free home cards, and vision lines start moving up a little easier in these very slow games.
Yep, you can see Fnatic with a lot of that vision on the bottom side, keeping Reckless safe as he starts to push in here. Vitality on the opposite side, focused around this mid lane, want to know that they're free to pressure out. The top lane duels continue, but so much sustain on both sides. Cabo winning out.
Yeah, it's a mini game of whack-a-mole. If you're Cabo Shard, you want to get on those little blobs. Otherwise, any damage you've just done, Gamsu's going to get back. Gamsu wants to, hit as efficiently as he can. Don't want to waste any Qs on creeps because then Maokai's passive is stacking up.
This is, I think, the tankiest possible matchup we could watch. I don't think it's... You would have to step on every single blob to actually kill somebody.
Go for the flash. At one point, you're just so tilted that you
flash
flash
like blob.
There you go. 55% HP
oh,
to
yeah.
60.
Up 100 health in the trade. Of course, while they not be very action-packed, we always have to keep our eyes on this Lissandra moving forward. Cloud Drake is spawned. Pings are coming out from both sides. This could be the first large team fight.
It could.
They're moving in.
Gut feeling tells me it won't. Well, maybe Fnatic really likes their Cloud Drakes. I feel like they haven't checked the pit. They're like, guys, we need to stop this dragon. Oh. Yeah, no, they can have it. It's fine.
Spirit, walk up, word over the wall. Oh, I guess we're all right. Walk away.
No.
No priority. No love for the Cloud Drake.
It's like, no, you take it. It's like, no, after you.
No, please. Tell you what, we'll trade you a tower for the Cloud Drake. Oh, we don't want the tower. You just take the Cloud Drake, please.
Can we just get a new dragon? I think at this point, it's better for Fnatic to just leave it up and delay the next dragon. Look at Nuke Duck. He's ready with Home Guard's teleport here to punish.
Yep. Mighty Bear has it started, but the vision is there.
Both top laners can cancel each other if they want to eliminate them from the fight here. Cabashar's dealing with a mini wave right now on your minimap. Oh, Spirit swooping in.
All right, Vitality overextending just a little bit.
Good flash.
Good flash, as you said. Saw it coming. Just going to walk away from that one.
Quite the hesitation. Vitality had a teleport ready, but they had nobody to kind of control the fight. If they want to go for a teleport Lissandra play, they need Maokai in there to keep the fight controlled in an area, because everybody else is just so scared. There's nobody that can buy 4 seconds of time for that channel. By the time teleport lands, you're just dead.
So, at the end of the day, Fnatic going to pick up that Cloud Drake. Vitality now moving onto this tower. They do a lot of damage with double Mountain Drakes. Don't even need the creep wave there.
Yeah.
Fevivin zoned away. Cleanse not enough to keep him safe, and that's the exchange.
Very slow game here. And Fevin's the man to watch because he needs to carry these late game team fights. Skip any potential early Abyssal. Not scared of the all-in of a Nuke Duck. Just going for the pure damage build here. Twilight second. He needs to shine in the late game team fights because otherwise just flash W from Cabashard is enough to deal with Reckless. He'll have a very hard time. Obviously, we'll have the peel from Yellow Star. Because Sing also falls off. Karma in late game teamfights is,
Mantra to Defiance, or Mantra to E into Defiance. You don't see aggressive plays here.
Just moving in. Ult miss from Yellowstar. Not what you want. Great ult back. That's the quick pickup for Vitality. TP going to be canceled. Yellowstar oversteps.
Yeah, what is... I was wondering what the purpose of that play was. How even if that hits, is it going to play out, or did they just simply overstep there? So that was very lackluster in approach. I mean, execution, you could say, like, yeah, he missed, but I think the biggest mistake was being there in the first place.
Yeah.
Especially in such a slow game, you should be able to predict what's going to happen. No real surprising moves here. So a little bit of a slip up. Yellowstar.
Bevin dashing out to safety. Doesn't want to risk getting snared up there. Of course, looking at the gold score, you can see the 2K advantage just about for Vitality. Fnatic, they're leading in farm. They haven't been able to turn it into anything just yet. And now Vision being placed down around the Baron pit. Vitality are well aware that they have the power to clear this one out with the double Mountain Drakes.
Move the pinks right now. Alright, so Yellowstar's there with Spirit. They're looking for... I mean, they're looking for a pick on Kasingden reliably, because chain CC on Nukeduck is such a risky thing to go for. At any point he flashes or he self-casts R and your play is ruined. Couldn't get a teleport. Cabashard and Gamsu both lost their teleports. That means Nukeduck on the side lane right now. This is going to be it for Vitality. They have half a teleport cooldown worth of time for Nukeduck to get somebody in the side lane, reveal him, and then go for a teleport play on Baron. Maybe pick somebody out.
Definitely an option. You can see Gamsu going down to maybe match the pressure coming in from Lysandra. Zero Tower doing what it can to defend the mid lane for now.
He's actually getting his home guards, so it looks like they will commit. I think they're going to start this Baron pretty soon.
Maybe hoping for that Lysandra flank. They do have Vision here.
Yeah,
great flank.
They got a Yellowstar
fight starting. Yellowstar potentially in trouble. Spirit, is he going to look for the disengage? Cabo taking a lot of damage.
Ooh, that's a bad teleport from Nukeduck. Arrives after the fight here, so Fnatic very happy with this. Failed pick attempt here.
Yep. Too little, too late. Spirit looking for the kick. Police goes in. He goes out. He's going to make it to safety. Maybe looking to keep the fight going as they push forward.
Flash R here.
Ah, great play coming in from Nukeduck. Hits the team, but Gamsu ready with the turnaround. The rest of Fnatic is fleeing, and it's a small health advantage, but it's the one that Vitality won.
Yeah, everybody could see the play coming. Very tense moment right there for 1 or 2 seconds there, and it was oh so close for like a quarter kill for Mighty Bear. His ulti barely misses in the midst of all that, but that was really good flash there from Nukeduck. Biding his time here, and right now Fnatic reduced to a vague steal attempt because their jungler's out of the equation.
Not going to get it. Vision only going to let them see what they missed out on in a huge misplay.
Yeah, this all started with the bot lane play. Like Yellowstar dying there through both teleports. Cabo teleport, Gamsu teleport off the or out of the equation right now. That means Nukeduck goes bot. He reveals Gamsu. That means Nukeduck then bases. Vitality set up for a numbers advantage Baron. Fnatic know that's going to happen, so they have to face check, and that's what started the fight. Maybe they could have disengaged right after. The second mistake there obviously was Spirit going in really deep. He kicks Police in, but Police managed to flash out. Reckless can't do anything in the bottom of his screen. Watch Nukeduck right now. The second he turns, you know what's going down. Flash, W, self-cast R, and then any more to the right, or if whatever person flashed right there couldn't quite see it, got hit by that Graves ultimate, instant quadra. So luckily Fnatic only lose one member and the Baron, but even then, rough start for them.
Yeah, definitely not where you want to be, especially with this Ezreal throwing out so much poke. Cabo moving forward, Yellowstar blocking what he can, but Vitality definitely in the driver's seat now with this Baron buff. It's going to be easy for them to take control. Haven't committed to a lane to push quite yet.
Striker Ezreal scores a goal. Right in between the two posts.
Every time you mention anything related to football, I have to stop for like 10 seconds. Just
like,
be like,
nope, don't say the S word.
Say anything stupid.
You're probably likely to get away with the actual S words. It's like you can swear.
They're like,
times.
oh yeah, BM's fine. Just don't say the wrong thing.
Yeah, don't call our sports something they're not. Hey, you can swear on air. I've sworn a couple times. They still hired me. Maybe they were desperate. Maybe it was actually not my ability to actually talk about the game. Just needed some people.
No, you're doing good. They forgive you for your swears.
Hey, what's going, man? Oh,
moving in, tries to predict.
Febiven, really scared of that engage here. Just a looming threat. All that Ice Claw.
So much respect given over, but now no option to disengage if this fight does start. Relying on that kick from Lee Sin.
The turbo rotation here. Kasing can feel useful on that Karma. Picked up 2 kills too. Doa would be happy.
Yep. Has to be happy with the bloodthirsty supports, and Vitality more than content to pick up this tower. Looks like we could see them push for more as we move forward. The Cloud Drake, of course, coming up as well. Vitality hoping to match Fnatic in that out-of-combat movement speed.
People are gonna get so tired of all these like mocking mentions.
I'm like trying to make it serious and I couldn't even keep it together. Next one is going to be a Mountain Drake though, so just out of the range where the Elden Dragon would spawn.
Well, is that actually a mistake? I think that would classify as a mistake here for Vitality. Taking down the Cloud Drake here, instead of just keeping it up until 29 minutes, because that would guarantee that when you take it down, the next dragon would spawn will be a very early Elder. Considering you have control of the map, and you will likely have for quite a while, that could be your late game win condition. With a lot of champions that poke the burn and the double bonus from Elder, having it earlier in the game could be much so to your benefit. Because right now, they're looking at a 33.5-minute dragon coming up, so that's a much later Elder.
Yeah, 39.5, almost 40 minutes, not quite where you want to be.
Yeah, as opposed
that.
to maybe a spot on 35, so that is something I think teams will need to start thinking more about, especially when the immediate gain from this Cloud Drake, it's not like they need the movement speed. Or,
not going to be able to, movement speed.
Situation. I doubt I confuse these all the time. I'm like, they're both so useless. Which one do I care less?
Oh my god. This is the Dragons broadcast.
Feels a bit like my dad. No.
Oh my god.
No. This is not a joke for on cast. We're off the cast.
Keep
in
it
the
together.
bar.
Keep it together. Of course, Vitality just continuing to push up here, hoping to find small advantages. The gold lead for them, 3K at 29 minutes, is not massive. The Dragons in their favor can be a big deal, but they haven't been able to put them to use quite yet.
Yeah, it's just the control that they have on the game, and that is just a discussion that we just had as well, where they need another finisher. Like, they're charging up the bar.
Yeah.
Nuke Duck right now. No, 2.5. 2.5 more. Flash.
Oh, Flash. Actually, he's going to make it out. And now the collapse coming in for Vitality.
Here's Cabochard.
Moving forward. Q back. Lysandra coming back in. Round 2, baby. Fnatic. Have they bitten off more than can chew? Yellow Star not going to drop. Collateral damage not enough either. Fevivin dishing out what damage he can. But my god, just a trade of blows there on both sides.
Yeah, and that's got to feel bad because you can kind of tag Nuke Duck right as he flashes. It's a really hard point to predict, but you know exactly how long Zhonya's is going to last. Maybe fan out a little bit more. They can't kill him. He buys enough time. Good collapse here from Vitality. As we were talking about, they need a finisher. So they need another Baron or an Elder Dragon.
Baron just 2 minutes away. You can see it on your screen now. Potentially that massive point of contention. Vitality looking for that team fight, looking for those flanks as we mentioned earlier. But Fnatic, if they find that strong front line, Azir, you've already seen it in that last exchange, can dish out a large chunk of damage.
Yeah, Banner of Command just being used here in the bottom lane too, like a Sync. Obviously very hard to deal with. Svevivin and Gamsu kind of clearing a lot of these waves.
4-man unit coming in from Vitality, just clearing out as much vision as possible.
Yeah, let's get in the heads of Fnatic right now. Let's look at their vision. They don't have much. They have a couple of wards there that they could technically teleport to for a flank, but they really want to take that fight. It's so hard for Gamsu to enter and do any damage because Police is so mobile because he still has his flash and his shift available at all times. You can't go for Nuke Duck because it takes at least 5 seconds to kill him.
Yeah.
Because that's when he's invulnerable, so you need a little bit more than that.
And to be fair, it feels like Zach is a lackluster user of the home guard TP flank.
Yeah.
Reckless starting to get aggressive here. Spirit over the wall. And the Q there, not going to follow up. Now looking for the kick. Aggressive move. Kasing takes half his health, but no greater advantage.
It's actually really weird. So there was a sweeper lighting up Cabochard in the middle of a fight. You know, you saw the little animation? Yeah. I was wondering what triggered that. That must have been that smoke screen. So if you're in smoke screen, apparently you can still see sweeper images. Definitely want to test that at home.
Next level.
Because there's no reason there should be a sweeper image in a team fight. If people are confused what we're talking about, when you use the sweeper on people in a brush, they reveal and you see their like silhouette.
You see their silhouette and it updates slightly slower than it would if you could actually see
You're out
them.
in the middle of a team fight. I'm like, we don't need the silhouette. I only see him.
This is where we're at.
Yeah.
The dynamics of vision.
Hey man, vision excites me.
I knew you'd like what you said.
Alright man, play by play, go.
Fnatic, of course, setting their sights in this Baron area. We talked about Vitality needing a win condition. Baron, the only one available currently, and Fnatic know exactly where to put their vision in response. They have control for now. Vitality playing a little bit here on the back foot here as Gamsu starts to push in the bottom lane.
Nuktuk's flash is down, so that means his teleport flank is actually not that useful because he will always enter fights with an Ice Claw. People can dash away from that. So I think Vitality is keeping the wolf pack together here until the flash spawns. Or the flash comes back up. Oh, flash! And then he can go for teleport flanks again.
Yep.
That's likely what's going to happen here.
Really no pressure on them to move immediately. The Baron always going to be a solid win condition for them. They're always going to want to look for flanks. They may look for a fight right now. YellStar caught again, trying to disengage with the ult. Here comes Febby. Are they going to take the fight anyway? Exhausted.
Nuktuk held his ultimate though, so bit of breath here. Not overcommitting on YellStar, just going for the poke here. Really good presence of mind.
Things coming down on Dragon Police ult. Just going to hit Gamsu.
This is not bad for Fnatic though. Walking into a Azir Zac is dangerous. They've lost complete control of the Baron area too. They want to challenge mid first, so there's no counter rotation. Gamsu going in.
Gamsu in the back line, Cabo in the front. Not going to find it quite yet. Moving forward, trying to get some damage down. Gamsu burning down very quickly. Kasing looking for the snare. Neither side going to poke in quite yet. It's just a dance.
Yeah, Fnatic really respecting the fact that if you go for a Baron play and you have a mid wave alive, you can just get rushed down in the mid lane. And if you then call on your Baron buff, you lose your tower. So really sticking to the fundamentals of Baron baiting here. They have complete vision denial, except that one ward right now that they're pinging out in the pit. They don't know what's there. Oh, actually, Gamsu leaps. I will do the job.
Fall on your sword, Gamsu. Sacrifice yourself for the team. Takes a little bit of damage. Still so tanky, though. No fight on the immediate horizon. Of course, this is the third Mountain Drake of the game. Elder next up if someone decides to take this down, but that's still 6 minutes away, even if they take it down immediately. Fnatic maybe just want to keep this one up.
Yeah. But also, 10% extra true damage on a team that is very quick at taking Baron, especially at this point in the game. Maybe worth investing in. I don't think we're looking at stalling out more for 6 minutes. These guys are living in the moment right now.
YellStar continuing to play forward, not scared.
I like the little zoom on the ward for added dramatic suspense. It's like, is he going down? Yes. Yes, it is.
Oh.
They reach it now.
Truly a thrilling experience. Reckless, of course, continuing to clear out the waves. Mashed on both sides. The pressure in the top lane comes in from Nuktuk. We've seen this play before. The collapse coming in from Fnatic. Not very many members of Vitality left to respond to this. They're actually going to be able to get him. YellStar going deep for vision. Soldier comes up. Fnatic just going to look to burn this one down. It's going to be a reasonably quick Baron with Azir and Lucian.
Probably going to be it. I don't think Vitality is ready for this at all. Fnatic, their late game scaling, got that position on the map. Vitality is late to this party here. Nuktuk is getting caught in the top side too. He teleported in. Actually, no, did he cancel? Oh, that was Cabochard.
Oh, here comes the fight, though. They're not going to give up the Baron for free. Vitality moving forward, but Nuktuk's alone on the top side. Cabo wants to be the front line. Mighty Bear backs off. Police backs off. Miscommunication. Nuktuk over the wall. Is he going to find a kill? They're going to grab one. Mighty Bear picks it up. Febibin's ready to turn this one around, but Fnatic are now running. Defiance comes out. Spirit taking decent damage. Claw over the wall. Can't set your eyes on Nuktuk. Blast! What an ultimate, Fnatic! They're getting ripped down. Another member drops. Spirit slowly burning, and Vitality, they may not get the Baron, but they're happy to grab a kill. Spirit, great sidestep. Bebby as well. That's some fancy footwork, but what is it worth?
Yeah, really good dodging there at the end. That could have maybe been a lot worse for Fnatic. They pick up the Baron. There was a teleport, but it wasn't Nuktuk. It was Cabochard. He was doing Gamsu at the start. And then Febivin kind of got outmaneuvered in that fight by Nuktuk, really playing well with his Lissandra. Also, the fact that he keeps holding his ulti is imperative to Vitality winning these fights. I think Fnatic still come out ahead though with the Baron buff, because now they can challenge Dragon and later Elder.
Yeah, and you see the immense vision control that they have coming down. They're going to pick up this Mountain Drake as well. And as you said, huge boon moving forward for this team. They can burn through towers and neutral objectives so quickly. We saw how quickly they burned down that first Baron.
Yeah, there's likely to be a next Baron in this game before it ends. So any Mountain Drakes you can pick up.
What is the next step for Vitality? Just waiting out this Baron?
Yeah, waiting it out for sure, but we have to go back and kind of see how Vitality let this happen. Yes, they're getting outscaled a little bit, but as that fight showed, they can still hold their own. They just got lulled into a false sense of security. So this was a teleport I was talking about. It was Cabochard. He's dealing with Gamsu right now. We need to track how Febivin now dashes over the wall here. Cabochard's holding the front. See what Nuktuk does, like, he's kind of zoned out of the fight. Febi's gonna try and like challenge him by going over, but then Nuktuk moves away from Febi. There's a new fight going on.
New fight going down. Gamsu gonna make an impact. Does he have the passive? Isn't gonna need it quite yet. Ezreal going down, won't be enough. Collateral damage will. The blobs pop, but Fnatic aren't out of this yet. Ult canceled. Yellowstar not gonna be able to get that one off. No disengage options. Cabo has the GA to pull this off. Vitality Pump come out with another teamfight win.
I really like Nuktuk's decision making in these fights. So many Lissandra see illusion and they would have gone in there. Obviously, there's still QSS available, so Nuktuk would have to self-cast and would likely have gotten cleaned up. They trade Zac passive, Guardian Angel, and a support. We'll just throw that in there.
Just a little extra,
like
little +1.
It's like the tip.
6-0, the score for Vitality, but despite that, Fnatic still very much in the game. We talked about scaling being in their favor, but the gold greatly in the favor of Vitality. 4K lead at 38 minutes.
With this late game of Zeren fights, for Nuktuk, it's all about playing with a shotgun. Go in, you know, unleash. 2 blasts, that's it. Febiven, yeah, he's artillery. Automated weapon, continuously whacking away in these fights. So if he goes unchecked, Reckless right now, QSS available 2 and 2.
That's a big Zac.
That is a big Zac.
It's a very big play-by-play comment of the day. He looks
Woo!
big.
Champion very big.
Big old piece of gum. Of course, Vitality just continuing to push in mid here. The game once again stalled out. These small fights not leading to too many greater advantages. Fnatic still very comfortable to start exchanges. Saying he doesn't do too much damage, but he's still throwing out those mantra Qs whenever he can.
Yeah. Mortal reminder right now too on Police, because he knows he'll be dealing with the front line first. Trying to get somehow trying to get through that armor.
Yeah.
Bit of Rune King, 2% damage, so I'll kill the tank build for him. So he's struggling.
Has to try for it, of course. No Mortal Reminder on the opposite side to slow down the Maokai from healing up in these fights, however. So maybe an item that Lucian will look to in the future, but I don't think he has the slots right now. Has to focus on burning down the squishier targets, because really the only tank on this team right now is Cabo Shard.
Nuktuk just buys time. He's technically not getting damaged, but he's fulfilling the same role in essence. But you see how it's shifted in terms of who has the control. Right now it has been Fnatic playing the tune, and Vitality being forced to dance to it for the first time in this game. They find themselves out-rotating though, getting some damage here. Minion Wave goes in. Cabochard wants to peel, but he has to be careful. He can only tank soldiers for a finite amount of time.
Duck goes in, but he's on the wrong side of the wall. Has to claw out to safety. Just a little bit of damage traded. Gamsu looking for the flank. Is he going to land it? Police. Good jump out. Cabo potentially in trouble. Here comes Lissandra. Moving forward. New Duck's kicked out of the fight. Fnatic be looking for more here. They're just backing off. Reckless on the front line. Mighty Bear not scared at all. Febiven going to use the
flank
ult.
here for Nuktuk though.
Slow. Great. Comes in again. The flash every time. Will he get the ult off? No! Fnatic, they burn him down too fast. Cabo drops as well. They're turning this one around. Police running for his life. Spirit jumps forward. Sonic Wave not going to land. They're trying desperately to disengage, but Reckless, he does so much damage. And Fnatic now setting their sights on the mid lane. You can hear the roar of the crowd. The fans are happy to see the turnaround.
Yeah, sadly for Fnatic, there's no Baron or Elder to take on the cusp of that fight. But they read the fight this time. Really good predict on the Ice Claw. They knew Nuktuk had to go in, because if he cancels there, he's baiting his own team. There's not enough presence of mind there to tell your team to back off or reaction time. So really good predict. Must have been the ultimate from Braum to really cancel the first and then cancel the switch. Ultimate gets used early, so we need to see what happens to Nuktuk and how he gets knocked up right after. So he's going to move to the side of the fight right now, going with the claw. Can he cancel? What's going to stop him? Oh, Gamsu with the read. This short-term, like really short-range E from Gamsu bought enough time for the Braum passive to be applied and fully stacked there. So Gamsu turned that fight around. If he doesn't make that play, there's not enough time for 4 concussive blow stacks to be made onto Nuktuk. He will self-cast ulti, and that fight would have been a massacre on the side of Fnatic. So that's how one key ability and a non-ultimate really decided the tide of that fight.
Really, when we look at it, it's such a close game. Fnatic have the scaling advantages. Vitality have the gold lead. They have the dragons in their favor, but
they had the game in their hands, and they just lost track of it at one point. Fnatic with a patient and decisive dragon. This is somehow something they did as well, or Baron rather, in Spring Split. Had a couple of really large comebacks where it was mainly Reckless carrying on the forefront, some Lulu compositions. Right now we see entire Vitality lineup being sped up. They're looking for something.
Ready to go in at a moment's notice.
Two-man Baron though, it's been spotted.
Blue Trinket comes out, one burned.
They have to keep doing it. They can't stop immediately, because otherwise Vitality could just rush down in the mid lane.
Baron health starting to regenerate. We'll go back to full. YellowStar flash engage. Kasing, great flash over the wall. Nukeduck tries to get in, kicked out once again. Exhaust goes down. Buying time, maybe looking for something more. Cabo stunned up. Gamsu into the backline. Bebby dishing out so much damage. Zanyas comes in. Nukeduck, he hits 3, but will it be enough? They're gonna burn him down. Febevin grabs a kill for the team. They're now pushing in. Will they be able to grab the Baron? Vitality, disaster strikes.
They're looking to trade for Elder. Though. Look at the pings on the map. They're going for Elder at this point. Sometimes it is worth trading, especially if you had a lot of early game.
No.
I guess this takes a while to kill though, don't be deceived.
But they have the Mountain Dragons and Fnatic, they're scrambling. They're not even on the Baron yet. Vitality, they're gonna get this one for free.
Yeah. Clutch call here, this Baron will be traded though. There's no way Vitality's gonna fish it back in. Fnatic win the fight. It is too late in the game for them. What an interesting turn of events. The front line is just simply too beefy. Lyssandra's losing enough damage. Back when she would engage initially in the game, her engage would take down maybe 30-40% of the enemy's health. At good times 50, here we see it. It takes too long to deal with YellowStar and Gamsu in the front line. There's too much continuous damage output in the back line between Reckless and Febevin who go untouched. And Nukeduck is no longer finishing people off with this engage. Earlier in the game, that would have been a dead YellowStar, dead Spirit, which would open up the remaining Vitality members to kind of stream in and finish the fight. But right now, there's just too much damage on the carries.
And you can see Febevin, I mean, just zoning out support and AD carry solo. They cannot step forward while those Sand Soldiers are there or risk dying every time. So great zoning coming in from the team and area control from Fnatic. They know that they're stronger now.
Yeah, and it feels like the only way for Vitality to really win right now is a TP flank from behind, where they find Febevin off guard and they kind of burn him down in one go. But he has Zhonya's cleanse, so it's almost impossible. If he spams those 2 buttons, he will at least get something off.
Yeah. Can make it to safety flash as well.
So the window right now is maybe using the burn from this Elder, but you're going up against Baron, so this is an incredibly tough spot for Vitality.
Elder Dragon versus Baron. Right now, things seem to be moving in the favor of the Baron team. Fnatic, 3K gold advantage Vitality, but at 45 minutes, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, YellowStar's impact in this fight is way larger because he's actually redirecting damage with the shield, forcing it up on himself, as opposed to Kasing, who is amplifying the damage that is being redirected anyways. Like, he's giving some more attack speed with the Ardent Sensor. He's buffing some creeps on side lanes, but right now the game isn't played anymore on those side lanes. It's raw fights, and Karma just has completely fallen off. He has movement speed, but it only means that Vitality can run towards their death quicker.
Really not the place that they want to be, of course.
Generally
as well. With the concussive blows, I mean, CC added to the team, Karma relying on the snare. Her base damage is not enough anymore to compete with the help of ours and the stat lines on the side of Fnatic. Fnatic, though, really taking their time. They know they have advantage. They're not going to overpress. We're at the point in the game where one team fight could decide everything here. Breaking those inhibitors. Crucial for both sides. Reckless and the rest of the team pushing up, trying to balance out the wave pressure. You can see Vitality still grouped up. Gamsu pushing on the bottom side, so.
One of the later games we've had so far in the summer season. We say that on day 2.
We're potentially 14 games in, depending on how the other stream is doing.
Yeah.
And yeah, not. I think this is a good time.
Sample size.
To be fair, that is a pretty big sample size. That's a week and a half of old LCS. Oh, moving forward though. Spirit getting aggressive. Kicking forward. YellowStar in as well. Kasing potentially in trouble. Claw over the wall from Nukeduck. Bebby locked up, but the cleanse comes in. Cabo's there too. Febevin is not dropping. Flash over the wall. Great escape. Fnatic find a fight in the pinch. Azir is doing work.
Well, Police
but Vitality, he's trying to turn this one around. Oh, Police still alive. The double kill.
Shift, do it.
Equal exchange in the end. 3 for 4 actually. Fnatic barely coming out on top of Police. Cleaning up.
This is honestly a mistake from Spirit. Every fight Fnatic have won so far, he has positioned where he would look at Nukeduck, look where the claw is coming, and instantly kick him out. Right now, the kick was used on Karma, and they followed up on a pick on the support, who is still tanky enough to buy some time. Featherman found himself exposed, had to also leave the fight, do a little bit less damage. And we saw obviously Police goes unchecked. He also managed to do a lot of damage in team fights.
Police, I mean, he's at this point in the Ezreal. He's got the Mortal Reminder, the Blade of the Rune King. We talked about tank shredding build.
Now look at this. This kick right now being down opens an opportunity for Nuktak here with the easy E in. Nobody stops him. Instant cast of Feather who cleanses, but then has to flash out. Cabashard couldn't really flash over himself. He had used his flash already, but then Police can clean up.
True Shot Barrage dishing out so much damage there. The auto attack.
Held his flash too. Police could have maybe went in there, but obviously if he doesn't get damage immediately, he's gonna die there. And likely wouldn't get any objective either. So I think it was the right call.
Yeah.
Keeping his flash, because it's not like he's gonna get kills and get more items. So at this point, Summer is worth preserving because additional kills don't really get too much benefit unless you're tied into objectives.
Yeah. Moving forward, we've officially hit that late game status. Gold evened out, scaling in the favor of Fnatic. Vitality still looking to find that crucial flank, and the fight still going even. We have to see what's next. Baron, Elder Dragon. Remember, 10-minute spawn on that Elder Dragon, so still a long ways away. Neither side has the buffs that they want to end this game. Reckless farming up. He's at 6 items. Maybe we're going to sell the boots here. Ezreal in a similar boat. Everyone in a similar boat. Support still a little bit behind.
Yeah. Fevin also no magic pen boots or CDR boots. He's already at 40%, so he can comfortably get the Merc threads necessary against the Sombra. She gets hit so hard from it, especially if you have to deal with cleanse, Merc threads. It gives enough time to get out of the snare maybe from Maokai just a fraction of a second earlier to then flash out. It's those little things that count at this point. Everybody on full items except supports.
They'll get there eventually. Yellowstar opting to buff up the critical chance with AD carry with this Zeke's. The one downside, of course, of the Lucian build, this Lucian build with the Black Cleaver.
Yeah, sits on 50, so he can get to perfect 100 if fights.
Oh, Yellowstar once again, the focus target at the start of this fight. Vitality are grouped up, but the Azir turret is there to back him up. Spirit with the kickback. Cabo taken down. Gongsu acting as the front line. Can they burn down Cabu? Nuke took over the wall. They're looking to turn this one. That's a great team play. Top and mid coming together to burn down Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic left the safety of their turret. The whole reason that fight was going well is because they played around the turret, but Nuketook found a good flank there. The damage is still enough to take down Reckless. Zoning Claw, now mid lane is exposed. This is 5 versus 3 here. Featherman still has the scoop available. So we need to see Gams to go in and hoop and scoop from Featherman. Minion being kept alive too.
Gonna burn this one down. First inhibitor now poised to drop. All right, Vitality.
They have one more TP to make a minion invulnerable too to take down the next tower. They could have liked to use it right here.
Febby has to back up. Is going to use the ultimate there. Now a potential window for Nuketook to go in when the claw is available again.
14 seconds. They're poked out though. Nuketook with some good soldier management. Yellowstar in 9, 8, 7 seconds.
Reckless 17, counting down. Spirit locked up. They may look to turn it here. A lot of damage down onto the jungler. He's burned. Top laner could be next. Febby still dishing out so much. Nuketook not opting to engage quite yet. Yellowstar defending who he can. Snare goes up. Nuketook. Zhonya's comes out. Vitality. They don't even need to win the fight. They're just going to burn down the Nexus. Fnatic don't even matter for them. The win is all that's in their sights. Cabo, quick, confident look at the camera.
That was only game 1 of this series.
I think, I mean, at the end of the day, long, slow game, but both sides fighting to find their win conditions. Fighting on even footing for so much of it.
Yeah, Fnatic got lost in the momentum. They really need to know that all these teamfights that they won, they played super slow controlled, and they were all kind of in the same plane. Right there, they split off, and they allowed Nuketook to really expose 3 members while Featherman was in no position to enter that part of the fight, engage, scoop him out, or do anything, because he was playing at the comfort of his tower, just whacking away at the front line. So Fnatic were not on the same page there.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something you cannot afford simply in those late game scenarios where we talked about it earlier in the game, where one mistake, one extra alt target coming in from Nuketook will decide those team fights. Fnatic were able to bust that one out, and then later in the game, those mistakes start to show through. Yellowstar maybe a little bit too forward. Over-aggression on the Cabashard. Waiting for that
revive coming in from the Guardian Angel. And at the
Yeah,
end of
Guardian
the day,
Angel was crucial. So they have both their CC frontliners, also the ones that really control the game in the early game with the 1-3-1, managed to buy so much time. They have the revive from Guardian Angel. I think it's like 4 seconds. Then they have Nukeduck being able to buy 5 seconds for himself, where everybody's just posturing. If you're Fnatic, yes, there's a fly on my head. The Sifa's like, how serious can I be?
It's so aggressive. It's just, oh yeah, it's all up in your business.
It's cologne, by the way. It's not. I actually showered today.
Okay,
too, so
it's good. All right, just get the double check in there. But
thank you for pointing that out. I was trying to be professional here. Clearly, somebody sees a fly and has to giggle about it.
Well, yeah, a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. All right, we've lost composure. But for Vitality and Fnatic, they're going to have to find a way to come back into this one focused, because that was a long, grueling game. What do you think is going through their heads right now on both sides?
I mean, I think both teams can be happy with parts of the game. But there's also crucial mistakes that they made. But what we lack in composure, these teams definitely had throughout the entirety of the game. Fnatic knew when to play passive at the start. They struck back with a really good Baron that Vitality kind of handed to them. So Vitality need to look at that phase. How did they manage to lose control of the game? I think their draft worked out. They had a clear goal. They played it out well. Overall, it was a fun game to watch.
Yeah,
Good
it's
fights.
very interesting. But of course, for a closer look at Vitality's Game 1 win, we're going to send things over to Shocks at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, guys. You've lost composure, so it's time for us to take over. Just kidding. Great cast. Congratulations on your first LCS cast, actually, Zifa. What a game. Fnatic versus Vitality. A lot of fights, a lot of action all around. For the longest time, it looked like Vitality was in control. So how did they get there in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this game boiled down to lots of big team fights. There wasn't a lot of action. It was very much just about, okay, we're going to look for an opportunity to fight. We're going to play around these objectives, and if we see it, we're going to take it. And Nukeduck was really the guy that stood out to me in all of these fights.
Stood out to everyone. Like Nukeduck, on Lissandra, he's too good on this specific champion. Understanding when to go in, when he can't go in, understanding how to always get multiple members. And this entire Vitality team composition was built around Nukeduck being able to reach the back line, reach crucial targets every single time. If he couldn't do that, they would never win a fight.
Yeah, so just keep your eyes on Nukeduck in this fight, and keep an eye on how patient he is, because this guy he's so smart with his usage of the play. He comes in from the flank, right, and he's going to get the multi-man route into the multi-man ultimate, and it's exactly what Vitality need to get the turnaround fights.
Multiple times, by the way.
Multiple times. I mean, we have a bit of
well.
we have a full package of Nukeduck doing this.
I mean, we can just keep showing replays of Nukeduck if we wanted to, but obviously
We are going to.
it's coming another one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, in this fight in particular, the Baron, this is a great play by Fnatic because they catch Vitality completely off guard. Fnatic using their great vision to take advantage of this objective. And then this is where Fnatic kind of split up. Febiven is left on the side, unable to do anything. And then Nukeduck, again, with the flank, the play, the route, everything that he needs to set up his team for success. And you thought that play was good? He's going to make an even better one in just a second.
I mean, again,
You made quite the role here.
Yeah, this game is a lot of Nukeduck. Another one, sure, why not? But it was so interesting because that Baron sneak technically should never happen. Like, Vitality had actually been winning most of the fights up until this point. Police, sadly for him, slightly misses the ulti there on Spirit. But Fnatic have been losing ground. They have been losing control of the map. And then, kind of like we used to see from Fnatic back in Season 5 with Yellowstar, they managed to sneak some of these Barons where everyone else is recalling, no one is in position, and suddenly Fnatic's instantly on the Baron. You don't expect it, you react too late. And obviously that's why Vitality lost the Baron. But then it was still able to set up a fight. Cabochard TPing in first and Nukeduck following.
Yeah, majestic game from Vitality up until that point. But as you say, Fnatic, they have the decision making to take that Baron. And actually, they didn't play all those team fights in the later stages of the game bad by any means. There were some really good things there.
In fact, Fnatic, they do get themselves a return fight up against Vitality, and that's where things start to look a little bit dicey for Fnatic. This is where they play very nicely around Nukeduck. The kick onto Nukeduck to prevent him from getting onto the back line. You're then going to see the Azir wall just making his life so difficult that he never really gets the opportunity that he... Sorry, he is going to use the ultimate. He's going to fail to use the Zhonya's, and that it was really nice target focus to prevent Nukeduck from really sustained damage in the fight.
Right, and that's the important thing to keep in mind with these compositions Vitality are running. When you have Lissandra, she's not going to be the person who will like directly one-shot a target in the late game. She needs the other carries to come in with her. So when she sets up the fight, the carries come in, they finish off these low targets. In this fight here, because Nukdog couldn't go in first due to Spirit kicking him out. We saw Police was on the other side of the wall here because he basically just got zoned away by a Zac. And then suddenly there was not enough follow-up damage. Kabushab was trying to get back to life, obviously, with the GA. And that's where Fnatic can win fights. So they need to play extremely, extremely careful in the start. Never group up on the first engage. Survive basically the CC and the first damage coming, and then like kite it. And then suddenly they have enough damage with Azir, with Lucian, who needs a bit more time in these fights compared to like a lot of burst coming straight away from Vitality.
And that's exactly what they failed to do in the final team fight.
Rip, you had to do it, man. You had to do it.
Because, I mean,
Hey, he's on ball.
Vitality, though, you have to give praise to them because their communication in this play in particular, I mean, this is the
definitely
game.
the final
this is where
fight.
they actually end out the game. But to set this play up, Kabushad, he's sitting on the front line, and he gets put into his GA almost immediately. He gets caught out a little bit. But then you just see Nukdog sitting there like, the moment you come out of the GA, I've got your back. I'm going to be there. I'm going to help you out. And because Fnatic have split up a little bit, they're forced into a choke point. You're just doing exactly what you need for that Lissandra and exactly what you were talking about, where you're then setting up for easy follow-up onto the Lissandra.
I like this replay more, just without the game itself and just only listen to
just
videos.
me animating.
Yeah, again, setting it up very nicely.
Good stuff.
Very nice.
Player of the game, it wasn't difficult for this one. It's Nukdog. You even said player of the game, player of the year.
No, I mean, this guy Lissandra is pretty crazy. The 2 games we've seen him played now, and it was actually funny because in the Spring Split he almost never played this champion.
That's not Nukdog.
Whenever he plays Nuke, it is Mighty Bears, another guy.
It's also good. We're highlighting all kinds of people here.
Yes, not Nukdog. But like in Spring Split, a few times he did play Lissandra. Every time he did, it was like, wow, okay, really good engages. This guy's doing really well on this champion. Then they kind of drop it, and then they bring it back now.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy to see where Vitality and Sean's realizing that in his book for Nukdog, champions like Lissandra, maybe AP Zac, you can kind of do the same.
I like that we also saw Mighty Bear because he was someone that you were looking at, so that was actually what we were doing here.
Yeah, he didn't. I mean, he barely needed to do anything in this game, I'm going to say.
He was Graves, he did the damage. That's
He
what
did
he was
some
all
of the
about.
damage, yeah.
He
I
was
mean,
a presence.
it
And
wasn't
as a
about
mighty
Mighty
bear,
Bear.
that's what you need to be. But moving forward into this is only game 1. They still have a whole other game to play, and I'm expecting that Lissandra to be taken off the table. You cannot give that to Nukdog. And if you just think of his LeBlanc game yesterday, maybe Fnatic can be like, hey, you play an assassin, it's fine. You go back to that LeBlanc.
And that's what I really like now, that you can adapt between series, because Lissandra herself is not like overpowered by any means, but it's just Nukdog is playing it so well. So now, of course, you just remove it against him and say, show us what you got on a different champion, like a Victor and Azir. Even though they are, of course, still fantastic picks, he won't have the same engage potential.
Yeah.
Unless he's a crazy Victor who's flying in there.
I mean, there's not the biggest. I don't have any doubts about that. Nukdog is a good player, so we'll see. And Fevin is also a great player, so very excited that we get another game of that matchup. However, over on stream EULCS1, G2 took on Giants, and you followed that game for us as well?
Yeah, it was actually a very easy game to follow. I could mainly watch the Fnatic Vitality game because on the other side, it was just standard lanes from G2. And they pushed Giants into the tower. They took the tower. They took the dragon. They walked up and took a Baron. There was a few kills in there, but honestly, G2 were really far ahead. They were like 3,000 gold ahead at 14 minutes, and there were never any questions if they were going to lose that game. I think they, in the end, lost like 3 kills total before...
4.
4 kills. 4 kills right there. It was honestly just a very one-sided game. G2 in full control from the start, and with a good pick and man phase again.
The question for me about that game in particular is, how did Giants look in terms of their individual players? Was it just they were straight up outclassed, or were there signs of life for Giants?
I would say because it was standard lanes, and G2 had a Caitlyn Soraka bot lane into an Ezreal Brawl. Oh, and then, of course, Giants will lane swap, but G2 matches the lane swap. It becomes standard lanes. They got outclassed, but also they had a worse 2v2. Kikis played really well on the bottom side of the map, and Perks just kind of tried to make big plays everywhere on Azir as well. So, honestly, G2 won that game very early on, full control. Not a whole lot to go back and rewatch.
Wow.
So hopefully we'll see something more non-standard from Giants if they want to be taking something in the game too.
Yeah, I think you have a good point here. If you are a team who are just slowly losing, sometimes you got to do the unexpected, even though it might make you lose faster. At least you try instead of just slowly losing the game.
Well, we'll see if you guys want to see what Giants are trying versus G2. They are about to get into picks and bans over on EULCS1, but over here, Fnatic still have a chance to pick up some points today when they get into Game 2 versus Vitality. Stay with us. The European LCS continues right after this.
It's Claw over the wall, set your eyes on Nuke. Blast! What an ultimate, Fnatic! They're getting ripped down. Another member drop. Oh, great. Comes in again, the flash every time. Will he get the ult off? No! Fnatic, they burn him down too fast. Zhonya's comes out. Vitality. They don't even need to win the fight.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions.
Welcome back. After a win in Game 1, Vitality is looking for the 2-0 in the series as they get back on the Rift against Fnatic. I think pretty long Game 1, pretty intense series, but Vitality managed to pull it out in the end, and that sort of determination in those late game situations is a great first sign for this new lineup.
Really good decision making by Nukeduck. Like, we can't praise it enough. The Death said it too. His Lissandra was just magnificent, and it's probably going to be a ban.
I think it has to be. And the question is, how do Vitality adapt from there? Because it feels like that is a very unique champion and what she brings to the team. Do you have to change your strategy entirely?
Don't pickle bonk. It's like step one. It's like whatever we do, champion, no.
Yeah, definitely a lackluster performance coming in on day one. See Fnatic on your screen though. Looking still pretty calm and collected. Maybe
yeah, they looked a little defeated though after their defeat. Surprise, surprise, but it was very close for them. Also the manner in which they lost. getting behind, turning around the game, being in control, driver's seat, and then suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, 2 really bad fights. One that clearly started with a mistake, you know, the kick from Spirit, but then the second one, you would think it was going their way, and then out of nowhere, it was over.
Yeah. But here we are now in picks and bans for game 2.
Oh, look, that's us. Cameras.
Nice.
All these angles.
I know,
like,
right?
yeah, we're totally on a crouch shot right now. Oh, no, yeah, still there.
Of course. Lysandra, Maokai already being banned out. Vitality, you are not playing the same composition again. Fnatic will not give you the opportunity. Rise.
Poor Cabochard. What is he gonna do right now? No more access to the Maokai.
We've heard Soaz's thoughts on it. Maybe Cabo. Cabo just as excited, potentially?
No, yeah. He's not a Maokai player. For people that know Cabochard, he likes trading. He's really good in 1v1 scenarios too. So we'll maybe see something more proactive come out. And then maybe we see Mighty Bear go back to the reg side that he was locking in earlier yesterday and be the tank force to allow Cabochard to shine in a more damage-oriented matchup, especially with the Echo being off the board.
Karma also taken off. Really just a lot of engage tools taken away and so many power picks left open and available. Mighty Bear.
And this is a viable strategy here. If you're in a best of 2 and you need to adapt between picks and bans and you don't know quite sure where you lost it, you just ban out 3 comfort picks. You say, you know what, guys, at least show us 3 new different champions. Maybe even steal a 4th away on your rotation. Force the enemy team to adapt. Maybe you can find a weakness.
Of course, Echo, on the opposite side for Vitality, it's not target bans. They feel obligated to take the power off the table.
Mighty Bear, how good's your Nidalee is Fnatic's asking here.
Does he want the Kindred? We saw him play pretty well with it in game 2 yesterday. Braum, of course, for Yellow Star. May have gotten caught out once or twice, but still a great tool for the team.
Purely on meta, purely on patch, you expect Nidalee Lucian here to be picked up. 2 very strong champions. Remember, this is a flex pick for Vitality.
You never know.
Well, he actually has played it in the top lane.
Yeah, I remember. That was an interesting experience of a game. Moving in though, Mighty Bear keeping the priority on Kindred for personal comfort there.
They give Spirit Nidalee.
Spirit is a legend on this champion.
Tell us why.
Storied career, Nidalee jungle. His time in the LPL, where World Elite was pretty much a team entirely built around this man who could single-handedly carry games if you gave him champions like Rek'Sai when Rek'Sai was at her prime, or Nidalee when she was at hers. So, terrifying jungler to go up against, to give him such a comfort pick.
Yeah, different tune here for Fnatic. They said, you know what, this kind of slower early game, let's go at it again. Kalista Braum allows Yellow Star to play aggressive. If he makes some of these over-eager positional mistakes, or moves, or stuff that goes wrong, he can get pulled back by Fate's Call. Looking for an aggressive lane too. Definitely want to get that access to the enemy jungle with the Nidalee. Outpace the Kindred.
I think it's going to be much more explosive from Fnatic this time around. It's something we have to be aware of.
Yeah. Ironically, I would actually like the LeBlanc here, because you can pretty much expect Fnatic to pick it to fit their very early skirmish composition, similar to what Unicorns of Love did here earlier. So going for LeBlanc Bard here would be actually really nice. I would love this rotation for Vitality.
They're thinking about it, really taking their time, letting it count down. Some pretty big implications this one. May not have tanks. That's a lot of great ways to start fights. Waiting. Bated breath. We're just so close into it, but it looks like at the end of the day, it will be the Thresh picked up for Kasing. The LeBlanc, though, coming in for Nuke Duck. You said it works well on the team comp, but Nuke Duck had a very disappointing performance on it yesterday.
Yeah, all jokes aside, it is peculiar that Kasing goes for Thresh over Bard. Trying to be as objective as I can. It does seem like a lot of people really prefer Bard and many other champions over Thresh, across the world. Thresh very low on the totem pole in terms of champion priority. Kasing does play a mean Thresh though.
He's very talented on that champion. Kind of his namesake at the start of his career.
Yeah, definitely was.
Repeated nerfs, though, over the years. Will always be an acceptable support, I think, but will never be the jack of all trades, if you will.
I mean, he was at one point when he could Q flash and stuff. Also, when a champion only gets nerfed, he was maybe a tad overtuned. Back in the day with his old kit, you could play Thresh without his ultimate, and he probably would still be the best support out there.
Do you remember when Death Sentence used to have the bonus damage on it, too? Oh.
It's like, what do I max? I guess Q.
I mean, what do you pick? And I guess it's Zed here. I love this matchup.
Yeah.
LeBlanc versus Zed in the mid lane. This could not be a more explosive lane. And now the Gragas coming in as well. Top lane for Gamsu. A lot of mix-ups here on the side of Fnatic.
It's rough to play though, because both these junglers could shift this entire matchup when they enter the fold. Especially, Kindred's such an annoying jungler. There was this angry tweet somewhere. It's like, range junglers, doesn't matter if you're flashy, you'll still take 80% of your health and damage, because if Zed shadows aggressively once, Kindred comes in with red buff, like it's almost impossible to make it out of there. And I need to see if Nukeduck and Mighty Bear have that synergy already. Very newly formed squad here. Mighty Bear coming in with police. Can they work together? Because it's paramount to get that, you know, chain down, then get Kindred to step in, and you can really win the matchup. Very snowballing matchup.
Overall, a lot more focus on the early game. Looks like 50 minutes was a little bit too long for both of these lineups, because they are looking to fight here in the early to mid game, and there's a lot of power on both sides. I think really bot lane is obviously insanely interesting, but mid lane has to be the focus, and where are Spirit and Mighty Bear going to put their focus? Can it even be anywhere else?
Yeah, do Fnatic really want to lane this though? It's still a rough matchup. Lucian Kalista is pretty even usually, so you got to look at the supports to see how it kind of rounds out. And melee versus range is rough, especially if usually the way you win with Kalista Braum is that you can then get a stun on the early carry, but now you have Lantern to reposition him, which allows him to use his dash aggressively as well, you know? So Lantern is technically something that could allow more aggression, despite being a very defensive spell. Also, Exhaust is really good against Kalista. Very predictable when she has to rend, also slow her down, less stacks.
Very reliable in the end, as well as the Trundle power pick. Not really contested as much earlier there in the bans, and you can see coaches shaking hands, walking off the stage. It's time for the teams to play this game, and it's time for you to hop on over to Twitter. If you think Fnatic are going to come out on top, hashtag FNC win. If you think Vitality can close this out 2-0, hashtag VIT win. We're not going to get a 50-minute game, ladies and gentlemen.
Says who?
That's true. What
the
happened?
answer is like me. I predicted, and then you're like, God, you know? Come on, Steve. Have some confidence.
All right, me.
It was I.
It was I who predicted not a 50-minute game. Vitality versus Fnatic once again. They swap sides. They gear up for game 2. And we get ready for some cheeky bants while this pause goes down.
Nope, just pure raw game analysis. It's a nice water bottle.
Good setup for yourself there. What do you think his thought process was behind purchasing that particular water bottle?
I don't think he purchased it. So, Kasing has some audio issues. Apparently, that's also why there's a person next to Kasing talking to Kasing.
Oh, helping him potentially with the audio issues.
Yes,
All right.
that is generally the flow of things here. Referee is now telling anybody else, this is what Kasing told me.
And the chain continues.
The chain continues. Goes all the way up to, you know...
President of Riot.
He's not sleeping right now. It's like, Brandon, get out of your bed. We have an audio issue on stage. It's like, fix it. Okay.
Approval. Hierarchy. These things are important.
Company structure. Of course, we're not like that within casters.
Yeah.
CFA, right? You join our team, everybody is equal.
Everyone is equal.
Some people are just a little more equal than others.
Yes. I've always loved your loose definition of equality, Grippo.
Oh. And his headset is gone. This is where we spoil everything to Kasing.
Kasing, how do you feel about Game of Thrones, buddy?
Yeah. Oh, poor people in Twitch chat right now.
I love how it's like, yeah, it's good now. Pass it back to Kasing.
The magic guy put it on his head. It's like, okay, magic headset is back. Just needed a little bit of good luck rub.
The power is in your hands now, Kasing. Of course, both teams eager to get this started.
We have some R's in chat. That is obviously an abbreviated ready. So that means both teams are ready. So hopefully we can dive back into this thrilling game. Actually excited for this early game. A lot of action here. Some CC rather. There will be some CS as well. Surprise, surprise.
I would wonder what would be happening if there wasn't any. We could see the all-out level 1 fight.
I mean, there's been the opposite. There's been no fighting pure CS in the Froggen 1v1 versus Aftermoo at All Stars. Zillion versus Zillion.
Thrilling.
Truly
compelling for them, of course. Looking back into the game now.
Yeah.
We got excited once. We can get excited again for this one. Vitality versus Fnatic. It's game 2. No more pauses. No more breaks. Just a lot of aggressive picks and a lot of potential for violence here in this mid lane.
Look for Yellow Star. He's really good at getting those, first boss procured. Sing. Ooh.
Oh,
so I'm talking about, baby.
Oh, flash over the wall. You can't let that concussive blow stack it up.
Changes the dynamic of the bot lane too, playing without a flash all of a sudden. Suddenly you can't go for aggressive push early because of level 2 gank. Does punish you. War on Grump, get some information, go back. We could also delve into the Krugs versus Grump science too, but I'll leave that for a different day.
Looks like the slow walk up to the top side of the map. I'm guessing a ward went down.
Yeah.
That's the thing. As hard as our job is, it's made so much easier by having a larger audience. Because every time a ward goes down, we will know.
We will know.
One
Temporary
less thing to worry
insanity fuels the crowd. So yeah, we're definitely seeing Fnatic looking for a swap here. That's why their bot lane's in the middle of the lane.
They're spotted out though. It looks like they
guessing.
went.
Oh, did they see them?
I think Vitality originally initiated the swamp Fnatic.
Okay, so now he's looking to match them. Interesting.
Yeah, they got sight on it.
Surprised actually that they want to do that. So they're confident in his ability.
They know Kasing doesn't have the flash.
Yeah, Kasing's just going to check though.
Flash forward, moving, getting aggressive. Kasing has no escape tools left. Flay moving forward.
Run,
Exhaust
Kasing!
Drops. Run for your life!
Just run to survive.
Police.
Heal him, police.
Police says no.
No.
I'm a man of the law. Stack's not going to move forward though. Kasing just going to walk away.
Stacks. Only 1 stun, of course. 2 flashes blown, a heal and an exhaust. So, in terms of resource investment, how they lead. Push goes now to Rex and Yellow Star though. And this matchup is very push dependent. A lot of matchups in the bot lane are push dependent. When you are down a range advantage on your support and you still manage to push, you eliminate the need for it. So they play aggressive.
You can see Gamsu though playing very much on the back foot in the lane already.
So we need to kind of figure out why Fnatic wanted these standard lanes. Maybe they just didn't want Gamsu to fall behind at all, because I feel like putting Cornwall in the dumpster, making it weaker for him to split push later on, must be a viable threat. Would have been maybe slightly the better option. Maybe they were worried with the lane swap speed. Again, really good speed here on the swap. Speedy swap.
Speedy swap.
That's a creep that went down. We didn't see it. The crowd went in for the collective moan, so that must have been a cannon. Thanks,
Crepo
crowd.
looks up to the crowd like, I got it.
It's like somebody nod in the crowd. Yeah, okay, cool. Thanks, guys.
Febvin clearing out what he can as LeBlanc just pushing in here. Nuke Duck. Missteps in the Vladimir lane, but maybe a little bit more comfortable here, especially in the early levels. Junglers just clearing on their respective sides. No huge moments of action quite yet. Some fancy footwork from Nuke Duck.
The blue suede shoes.
He's a dancing man.
Rivington would say. Gamsu. Let's see. This is one. Can he do it?
Important to even the CS up. Oh, forgot about the AoE, buddy. Oh, this is not. This is
it. I'll do it in American terms. That's
cut
a C
the camera.
minus.
Walk away.
Walk away from the lane. You have lost camera rights. Lead to farming. We're going back to the mid lane.
Things continue. The worst part is that all of these lanes look so slow, but at any moment, one of them can result in a kill. Instantly. One misstep, because every lane has so much aggressive power.
Yellowstar Michael's looking to keep the wave at their tower just a little bit, forcing obviously Kasing and Police to play up front. Kasing down a flash. So the whole premise of a double range lane is that you can bully, but when you're this far up in your lane, Kasing has to play back with a lantern. Otherwise, if you go too far, you can get circled by the jungler. So he can't really make use of that harass potential. That's why this lane very often now goes into LCS. Spirit has snuck in though. Could be a cheeky gank here if Gamsu gets the Oscar for Actor. Oh, that's a
pillar to check. Nice call coming in from Cabo. Mighty Bear walking away too. No aggressive moves quite yet. Interestingly enough, Mighty Bear opting to get the Hunter's Potion. He just wants to farm. That's really good. moving in. Lanes continue to remain even. We're really waiting for these level 6s.
Yeah, good minion wave management here from Fnatic overall. They block the 3 range creeps at their tower. That means the wave will stack up. Then it bounces back, so you have enough creeps in there. Hang on, Fevervin.
Oh, flash forward. Nukeduck trying to turn this one around, hoping to even out the trade.
Ooh, that's bold.
Sidestep.
Nukeduck goes back in. He would have died if that hit, so.
Gets both summoners in the end, though, and Fevervin isn't going to get any kind of greater advantage, but Spirit. Going to the wall here, Mighty Bear. A lot of people around this mid lane.
That's big on level 6 though. Once Nukeduck comes back into the lane, all he has to do is call Mighty Bear, and he has 2 chains at his disposal. 1 for each shadow.
Definitely what they want. The swap lanes remain relatively even. Cabo, small CS lead. Gamsu not comfortable farming under that tower whatsoever. Reckless, the good wave control you talked about earlier, netting him. A small advantage at this stage, but once again, waiting for level 6, waiting for these junglers to get their first items, really look to get aggressive.
Yeah, and he got it back in too, so Police and Kasing really want to push in his wave as quick as they can, get more items. That'll be the good part of the matchup though. Once he bases, he can pick up a lot of these components for this Ghost Blade. Back in the day, you would get BF Sword and have a really big trading window.
But now, I mean, you just
now it's a Ghost Blade, but it's a good thing about the Ghost Blade build is that you can back at any given time because you always build components, right? There's always something for you to pick up. Counter poke.
Star hooked up.
Not going to be too much because Police still has the base, so and then Yellow Star will get his base off anyways.
Yeah. You can see Fnatic are very aware that they have the advantage right now, and they're pressing home. Maybe a little bit more.
Oh yeah, that sound of Romq is actually like correlating in my mind with a missed skill shot. I miss it so often. It's like, of course it didn't hit.
It's a hard life.
It's a tough life.
For the winner's fight. Not quite as easy to land. Once again, keeping our eyes on the jungler.
Ready for any action to emerge at any given time.
That's the thing.
Step away from the banter at any moment. Gamsu right here could suddenly get a full mana bar out of nowhere. Still not killed.
Okay, let's lower our expectations a little bit here. I think the top lane, bottom lane action is going to be pretty
exciting. Here, this could be it. Default.
Mighty Bear.
Mighty Bear. Looking for a roam.
Wants to get something. Maybe a stack. Maybe an Infernal Drake.
Gently increase the pauses between new words. Adding excitement.
Really slow things down.
The play-by-play caster kid. It's like, what do I do if the game's slow and I have nothing to talk about?
Just stalk slower.
Speak slower. Maximize word utility.
Nukeduck.
We see Spirit here out farming Mighty Bear though, and that is something that is innate to the matchup, but not to this extent. So we can definitely see that Spirit was taking away some camps while Mighty Bear was holding mid, for example. Now stole away the red buff too. And yeah, he's kind of outpacing Mighty Bear in the jungle. Mighty Bear was working so hard to punish that flash being down from Fevervin, but it drew him out of the jungle, and Spirit's playing his favorite style, which is 1v1 versus enemy jungle. Right now, Yellowstar's being the bait here.
Well, Spirit coming in, has the red buff, just burning down. Health bar's dropping, Hunt marked. He's looking to block, but has to be careful himself. Colin comes out to try to dissuade anything else, but more members of Vitality are on the way.
Reckless knew that gank probably wasn't going to result in a kill, so he opted for the CS.
So many members poised and ready to go in, but nothing going to come of it quite yet. No one ready to commit, overcommit, too scared of losing the advantage. We've talked about this. One kill, someone getting a small lead can change everything.
And both DPs are down too, and that is important too, because you will see the amount of action in the 2v2 is directly proportionate to teleport cooldown being up or down. Because you don't want to be that guy that goes in for the best trade of your life with a flash predict and then get TP'd on behind and you feed. It's actually one of the main reasons why we see bot lanes just going even so often. Very rarely getting solo kills, because if you want to win a 2v2 matchup, you very often have to flash aggressively. You will expose yourself, but you will win the back end of that trade. But you can't do that versus teleport, because it takes you too long to kill the enemy, and you're just exposed.
Well, the bot lane may not be quite so aggressive if you hear those teleports. The bottom lane, with the top laners in it, of course, looking incredibly aggressive as Trundle just winning out all of these trades, and the CS lead continuing to grow in the favor of Cabo Shard. And I feel like this is going to put some pressure down on the Fnatic. They're going to have to find a way to deal with this Trundle.
At the same time, though, we see the gold lead is on the side of Fnatic by a sizable amount. So despite Cavo being up, that means the remaining lineup is down overall for Vitality. And the largest part of that is in the jungle.
Mighty Bear really struggling here. Nearly 400 gold down just based on farm alone. 2 stacks of Mark of the Kindred. Not terrible at this stage of the game, but not going to balance out that gold difference. You can see Nidalee already completing the Runic Echoes. Kindred still lagging behind them with Bloodrazor. Good news is that the value of the Bloodrazor is immediate. You don't have to wait for the Devourer stacks. A little bit weaker in the early game, though, as well. Spirit's just continuing to take this jungle. Coming out. Here comes the all-in from Febivin in the mid lane. We hop away for just a second. Makes it that much better. Flash forward, snap back. Walking his way out of that one. Good avoidance there by Nukeduck. Has to burn the flash, though.
Yeah, so he doesn't want to get hit by all those shurikens again. Summoner's down. Nukeduck keeps his ignite. I like what Spirit's doing here. Making his presence known, and that's going to be a tower from back. And this kind of, it's really the ripple effect of the nature of this jungle matchup, and then obviously Spirit outpacing him. But I think this also might be a fine trade to take here. 1 tower for an Infernal. If Fnatic can't use that gold advantage in the short term to snowball, Vitality may be okay with taking this trade. Don't have to be
decent. Oh, Spirit! We'll get a look at that in just a minute, but what a 1v1 we have to be sure. Confidence in that Nidalee play to go mid lane.
Yeah, so what likely happened is Nukeduck saw Febivin back, wanted to push out the wave, used this, dashes aggressively, likely to get the wave, and then got punished by just a jungler happening to be around.
Mighty Bear now trying to take a post in this mid lane. Febby, of course, no ult and no summoners.
Yeah, but just the damage in this turret. This is definitely making the entire trade worth it for Fnatic. As this tower falls, we're looking at a very large relative gold lead for Fnatic this early in the game.
8% scaling AD and AP, not enough to balance this out.
Yeah.
Making up the difference. Mighty Bear getting aggressive. Cooldown's not up for Febby just yet. Not going to get the auto off there after that Dancing Arrow, so no third proc on the Mounting Dread. Febivin just continuing to push out, but Nukeduck is returning to the lane. Making his presence known.
Yeah, flash.
Goes over the wall as well.
Oh, that's a good pillar. Cabo Shard is here all of a sudden.
Deathmark not on cooldown. Suddenly, Cabo out of nowhere. Little slugger Trundle.
Yeah, well hidden by the observers too.
Yeah.
You would expect we would watch the minimap. We're so tunneled in on the action. So it was Febivin.
Now Vitality trying to get a greater advantage here. They may be down just a little bit in gold, but this tower would even things up. Doing the best to attack. Spirit ready to run forward. Yellowstar from the side. Nukeduck. No, Spirit is the biggest damage threat here.
Yeah, quite peculiar that Spirit didn't go for, Gamsu didn't go for the ulti there. Could have knocked somebody into the tower, likely burned the summoner. Especially with the additional support coming in from Yellowstar on the flank. I feel like there was more in that play for Fnatic. Let's watch this.
Oh, yep.
Alright, so my entire theory is wrong. Nukeduck was just basing it. Yeah. That's just greedy.
Yep.
Yep.
Caught shopping.
Caught shopping.
Never where you want to be, and unfortunately max range Nidalee spears do hurt. So, blue suede shoes, as we would say. Try to dodge that one out, but just
He was shopping for the shoes.
Shopping for the shoes. Couldn't find them. Finally gets them. Too little too late here. Fnatic taking down another tower. The tempo definitely in their favor. The gold following as well as they move up to 2K.
I mean, this is a pretty large gold lead for the time of the game.
We saw 2K gold leads at 40 minutes in our previous game. A 2K gold lead at 13. A little bit bigger difference.
Yeah, look at Spears just kind of nibbling away at the enemy jungle resources. Taking them all for himself. That's another spear. You can tell because Police's health bar is now half.
You can tell Nidalee's ahead because Police's health bar is now half, of course.
Power of deduction.
Crushing it, man. Moving forward, Nukeduck not feeling nearly as comfortable.
When is Febivin going to move to this side lane as well? Zed that's comfortable in the game usually ends up in the side lane. Reckless has cleared top lane, went bot lane, got that tower. Not yet is the mark for Fnatic, so just want him to get a little bit stronger here before they send him off.
Maybe hoping to finish up the Maw there before moving off to the side. Essentially, the Youmu's does have to deal with the Trundle if he wants to go to the side lane. Could be tough. Trundle, of course, though, itemizing the MR. Zed as well, so neither one particularly well itemized against the other.
Yeah, Mighty Bear is not pathing that efficiently, very following behind, very much so in farm. So Featherman, the early pressure he has had a large mark on this game. He forced Mighty Bear to go mid, loses jungle, Spirit outpaced him, stole his red buff. Now he's doing blue buff. Is he just going to take that for himself? I think he needs to.
I mean, continuing to move forward as well. Rod of Ages pieces coming in from Spirit, not even rushing to the Rylai's, as we so often see, so far ahead that he's comfortable.
Yeah, he's holding it right now, so wasting so much time. Look at what Spirit's doing right now. Just like entire enemy jungle's clear. Mighty Bear is this correct spawning now, but they're so far away in the map, so it's rough right now. Getting contested for vision. Yellowstar's moving in. That's a bit deep though, Yellowstar. Fate Skull is luckily available for him.
Toss him out, toss him right back in. Fox stopping the advance there. Yellowstar slowed up for just a bit. Bonk ready to come over the wall. Zed responding as well.
Yeah. That Fate's Call pick is really, really good for Fnatic because Yellowstar has shown this tendency to go ham. We don't know it if he's calculating in the fact that he has Fate's Call.
Or if he's just going ham.
Or he's just going out and then discovering it mid-issue. It's like, I guess, yeah.
I have reevaluated the situation. I would now like to leave.
I would like to withdraw. Beam me up, Scotty.
Moving back, though, of course, Vitality still making moves to stay ahead in this game. Split push threat coming in from Cabo, continuing to grow as he finishes up that Ravenous Hydra. No boots necessary. He's just playing some PvE at the moment.
Are you equating Gamsu as a minion? It's a little harsh.
Wow. Way to spin it that way, thank you.
I can't believe you said that, Sigma.
Crepo, PR master.
Yeah, clearly.
Been considered running for office. Moving in, I mean, of course, game still relatively even. Fnatic maintaining their lead, looking to extend it to 3K as we push forward because Spirit continues to dominate the jungle. Rod of Age as well on the way. With Vitality, they're hungry for blood.
Yeah, Police, Sword Collection. Yomus, 3 longswords. He's packing a lot of heat right now.
Moving in.
200 raw as well. See the predict from Kasing.
Make his way out of here. Nice barrel to get them off of him, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Gomsu, the slow burn as Vitality grab another one, but Fnatic, they're hungry for the mid lane. They've got so much power here.
All right, can they block the calling here? Calling is available. Yellowstar moved away. They still have enough minions.
They're still going to come ahead in the end. I feel like this is exactly what we saw from Origen in the 7 Unicorns of Love earlier today, trying to make proactive moves, but not being aware of what the potential cost could be. Spirit, though.
Forced off.
Certainly a lot of map movement. Spirit tracking down the enemies. The rest of Fnatic descending upon Vitality slowly but surely. Maybe looking to find the fight here. Nuke Duck hovering as well. It's a race to make it into this fight. Vitality ready to stand their ground. They have the Lamb's Respite. They need to stay grouped. Nuke Duck on the way, Police on the way, but Fnatic are going to get here sooner. Febevin not jumping in, throws him in. Beam me up, Scotty. Yellowstar making his way on the front line. Cabo moving forward. Kasing, he's going to drop. Moving in, and Spirit and the rest of the team taking control. Cabo next on the list. Nuke Duck looking for the flank. I don't think he has enough damage to kill Spirit. It's not going to be there. Fnatic taking control.
Yeah, I really like the way Fnatic played out that fight. Yellowstar, really good overview. Gets connection on 1. Doesn't go for the kind of the panic stun lock on Mighty Bear. Like, I have to make this move right now. Mighty Bear ended up not ulting though. But then he tags Cabochard on the way out, slows him down enough for Gamzu to keep him busy, and then they managed to run him down. So this is Vitality getting kind of out-rotated.
And now very much in a deficit. 5K gold lead over to Fnatic. Dragon live for them to take if they want it, and the team owns the top side of the map. Spirit already owned this jungle. Now he's got the vision there to back him up as well, and Fnatic can take just about any fight they want.
Spirit's like, your jungle? My jungle.
My theory is that Spirit is colorblind and just always goes wherever he wants to go in the jungle and just assumes that it's always his.
Yeah. Yeah, fantastic theory. I don't have any proof to denounce it, therefore it must be true.
Ah, yes. Wondrous, isn't it? Moving in, though, Fnatic more than happy to have this Mountain Drake. They've already been burning through towers fast enough. Let's take a look at that play one more time.
Yeah, they're not committing until guys seeing. Look, there's this Q here, and then the flash ulti from Yellowstar. Kind of wondering why Mighty Bear didn't pop his ulti. probably just got more damage than he expected and was really trying to make the play as efficient as
Oh.
possible. Nuketug is
Goodbye.
dead. That was indeed his corpse. You can also tell that he's dead because there's a red number ticking down on the right side.
His portrait is slightly darker than it normally is as well.
Yeah.
Do you write the tips that people see during the loading screen, by the way?
Some of them are slightly outdated. No, I do not, actually. I just cast.
How we expected more from Gamsu. Trying to get aggressive, but maybe bite off just a bit more than he can chew here in these exchanges. Probably no stranger to that. Oh, quick blue buff pickup. Looks like it went over to Spirit in the end.
Yeah,
Vitality
Vitality still in mid lane though.
Yeah. Vitality really just struggling to hold on to anything. It's a slow choke out as Fnatic just continue to take advantages. They own the jungle.
Yeah, it's when you play two similar comps that are kind of pointed at the early game. In a snowball, whoever gets the lead obviously has a lot easier game to play. Teams have gotten so good at closing out these early game advantages too, just taking away enemy resources, not tunneling on kills unless they result in a kind of tied-in objectives. Go for kill plus tower. The biggest man here for Vitality is Cabochard on that side lane. Maybe that's why Fevin is still playing the mid lane. Trying to fight Reckless for farm though, because as this game progresses, nobody really wants to be the guy on the side lane against LeBlanc, especially not a Kalista without her support. And without your support in the mid lane, it's hard to take full control of the map. So we'd like to see Fevin change lanes over to a side lane soon.
Does have the 2 items as well as the boost of swiftness. A very solid option to go in, but we're going to take a look at that 1v1. Oh, 2v1. Moves in, moves out, throws down some abilities. That was
dirty.
Super clean. Febivin, there's a reason why we get excited every time Febivin takes his head.
Yeah, that was actually out of nowhere. It's like Nuketug really has to be scared this game. Right now getting collapsed on 2.
Oh, Spear lands. That could be the death sentence they're looking for. Instant pop here. Febivin on a killing spree. Fnatic.
No room for Nuketug in this game. Constantly getting challenged. Every move he makes, every minion wave he tries to get. Right now, more for Febivin.
Locked up. No death mark available quite yet. Is trying to run in. Runs back into the Lamb's Respite. Great play. It's going to pop. He's going to spin. Members are going to go down. Spirit grabs one. Febivin grabs the other. That's the rampage for the van in the mid.
Yeah, and it started with just a 2,000 gold lead at 30 minutes of the game and spiraling out of control right now. Fnatic up 8,000 gold already and not looking to stop. They want more.
Crushing, moving forward. They've got the Fed in Italy. They've got Ballista to make sure that they can take this one safety. Everything going in the favor of Fnatic. This Baron, just a product of the massive lead that they've accrued.
Yeah, definitely. So Fnatic definitely, they're going to win this game. We almost have to call it out with this. So we need to judge them on execution right now.
Yeah.
See how well all the closing machine is for Fnatic. They have all the tools they need. Vitality drafting a similar composition in the sense that their wave clear is very lacking. Nuketug was out of options. All gap closers used. The mistakes already made. The fact that you were in a position overextended and you have no cross maps. Like, it's fine to be this far out with a LeBlanc. The problem is, if you play these compositions, usually you have something to punish your team for trying to hunt you down with 4 or 5 members, and you can buy so much time. But there was nothing. Vitality was too far back on the map, so Nuketug was just simply overextending.
Cannot afford to make those mistakes when you're already behind. You're talking about he just doesn't have space to play on the map, and Fnatic, they're not just looking for kills. Every time they get the opportunity, they go in. Febivin, pop, pop. Can't say it better myself. Just gets the fadeaway kill there. Almost disrespectful, the confidence he has. But that one's going to work out, and now they've taken down the Mighty Bear. They're moving down to bottom lane.
The Mighty Bear.
The Mighty Bear.
The Reckless and the Alistar.
The spirit of Fnatic. Moving forward, though, Vitality, I mean, this is just...
This is slaughter.
Yeah.
Out of all things considered, though, tying against the Fnatic as Vitality has to be, I think, a result they would sign for starting the week.
And we have to remember that they still have so many new pieces, whereas Yellowstar, yeah, technically, he spent some time away from the roster, and maybe they have to get back into the swing of things. But this is the team that should feel pretty comfortable playing together.
Yeah, they're playing at least from the same set of puzzle pieces. Like, oh yeah, this piece, we've used this before, we can put it back in there.
Yeah.
It's like, for Vitality,
they're a kid with a
knife. They've got like...
Cutting them into shape.
Cutting them into shape, but they're playing with 3 boxes, you know? When you mix your puzzles.
Yeah. We'll figure out which puzzle they finish to move through the season, but right now, things not quite perfect, although an impressive Game 1 performance. Fnatic absolutely dominating here in Game 2.
Who's going down next here?
Oh, Spirit. Bevan picks a target, he points, he clicks, he throws some shots, but it's not going to be enough. Good
Yellowstar
movement.
goes in.
Moving forward, Yellowstar, they're going to find the stun. 2 go down. It's the trade back and forth. The police dropping as well. Nuke Duck jumps back in. What goes down? That's a disaster. Fnatic, they're going to even up the set 1-1 in what we can safely say is the most one-sided victory we have seen this season. Absolutely an insane performance, and one that Fnatic can be proud of. Closing out the week with 4 points. The 2-0 yesterday, 1-1 today. These guys have to be feeling happy.
I mean, we're about to find out.
Maybe. Should play by play, takes off the headset.
Steps away from the chair, moves chair back before getting up.
Oh,
Position.
headset. They're dropping. Players stand.
Let's
Okay.
see, do they opt in for the handshake or the hug? It's a hybrid.
Supporting hand. on the
They're not
shoulder.
that happy.
Yeah.
4 out of 10. It's like judging synchronized diving, you know, you gotta aim for the details. Yeah, the series ties up here.
1-1 overall, and looking forward, I think Fnatic have to be pretty happy to come back confidently in that exchange overall.
Finally get
We're
my
gonna shake the
handshake.
players' hands. You probably, you can't see this on camera. Thank you, camera. That's good. It's good. Good game, boys.
It's the closest I get back to being on the stage. I can't go for the handshake myself anymore, but I can shake them.
If I touch your hand, it's like I played League of Legends competitively again.
Yes, challenger. I will never wash this hand again.
Mitch Krupp of Warspool is a super fan.
Yeah. No, please.
But of course,
I'll take all these guys on board. I have already.
They just ban it. I think they get 3 bans, Kreppo. You're going to need to deepen your champion pool.
There's no room for that anymore. One trick or bust. Anyways, good series here.
Yep,
Pretty
100%.
convincing victory of Fnatic. Similar styles come out. For me, 2 players really took control of the game. Spirit and Febiven. But I think it was still Febiven with his early trades here, forcing Nuke out of the lane. Yes, he didn't get anything. He then managed to still play aggressive while being down in summoners. And it was the chain reaction, the ripple effect. Mighty Bear was forced to kind of sit around the mid lane, pick up some of that CS. And then Spirit took that opportunity and he took away all the jungle from Mighty Bear. He then snowballed that, and then Fnatic as a team closed out the series. Reckless consistently playing well, safe on the side lanes, taking all these towers. So as a unit, Fnatic definitely performed.
I think so overall. I mean, Gamsu taking a weaker lane phase overall, but working out for the team as a whole, you know, making that sacrifice, giving up that pressure so that it can be placed elsewhere. And this looks like an excellent start for the team as a whole.
Yeah. Tank manager Quay on stage there too. Together with Daylor, they still have things to work on.
Absolutely. And as do Vitality, but I think for week 1, to start up with some changes on the rosters on both sides, both teams can be reasonably happy walking away with 4 points.
Yeah, and
2 points for Vitality.
2 points for Vitality, 4 for Fnatic. Fnatic was also the team that was closer to winning this series. I mean, a very close game 1 and an absolute blowout in game 2. Vitality, they need to find some consistency because they had the same thing happen to them kind of day 1. I need to see what they bring out next week. Obviously need some time. They obviously now have 4 games under their belt. That is the benefit of the best of 2 system as opposed to just the mere 2 they would have had last season.
And one thing that we know for sure is that when they have Lissandra, when they have these picks where they can force fights on their terms, they are an incredibly strong roster. But we have to look forward for them and wonder what else can they bring to the table as the 6-10 meta evolves moving forward, and if people just continue to ban this Lissandra away from Nuke Duck, what they're really going to opt for, because the LeBlanc, despite 2 poor performances,
it's not working out here. But it's still correlation, causation. You know, is it just Nuke Duck's LeBlanc, or is it the framework he is put in? What we can kind of conclude is that 6.10 is, for me, an exciting meta.
Yeah.
Gone are the days of just the tanks in the top lane. There is different priorities for different teams. Like, some teams are still playing Swain, for example. We now see much more diversity in the mid lane too. It's no longer just Azir and Ryze. I mean, Ryze is still the
must ban.
He's like the
right?
Alistar of worlds, like the permabans. Like, get him out, and then we can maybe start talking about champions. But like we've seen Lissandra, Ryze, not Ryze then, Lissandra, Zed, LeBlanc. We've seen maybe some Swain being played. Vladimir, Victor is back. Seen some really cool Victor. I mean, and it's really fun to see the slightly tweaked Victor played by a phenomenal player. I had had the fortune to be carried by Fox, who's clearly in wrong elo on a game of Victor, and things he did with that champion makes me excited to see more of a lot of these mid laners here in the EULCS.
Yeah, and the performance we saw from him yesterday was really exciting as well. And Zed coming out, LeBlanc, aggressive assassin picks, Fizz in the mid lane for perks yesterday. Yep. Control mages, you've got a great engage options, interesting top lane picks, both in terms of tanks and in damage. Bot lane, as Mithy said yesterday, no meta. But one man who's no stranger to picks in the meta, one man who's always happy to use Nidalee is standing by with Pyrotechnic on the side. So we're going to toss it over to him and see what he has to say.
Thank you very much, Sif. I'm joined by the jungler for Fnatic, Spirit. Congratulations on your win. You drew the series at 1-1, and those games couldn't have been more different. What changed within the team that made you want to go for this really aggressive start in Game 2 with all the assassins and you jumping in crazy on the Nidalee versus in Game 1?
We changed play style. First game, I think we are too scared. We just afraid the enemy double TP. Lysandre have TP. We got TP flank is kind of doomed. So we don't want to do this. So we just play safe. But I think this playing is really bad. It was, I don't want to remember.
well, Game 2 certainly looked a lot cleaner from you guys and a lot more decisive. It was really, really crazy between you and Febiven running around on the map. But you got your hands on Nidalee finally. You've been playing Lee Sin the rest of the split. With Kindred Nidalee pretty much being first pick banned all the time, what do you make of the jungle priority right now? And do you agree with what everyone thinks is strong?
I think now jungle is important thing is need a 2v2 or 3v3 strong pick, I think. So Nidalee is really best jungle speed, so he can do whatever he wants, you know. But Kindred is really strong at gank. Yes.
Well, they clearly agree with you on that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think tier 1 is Kindred and Nidalee, and the second is whatever, yeah.
Fair enough. So pretty much what everyone agrees with. I want to ask you a little bit about your jungling opponent too. Mighty Bear, another Korean coming into the European LCS. You've only gotten to play against him today. What do you make of him as a player? Do you think he's very strong? He's been hyped up a lot.
I'm not sure now because he must have communication issue, maybe, because he's Korean. He went to Europe just 2 weeks or something. Yeah, because first week is a spring split, I have same issue, communication issue, so maybe, yeah. I'm not sure about him.
Well, you certainly have, looks like you guys and your communication is really, really firmed up. How much of that is on Yellowstar, by the way? How is it playing with the old and now new Fnatic support?
Actually now, it's really stable for me because I can just do my job. But before, for me, I need to care about so many things. Yeah.
So it's a lot easier.
I really love it, actually. Sorry, Clay, my bad.
Well, I'm sure he forgives you. It's nice to see that you guys are having a little bit more easier of a time jiving. For that, though, we are going to go ahead and send it back to the analyst desk to break down the 1-1 on the day for Fnatic and Vitality. Take it away.
Thank you, Pyra. Oh, I love interviews with Spirit. He always just speaks his mind. Obviously, he didn't mean anything bad with that. He just means that Yellowstar is bringing stability to the team, something that, of course, we were thinking about, well, we had no proof of it, but it seems that that role of him, that shot calling now, is fixing a lot of the things that they wanted to work on.
Yeah, the return of Yellowstar is really great to see. I do like having him back. I was curious as to how much of an impact he would have, and just based on what Spirit said, it's like, oh, it's so much easier now. I can just do my job. Everyone can just fit into their roles comfortably, and we saw that a lot more in their game. Febiven on the Zeds. We saw Reckless on the Kalista. He brought it out yesterday, and he had a great game on it today. Gamsu on the Gragas, another interesting top lane that we're seeing more of. It's really nice to see Fnatic being back to what they used to be.
Yeah, what do you make of that? The fact that, of course, we saw Zac for Gamsu in Game 1, then the Gragas, not the things that most people are going for now. Obviously, Gragas is a viable top lane pick, but why do you think he's playing around with that?
Well, right now, Maokai, Echo, and Trundle seem to be the triage of top laners. So when you take those out of the equation, you have to wonder, well, what are we going to next? And Fnatic are being like, well, there's a bunch of stuff we can play. Zac, we have the engages. He's a little bit weird with the teleport engages, because once you teleport in from the flank, you then kind of have to slingshot, and it's a little bit weird, but you have that engage potential. Gragas is a little bit more reliable. But Fnatic seem to just not afraid to pick out these interesting picks and varying up their playstyles.
Yeah, very interesting. Of course, our eyes were on the mid lane. You brought it up. What if we see the LeBlanc again from Yukdok? And so it happened. Febiven on his signature Z. How much did that matchup, do you think, determine the outcome of the match?
Well, it seems to be that Vitality tend to live or die by Nukduk. And right now, the fact that he played that LeBlanc, he couldn't get the impact that he really wanted up against the Z, I think hurt Vitality because they were trying to make plays around the map. They were looking for picks, and they just couldn't quite find them. It wasn't the same Vitality that we saw in Game 1. And the Z into LeBlanc matchup is typically a skill matchup, but the problem for the LeBlanc is if you don't get ahead during the laning phase, you are forced into a Zhonya's, and that is not the ideal build path that you want to be going on a LeBlanc, so your impact in the mid game tends to fall off, whereas with the new Black Cleaver, because of how cost efficient it is, it's actually really efficient on the Z. So the longer the game goes where it's even, Zed slowly starts to pull ahead. And then you get that fantastic outplay, the 1v1 with Febiven against Nukduk to just solidify their victory. And once that had happened, you just know, yeah, well, Nukduk's donezo. There's nothing else he's going to be able to do in this game moving forward.
And with that, Nukduk was player of the game in Game 1. Febiven is player of the game for us in this one. You know, it's one thing to pick that champion, but he played well on it. The entire team played well around it. And so he is our player of the game. I do want to touch on Vitality. As we say, you say live or die by Nukduk. So we need to take a look at what else has changed on that lineup. And obviously that is jungle and the AD player, Police. What have you seen from them so far?
So Police has just been solid. I feel like he's not overperforming, but he's not underperforming. He's not someone that is resulting in the team losing, but then he's also not being that standout carry. So Police, he's just kind of filling his role as just kind of like the AD carry that does the damage, kind of what he needs to be. But Vitality with Hyanan, when you think back to Hyanan playing a lot of Sivir, playing very much around these team fights, I feel like they're still getting used to that change in dynamic. They're still taking their time adapting to Police, and the synergy between Police and Kasing is something that's still growing. Mighty Bear, maybe a couple communication issues. I mean, his English isn't awful, but I think he is still fitting into a new team that has quite a lot of weight on them. Vitality were considered a top contender. They are still considered a top contender in this summer split. So I think that, as Spirit said, he had a couple issues integrating and communicating at the start, but it got better over time. And I think it's the same case for Mighty Bear.
Yeah, actually, I think we can see some similar storylines for both Fnatic and Vitality. If then not the fact that Yellowstar is, of course, kind of slotting right into that lineup, as he said in an interview also yesterday. They ended on 1-1, and as for an update on what happened over in the LCS arena, G2 has earned their second 2-0 of the week after shutting out Giants. Well, we kept an eye on that matchup as well. Fizz was going off, Kiki's Fizz in 2 of those games, and Giants did put up somewhat of a fight, especially in Game 2.
In the early game, things were going pretty well for Giants, but that was about the only good thing that was going on for Giants. Moving forward, it was just very much G2 demonstrating their performance, showing you why they were the spring season champions. And when you acquired that insanely powerful bot lane in Sven and Mithy, it's simply a matter of if we just do our thing and Giants, you do your thing, then it's just going to be a slow bleed out for G2. So just another standard day, another day in the office for G2.
Another day in the office, and 4-0 on the two first
great
days
way
of
to
the summer
start.
split. Yeah, can't change, can't start any better. Rather, well, that is it for the competition here in the studio. We are going to tune into EULCS1, where H2K and Schalke 04 are taking to the stage. We'll catch up with you later today.
Action in the early game from these two junglers as well, and it could snowball either way, obviously. We've seen both Jankos and Gilles give up early kills and then fall really far behind. Funny enough, what happened for Jankos yesterday in the first game they played.
Well, we'll find out what Jankos can do. Let's take a look at the lineups and everybody else that's around him, because starting on the blue side, it is going to be H2K. Odo in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Ryu in the mid lane, Freeze the AD carry, Vander the support, and of course their returning coach, Prolly.
Yeah, and on the other side, we have Schalke, of course, here. Looking very fancy once we cut over to the guys, with Steve up in the top lane. Gilles in the jungle, Fox in the mid lane, Mr. Rallis as the AD carry, Spraddle on support. Coach is Nif still behind the team. Great start for him. And it's funny with these Schalke guys, because when you talk to them, they have so much confidence now. And they're so happy because they put so much effort into this off-season, started practicing before any other team almost, played so many different scrims. And I just asked like Gilles yesterday, I'm like, what happened, right? Like, what did you guys improve on? And he's like, you know what? Everything.
Well,
everything. It's like macro, shotgun, whatever, individual skill, everything.
Hold that thought. Welcome to everybody over on EULCS2. You have joined us for the final series of the day. It is H2K taking on Schalke 04 in their very own best of 2. H2K, they picked up a draw yesterday, and Schalke, of course, they went 2-0 just in time for picks and bans. It's almost like you couldn't have planned this any better. We touched on how good Gilius and Jankos were yesterday. Straight out the gate, a Nidalee ban. Not a real surprise there.
Also, Vladimir, H2K were prepared for Schalke because they actually banned Vladimir yesterday as well in both the games. And of course, we saw a great performance from Schalke on that specific champion against Unicorns of Love. So I understand the ban. It is a champion right now who is extremely good, but also by some teams still fairly underrated. Not H2K, however, they understand. They also maybe don't feel too comfortable playing against a very good Vladimir player, and therefore they just remove it. Same for Schalke, by the way, as yesterday, just Nidalee Rise. They actually didn't ban anything as the last ban because they had like 3 S-tier picks open. They wanted to give one over to H2K and pick 2 or to Unicorns of Love in that game. But here, I do expect them to have a last ban.
All right, let's find out what that last ban will be. Rounding out H2K was a Fizz taken off the table. And the final ban will be Lucian. So removing that from Freeze, that is interesting. Freeze yesterday actually had kind of a mixed bag of performances. He was outclassed by Steelback in game 1. And then game 2, after 20-25 minutes when his team let him play, because Jankos really performed exceptional yesterday. And he's got his hands on Kindred on that first pick.
No big surprise. Nidalee being banned away, leaving Kindred as the best available jungler. But Elise and Rek'Sai are perfectly fine picks to lock in for Schalke.
It was Elise that Gilius went off on, wasn't it?
It was. And you don't have to pick it in the first rotation as Schalke. You can wait and instead get other high priority picks, which is exactly what they're doing. Braum specifically, I really like. I think he is the best of the melee supports. And it's like him and Bard are my 2 favorites right now. I have gone to the school of Crepo and I've learned all the stuff about Bard. But Braum is really, really strong, especially in this teamfight meta where he has such a high impact.
Well, let's find out if Vanda wants to run the risk of that particular champion, or if it's too early in the draft. You can see Ryu chatting away, as is Prolly. And for H2K, they've got to decide what they run into Victor. It's a pretty safe lock-in here for Fox. And with Vladimir and Rise taken off the table,
I mean,
where do they look?
There's a LeBlanc for Rio. We've seen Lissandro being played by Nukeduck really well. Azir is perfectly fine here as well if H2K want to go very standard, want to match some of the late game team fighting. But the reason we see so much Victor coming in as these blind picks is because he doesn't have the same amount of counters as Azir has right now. Like, Avaro's pick is really good into Azir as an example. So if you pick Azir early, you set up for that poke composition. But Victor is just very safe overall. He can lane against basically everything and just scale into late game. And then he will always have an impact.
Yeah, gets the point that Chaos Storm can just one-shot somebody.
We love it.
When it eventually ticks. Caitlyn and Echo locked in here for H2K. Pretty safe lock-ins. Freeze actually went for the Trap Max yesterday. Really zone control heavy, really making sure to play the lines. Unfortunately, he fell pretty far behind, so he didn't have the damage once the zone was created. And Maokai and Siva locked in for Schalke, so they really want to run at you. They really
nothing here is surprising.
Kill something in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, Schalke is the most standard generic team fighting composition we have right now in this meta. Obviously, you can then argue maybe not Siva every time, but because Caitlyn is picked and Lucian is banned, so she just pops up there and she works so well with Maokai and Victor, who benefits a lot from extra mobility. So I really like the pick. I think Schalke is running a very, very good composition. A lot of tools, especially towards the late game, where H2K have a bit of a split pusher in the Echo. Obviously not like you're going to destroy the Maokai, but you do have pressure up there in the lane. Can lock in a mid lane again, like Lissandra or LeBlanc, and play 1-3-1 comp, try and play around the big team fight of Schalke. Or you just match it and say, you know what, you want a team fight? We're going to team fight.
See if whose team fight's better.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically it.
Boil down to.
That's basically it.
Who's going to get themselves into the lead? It will be an Alistair lock-in here for Vanda. Once again, frontline. Once again, some team fight presence. And it will combo very well with that peel that he may want to buy some time for Freeze on Caitlyn.
Yeah, so we might see Schalke now say we want a physical damage jungler, because we have Maokai top, we have Victor mid lane. We want to smooth it out here for these big fights. So Rek'Sai and Lee Sin are the 2 options we would normally see in the jungle as physical damage dealers. We also know Gillis is a great Lee Sin player, but in the past when he's played it, we've seen him go off and be like fantastic, and then we've seen him be afraid of pulling some of the big plays. So I'm a little bit 50-50 on it, but I think with the way he played yesterday, if he can do the same and he's not afraid, Lee Sin can work for him.
There was absolutely no fear on his Elise yesterday. However,
he got fed every kill as well, by the way. He just walked into the river and Move was like, I'm dead. Okay, here's my gold.
And I think because of that play, there we go, last second switch. So it is going to go back to the champion that allowed Gilius to pick up that Player of the Game award in the second of the series. And it will give us a fairly well-rounded composition, I feel, from Schalke. They've got some good team fights, some good pick opportunities, some good skirmish, and even wave clear to boot. This early game could be very, very impactful for both teams.
Yeah, both teams run a ton of wave play here. Definitely not going to be one of the issues for the teams. Engage-wise, well, we have Maokai Sivir on one side, you have Echo flanking, and then the Alistar flash engages on the other side. So both compositions kind of have a bit of everything, and we will get one of these games where we might not see 20 kills the first 20 minutes, but then once we start hitting 2 or 3 items, we get these big explosive team fights happening over and over around Dragons, around Barons. And there's great scaling, again, on both sides. I mean, I think they just kind of agreed, guys, you know what, let's just teamfight composition straight away. No split pushing, we don't care about it, just teamfight.
Oh, that sounds like music to my ears.
I mean, yeah, and if the play-by-play dream.
If there's something I have seen from the EULCS1 games today is that there's been a lot of fights around Dragon, especially during the opening series of the day. Here's your team compositions, guys, if you have just joined us, and thank you to everybody from EULCS2 who has just joined us. Hashtag H2K win or hashtag S04 win. Heard a great question from the Splice Boys earlier saying, should there be a new hashtag? Hashtag spy tie, for example, because they've had 2 1-1 results.
Yes, maybe. If you think it's going to be a tie from game 1.
Hey, you never know. It is now a result that can actually happen.
We've had a few, but also some 2-0s.
I absolutely love the energy. Thank you guys here in the arena. Unfortunately, there is a quick pause as one of the game clients has crashed on load-in. We will get them to reset that quickly and jump back in. And I didn't actually see which skin Steve is running because I hope it is the football Maokai skin.
Not the cat skin?
No, not when...
the crazy cat lady Maokai?
No, I've had enough of the right meow for meow. But we'll see if anybody's going to run it later.
That was sad.
Yeah, I know.
That was really sad.
I haven't cast with you
that
yet.
That was sad. That was terrible.
I've got to welcome the summer split with a pun, you know.
That's fine. So H2K, and yeah, I'm just going to move on here. And Schalke. Not only do we have these compositions who love to teamfight late game, and it's very standard, right? Keystones are looked at in the loading screen. Standard. Nothing really stands out. No one is running double TP either. We have exhaust on Rio. We have heal on the Victor as well. I mean,
so what about lanes versus non-standard lanes? Do you think anybody really wants to avoid getting into a specific matchup?
I mean, you can lane basically everything here. Echo does have a slight advantage early on against Maokai. Caitlyn straight up against the Sivir as well is better for the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
But then you have the Braum who can assist a little bit more unless the Alistar can then all in with the Caitlyn, obviously on the Sivir. So I think you can lane basically everything here, but there are small advantages to gain. Mid lane as well. Azir tends to push in the Victor, just slightly in the early game. Victor then gets his first Hex core, he can push it back. And then we basically look at the junglers. Like, it is about the junglers in the early game. Whichever lane they decide to gank, that's where we can start to see some snowballing.
Let's find out which lane that will be, Deficio. We are finally loading up here onto the Rift for the final series of Week 1 here in Europe. And of course, it is H2K taking on Schalke. Schalke looking to go undefeated in their first week. It would really, really make the team happy, considering the struggles that the squad had in the spring split.
Right, but a team who in the spring split also started really... Oh, I want to talk about this. This is the level 1 Schalke did yesterday, where they try and push the enemy mid laner back to his tower, so there's no vision behind the Victor, and then the Braum and his AD carry can sneak into this bush and try and surprise people, because they don't actually see them. If you stand in that little banana bush here and scout as an H2K member, you just see the entrance down to the river. You wouldn't actually see people snuck in through the mid lane bush. This time around, no one was waiting, but yesterday Move was sitting there, had to then flash away, and then died later on because he had no flash from level 1. So it actually is a planned strategy that the Victor goes so aggressive straight away. It's not just for fun. It is simply to make sure no one can see what's happening behind the Victor, and you can sneak into these bushes with the Braum.
I like that. I like seeing some of these adaptations and then figuring out the counter, predicting those moves.
Yeah,
Once your
don't
opponent
wait at
start
that
making it
banana
happen.
bush and then you're fine.
Hey, it's one of those things you got to look at. Taking a quick look through the lane assignments. H2K, they seem to have initiated this lane swap. No deep vision for either squad. And Rals and Spratel, they are now going to head down to the bottom. And we've got ourselves a lane swap.
Yes, and I would like to welcome you to Stream 1, Trevor. Here we get Cloud Drakes. And the first one is a Cloud Drake as well. And that's how it works on this stream. You know, yesterday, out of all Drakes, we got Cloud Drake the most in the EULCS, 11 times. Second most was Mountain with 9, if I remember 100% correct.
Yep.
Otherwise, Spelzy is going to yell at me, and I will correct myself in about 30 seconds time.
There is one thing, though, that feels like a long time ago. Because
It is.
8 games have been played between then and now, and I've personally seen at least 6 Infernals. So today is all about those Infernal Drakes.
Except for here with Cloud.
Oh, okay, so this game, but as mentioned, there's 8. You don't have to be. You don't have to be 100% right.
I'm just trying to shoot you down. That's all.
Well, Freezer's trying to shoot this tower down. Going to have the support of Odo. He's going to get up here, probably a little bit ahead of Steve, who is joining Rawls and Sprottle, and you know, all standard here in terms of this 3v0 lane swap.
And I was so wrong, Trevor. I just got it in my ear right here. There's only been 1 Cloud Drake today in this stream.
There you go.
So, I lied to everyone.
You know, I was saying there was Infernals. You didn't want to give me the chance to get to it.
I've learned not to trust your opinion, Trevor.
Fair enough. I can understand. I can understand that. I'll let it go.
I'm just lying.
But it's Officio. Who's going to get the advantage here in terms of tempo? H2K.
Basically even at the moment, because you need to wait for these minions to die anyway, so it's going to be so close. All about how fast your AD carry support can recall. Schalke is actually staying, making sure this tower dies, and therefore they actually get the assist goal from it as well, but the same on top side, so not a whole lot dying at the same time. Sometimes we see lane swaps now, not specifically to dodge matchups, but because you want to have your bottom lane on the bottom side once the second tier 1 tower dies. And you just kill that tower and you potentially set up an early dragon for yourself. And it's something we can see more of when it's like Infernal Drakes or Mountain Drakes. Cloud obviously is not the exciting one, but I guess it's something.
Yeah. Something that people will fight over is what I've learned today. First backs off the towers have got Freezer's grabbed himself that Cull, and Mr. Rawls has gone for Boots Longsword, so a slight difference in approach in terms of itemization here. And nothing really else to speak of. Second Dawn's Ring for Fox's Victor, and the top laners still just doing the best they can to get XP and farm. Traditional Steve just marginally behind in XP.
Standard draft, standard keystone, standard lane swap so far. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy going on. And we're Schalke now, Trevor. Because they played so well yesterday, and then Unicorns beat OG today. So suddenly it's not like OG are just, Unicorns are just completely lost, right? No, as Schalke actually played well and they deserved the 2-0. I just want to see a series where it doesn't even matter if Schalke wins for me. It matters how well they play and how many mistakes they make. Because last split with Elements, they made so many of these mistakes. We just kept going like, why? Like, how did you mess that up? And then they fell behind and lost and did nothing, right? Yesterday, they didn't make those mistakes. And I want to see a series now from Schalke where it's a lot cleaner, close, matching up against H2K, and we get to see a more consistent team.
All right, consistency is what we're looking for. And Sprottle, as well as the rest of Schalke, they've got to this top outer turret. I think a little bit behind H2K. I feel like H2K will have a slight damage advantage, but it's 3 members of Schalke on that top tower.
And that's the thing, right? You can wait as a top lane and get a few more minions, but then obviously you will be later joining your team on the other side of the map when you have to take that tower. So even though H2K was slightly faster in the push because it was 3 on the side of Schalke, it will even out again. We keep the standard. No one gets a massive advantage just yet. Experience from top laners to keep you guys updated on a very exciting thing is so close to the defense, like 1 minion advantage for Steve at this point.
Well, 10 CS for Odo to 8 CS on Steve. Levels 3 each. Again, it's just standard. You know, there's nothing we're seeing here that is amazingly proactive, and nothing that is amazingly wrong either. So both teams just got to find their groove. One thing I didn't mention, Vander running the Flash Ignite on his support, Ryu, Flash Exhaust, Fox, Flash Heal. So single teleports on both sides. Seen quite a bit of double teleports throughout the week. So it's quite interesting that both mid laners opted away from it. Obviously, Victor, not your most amazing TP mid laner.
It's not too exciting as a Victor or an Azir to TP in and join the fight specifically, but some trading going on.
Yeah, pretty heavy trading. Gravity Field, Chaos Storm Fox is going all in, gets the stun. Chaos Storm continues to chase down. Ryu might get 1v1. Siphon power! First blood for Fox. Jankos arrives to follow it up.
And while Ryu would have gotten the kill anyway, because obviously Victor was on the tower here, Ryu just stayed and got stunned. That was really poorly played by Ryu. I'm almost 99% sure he could have walked out of it. Anyhow, early kills, and it's something Schalke did yesterday as well. A lot of action around mid lane, and always send members in to make sure you have 2 or 3 guys if a gank traps. Let's see, okay, Ryu is trading, so he stays still. He stays on the edge of it. Like, why? One more step, man, one more step. Obviously here the tower would most likely have secured him the kill anyway. Jankos comes in and helps his team and secures an assist for Ryu at least.
That he does. An additional flash blown on the side of H2K, so Jankos without that summer spell. And Odo1 and Steve, they're finally going toe-to-toe. Got themselves access to some solo lanes, and you know, Steve really stepped up yesterday. Had some very good games.
Steve had the best day ever for him, because his mid lane and jungler were just killing everything, and he was just kind of farming on the tank. Then he joins a team fight and he gets a few kills. So we're like, right, well, pretty good day for Steve. Didn't really have to do anything. But we know the viewers, they like to learn. They like to watch these pro gamers and pick up on stuff they can use in solo queues. So Ryu here taught you guys that do not stand in the stun of Victor. Just move out of it, otherwise you will probably die.
Gilius gets caught out by Odo1 there. Ryu slides in and punishes Gilius for trying to go for that blue buff steal. Down the bottom lane, Rawls and Spratel, they're on the tower.
Yeah, I think Schalke maybe expected 2 H2K members to be on bottom side because they were pushing in with Rawls and Spratel, and then Gilius tries to steal a buff even though his team isn't there to back him up. Gets punished. And H2K, slow and steady for them. Early kill for Jankos, early kill for Odo1, and despite Ryu obviously dying, nothing has gone terribly wrong.
When you look at the big picture, H2K are still up in global gold, farming relatively well, small advantages here and there. Jankos only a little sizable one, +10 over Gilius. And obviously the kills are going to help him out as well.
But again, this is what we talked about in Champs. Like, it's going to be one of these games where we probably won't see like super crazy action for a good 20 minutes, but then we start getting 2 items towards the 3rd item, and then we're going to get these big team fights. And don't worry, there will be a lot of kills happening.
Yeah, the moment Fox got level 7 or level 8 that was, he was able to instantly turn around on Ryu. Fox had fallen behind in CS in that matchup.
So we, again, you need that Hex core as well.
By the way, Ryu, Vand, and Jankos, they're just having a chill, you know. Got some s'mores out, chilling with, looking for an opportunity, but it's down bottom where some shenanigans could come down. Mr. Rawls eats a 90 caliber, Freeze is going to run for his life, Flash is used, heal is used, Steve teleports in, Odo's joined the fight as well, but it's Rawls that picks up the second for Schalke. Now Schalke turn their attention to Odo1. Chrono Break is available for Odo. Follow the ghost, he can jump
on the wrong
back
side.
in. The rest of H2K look to re-engage. Vanda does not have Unbreakable Will. Vengeful Maelstrom from Steve. They root the cow. The cow flashes away. Odo, Chrono Breaks to stay alive for a few seconds longer before Steve is taken down. Things have got messy, but it's Schalke that have got themselves 2 already. The Sand Soldiers fly forward, shutting down Rawls as Jankos picks up another, this time onto Gilius. Fox is going to run for his life. Lamb's Respite buys some time. The Death Ray tags Jankos and Ryu, but it's not enough for more. 3 for 2. Eat the chair. Jankos is running out of mana. Not enough for a dance, I don't think, and a zap and a pew. Fox gets the kill.
So it's H2K trying to set up a trap in the mid lane, but Schalke already gone down to the bottom side. They catch out Freeze very early. You can see the rest of H2K is in the river, and now Schalke is saying we just need to fully commit for this. If we kill the AD carry, the rest of our team is already here, and then we can still win the fight despite fighting in minions, despite the fact that Azir can put up a tower as well when he joins. So they're basically just swapped around here. Nowhere to go for Schalke but to fight their way out, basically.
I'm glad that they did. Gave us a very extended team fight. Schalke end the entire trade in a 4 for 3. They still come out in a better situation, but Ryu did so much damage to Fisher.
Yeah, a lot of damage, and then gets to put up the tower as well, but not enough in the end because a Victor on full HP can just keep chasing, and we said, you know, there's going to be a lot of team fights. I didn't expect it to be this early, but we'll take it.
Hey, you said 20 minutes, we got it at 10.
Yeah, we got it at 10.
I'm very happy with that. Right, we jump out of the replay. 5 kills to 5. Gold is even. The first dragon will be picked up here by Jankos, completely uncontested. And if you look down the scoreboard, 2 kills for Ryu, 2 kills for Jankos, that's single for Odo, versus 3 for Fox. So a little bit scary if Fox can get a good Chaos Storm down.
Yeah, I think if you look at, again, this 20-minute, 25-minute mark and the big team fights we're going to see there, these early kills will definitely benefit Schalke more, because 3 of them is straight on the Victor. If you get him straight to 2 items, and then obviously even more later, he just becomes such a monster very, very quickly. He wants to get that early, fully upgraded Hex core, which is expensive, obviously, to get. But once you have it, again, the ulti is so powerful. Rallis as well getting a kill. Definitely fine for Schalke that Steve only gets assist, and same for Gilles. You don't need your Elise to be fed. He's just going to be a tank late game anyway. And a much weaker tank than the likes of Marco, the likes of Echo, so you come more with the CC machine. But great for Schalke to get so many early kills on that mid laner. 2,000 gold he's recalling with now.
CC machine, very useful when Gilius is hitting a team, which he has been doing in his last few performances. So Tower is under a lot of pressure. Fox has been unable to recall, so despite the 2,000 gold, unable to convert that into actual combat stats. And I took a quick look at the Dragon Pit. The next one will be Mountain. As you see, Jankos and Vanda, they're going to be scouting out the area. Jankos grabs himself a Mark of the Kindred. I think that's his second one. His way to Devour, and there you go. Hex core upgraded, spending all that
13
moolah.
minutes in. I mean, that is quick. You just fully upgraded on this Victor, and again, it's because his ulti is so extremely powerful at this point, and you need to stay on targets, because it keeps ticking every 2 seconds for the full 6-second duration. And when you then have someone who can run away from it, obviously you don't get the full value of your ulti, but because it's faster, you're not going to run anywhere, and it will, if you stay in it, destroy you in the late game.
A lot of damage to play with on the side of Schalke. Odo is going to jump onto Steve. One of those saplings comes out. Steve is going to get cut down where he stands. Running out of mana means the Maelstrom time. Ooh. Defensive flash!
And that's
he makes it! Flash fail! Both of them!
Oh my God!
Hashtag LCS, big plays! That's a big wall!
Steve even showed where to flash over the wall. You can't do it everywhere on that wall. That's why he flashes at the right moment. The rest of H2K could literally walk to that spot and flashed as well, but they just kept moving around. At least there was coordination. Face planning at the same time.
That was an oopsie.
Yeah, I see where you kind of walk away and just laugh at it, but...
I have to ask the analyst desk for PGL to maybe do a replay of that one. We'll see whether or not we can get that wish to come true.
Fighting.
Fox flashes over the Emperor's Divide after Ryu's engage. They trade summoner spells 1 for 1 as the mid lane tower gets chunked down. Jankos takes a massive damage from that Death Ray and Boomerang Blade. Schalke, very successful siege without even having a full minion wave.
Keep in mind, they have flash advantage after what happened on the top side. And also, they just have the better positioning coming in, forcing a H2K away. I like how Schalke is setting it up. They're not going straight for the dive. They're just saying, basically, we can't dive you, so you have to now step away from your tower, and we can just slowly but surely hit your tower and take it down. So just very smart play. And again, something we didn't see from the Schalke team in the last split. They would have ran straight into that tower dive and just gone crazy. Or they would have done the opposite and actually never engaged in anything, and we would have stand here for 40 minutes, and we would have like 1 kill.
You sound really salty about the spring splits, but...
I'm just so happy to see a change. You know,
Right.
I like when
Progression.
teams are realizing their mistakes, also making a good roster change, and then coming in more prepared, playing much better. It makes me happy, but I just sound salty because I'm a very negative person.
That makes sense. Now we need to continue to look at this performance, because the Victor into Azir matchup was one that we knew was going to do well in the mid game for Victor. But Schalke need to make use of this advantage they have, because as the game continues to play out, Ryu's going to start completing some of these recipes and continue to grow and continue to be a major, major threat for Schalke.
Right, and one of the things Azir can do in the mid game has kind of been taken away from Ryu, because we've actually had more action going on in other lanes. Because normally, again, in this matchup, Azir can set up these shuffles where he forces a flash from the Victor, and then you gank him a second time, and then you kill him when he has no flash. You can't do that when there's constant fighting in side lanes, and also fighting against Steve.
That's a very aggressive play from Vanda. He flashed over the wall. Fox comes in to try save Steve's life. Steve's in trouble, down to 200 hit points, and it's Jankos that picks up the kill.
Look at the bottom lane.
H2K threw everything at the kill, and they will lose themselves a tower, but get an outer in reply.
Yeah, definitely worth it here for H2K, catching Steve when he's moving down from the top lane. Rest of Schalke on the bottom side, obviously not expecting H2K to wait in their jungle. Mid tower again taking more damage. Rest of Schalke is on their way. Steve does have teleport in 5 seconds.
5 seconds
and
for
Freeze is
Steve
gone.
to come to life. Freeze is not even there. This
H2K
could
needs to run.
be a 5v4. H2K puts the tower down. They're going to fight on the Sun Disc, and they have to make this work.
Oh,
Fox is caught, gets pushed into the gravity field. That'll stun up some of H2K, but Fox is already down before the storm can come out. There's Rolls from the sideline. Steve's in trouble. Gilius is in trouble. Here comes Sprottle. They've traded mid laners, but Steve is already dead. He TP'd in just to get cut down. 1 for 2.
Ryu saved the day. That play was so important for H2K because it was a 5v4. Yes, okay, there was a turret being set up by H2K, but still, Schalke could have engaged in. No AD carry for H2K even close by, but because of this move from Ryu, they take down the Victor so early. Rest of Schalke can't react in time. Look at Rylus as well, pathing around the tower here. In the end, he can't really decide where to go. And suddenly H2K comes out ahead, even though Freeze is still in the river. He's running. I don't think he will even join to get a single hit down. Nope. He got a heal though. He got
a heal.
Put a heal. Ah, he got 1 hit in the end. Well done, Freeze.
Not a huge amount of damage to work with. We've not mentioned it yet, but Freeze only Hurricane and Pickaxe. So he's still trying to get himself to a comfortable position. Takes some time. But luckily for H2K, Ryu does a very good job. Gilius and Sprottle put damage down into Vander. There's no unbreakable will, so this might be a kill. No! The minion taxi over the wall. Vander's able to save his own life.
I'm not a smart man, Trevor. I just got some tea and I instantly started drinking it, and it's really hot.
It's been a long day for you, Fisher, hasn't it? I think I can feel it. There's that Mountain Drake at spawn. Schalke will get their hands into this one. No contest from side of H2K.
All right, I'm back.
Schalke continue to even out this game. They've got an additional tower over their opponents. They'll even out those dragons is what I was trying to get at.
Such a hero play before though from Rio. Also the most fed member from Schalke he managed to take out before the fight even starts. I like how twice now we've had these big team fights already where you're trying to catch people when they're basically further towards your base than their own, and they have nowhere to run. They just have to fight their way out. Even if you don't want to fight, you don't have a choice. And then we get some of these small outplays, big outplays even in the case of Rio here.
Yeah.
A lot of action already. We're not even 20 minutes in. So.
19 minutes in. This time around, I think there's enough damage to kill the Herald. I've seen it been attempted in this time frame multiple times, only to run out of time. This time it will be secured. So H2K, secure their Herald, donate that one to Odo. And he can use that to help continue bullying Steve out. Got that Iceborne Gauntlet, got a bunch of stacks on his Curse Seal as well.
Yeah, and the main reason Odo Amno wants it here is not even specifically for the one-on-one against Maokai, because 5% damage reduction against the Maokai at this point doesn't matter that much. It's more actually for the extra damage he gets on towers, because the proc he gets, like, we call it like his discount static shift proc or whatever, it actually works on towers. Decent bonus damage for him, so if he's sitting in a side lane, he gets onto a tower, he does have a bit more presence here. And obviously taking that Rift Held, you didn't lose anything, because you had full river control and it was about to disappear anyway, so you just get it for free. There's a 20-minute buff where Udamne now is a little bit more annoying if he gets to a tower, and that is basically the only benefit he's going to get from it, but it's enough.
Can hopefully open up some options for H2K. They are down a tower in the bigger picture. Taking a look at the items, we've gone over 20 minutes. Gold is still very close, 2,000 difference. 1,000 difference rather. And Locket of the Iron Slaughter picked up for Gilius. Gonna go that tank support route. BF Sword picked up for Freeze, so he's starting to be more relevant with those Hurricane Bolts. And of course, Ryu, he's got 2 items complete, the Rylise as well as the Nashers. So even more damage to back up those hero plays.
Yeah, and the best possible build for Nazir, exactly what he likes to do. It always hurts for Nazir if he has to go Pistol Scepter now, one as the first or second item. Not the greatest DPS from that after some of the changes to it. So definitely a good choice from Ryu, and funny enough, a bit like with the composition, nothing really standing out, but this is different. Early Baron being started by H2K, no vision from Schalke at all. Have 1 blue trinket on the mid laner, but he's not even moving. Spartel is coming.
This is going to be risky. Lamb's Spite has come down the ward. Will reveal 2,000 hit points. H2K should be able to secure it, and they do completely sneak away the Baron at 21 minutes.
And Schalke didn't even feel like they could commit. They had the ward down for Steve to TP2, but probably feeling the rest of the team were too far away. Even though ult had been used from Jankos, H2K was low, very early Baron going down. And that is massive, because the comps are so close again in terms of the team fighting, getting such a big advantage from a free Baron, basically.
Immediately following the Rift Herald, setting up the vision for that play, pushing in that portion of the jungle. And looking at H2K's inventory, a load of pink wards backed up as well. So anywhere they want to push with these Baron empowered minions, they're going to be able to leave some vision behind, create so many more risks for Schalke to work through.
Yeah, and so much of this control around the Baron just comes from the fact that H2K won that last fight. And okay, they have the Echo who can push in the Maokai quite a bit, force him to sit on a tier 2 tower. They have a Zir, Caitlyn who very early can reach waves and just instant push them in as well. And just get that river control, which allowed them to sneak a Baron. The rest of Schalke is now in that annoying spot where Caitlyn gets to set up her traps. If you ever want to walk in and properly wave clear, you're going to eat one of the traps and you're going to get poked down, and then suddenly you're back in base. And then you just have to, you can never meet the minion wave early. You have to let it hit your tower, and that always gives H2K time to hit your tower as well. Just can be 5 seconds, but that's enough to get it low, and then you'll get it on second wave.
Always allows H2K to chip damage. But look at the minimap. So the mid tower was just secured by H2K. Rotate bottom. There's a gigantic minion wave building up at the top. So if H2K are able to knock this one down, they can swing over. Or alternatively, the moment Schalke show their face, cut them off, get to that top tower, and easily pick up yet another objective.
It's a classic H2K style from Spring Split as well. You just managed to play this rotation game extremely effective after getting your Baron. Freeze is on the bottom side away from the rest of the team, but they don't need him. They have Baron buff minions. All of Schalke have to take a longer route to go around and defend towers, so nothing they can really do at this point. Have to just wait out the Baron, and suddenly you find yourself 5k gold behind.
And now we test Schalke's ability to play from behind. Oh, didn't kill all of them. The truly great teams are able to stop giving up additional objectives and gold when and where possible. And now we see how good can Schalke defend. You know, how well do they play from behind? How well do they hold on to their inhibitor turrets? And more importantly, will they be able to prevent making those mistakes that cost games in the Spring Split? Like,
I mean,
not warding Baron, for example.
Yeah, they made one there. I guess you can say they made another one at that fight in the mid lane where we saw Rio with that great catch as well before the fight even started. Steve is now finding himself pretty overextended.
Yeah, flash very early actually. And continue to chase. Odo's Time Winder should be up shortly. He's going to be able to just phase that.
Not going to work, guys.
1,500. Still hasn't put down the Maelstrom because it's already been used. Steve is killed. H2K have got themselves their 9th kill of the game. Chaos Storm comes out here for Fox as Ryu's going to look for a slide and glide. Opts not to follow his soldiers through. Looking at flashes blown. Freeze and Vander, all 4 summoners. Just to take down Steve, but it will open up this tower. Odo's hiding in the wings. Not done yet. Dashes onto Gilius. That will be enough to secure the objective.
Last outer turret gone. There's not really a whole lot to say, because H2K is just playing this extremely safe, and Steve obviously overextended, goes down, gives up another tower. Mountain Drake, a lot of benefit now. H2K great in the mid game, where you have to start pushing down these objectives, but sadly for H2K, I guess they already got 6 towers down. Yes. So now they just need it for inhibs.
Well, it'll help for the rest of the dragons and the rest of the next Baron, for example.
And a great dragon when you are ahead, because then it is about pushing towers. It is about getting some of these objectives like the Barons, where Mountain Drake helps. And now we wait. A trap has been set.
I don't think we're going to have to wait too long, because Ryu is already throwing Steve.
Yeah, that doesn't really work.
Out. Steve is going to use the Twisted Advance, but look at those Sand Soldiers. Vander will hold him in place to serve up another kill to H2K. It looked good though, just for a moment. I
liked it.
Just for a moment. H2K going to break open the base here. 5v4 for 30 seconds. There's not a lot Schalke can do. The Yordle snap traps have been put down. Odo dashes over the wall. Sets his sights on Fox. Parallel convergence, not going to stun anyone yet. The Chaos Storm will send them back. Rolls just gets chunked down. So much damage, and Freeze completely uncontested, hammering away on the inhibitor.
Oh, Freeze is in the game, right. Barely even noticed him because he's actually just been farming side lanes. And then he's been joining the team the few times they needed him to kill like a Baron or kill a tower. It's been a job for Freeze in this game here. So the rest of H2K has just been playing the same style we are so used to. Rio The man setting up a trap, something he obviously, of course, loves to do. Sometimes will get punished for it, but this one, it's against the Maokai. Cute little thing in the start, but then Rylai's, Nashus, underfed Maokai.
Yeah.
Easy kill for Ryu.
Hey, it was 2v1. Means it's not fair.
It's true. And Steve was also level 12 at the time, 15.
See, there you
Not
go.
fair as well.
He's still struggling to find his way in. Only got the Spirit Visage, Balmy Cinder, Warden's Man. So like, bits and pieces. But it's the story of the game. Schalke, 7,000 gold down. They've only got the inhibitor turrets in the top, the middle lane. They've got supers to deal with in the bottom lane. And they're in even more trouble because Gillies has been caught. He's repelled up. There's no minions to go to. Gravity Field will split up H2K a little. Spratel's gone very aggressive. Odo's Chrono Break backwards, but this might be a tight fight. H2K have already used Land's Respite. Vander's going low. We'll get the heal from the ulti as Steve is chunked down. On the backline, Odo's kept all of Schalke busy. And Freeze is being chunked up by the Chaos Storm. Not going to be enough to get any kills. And Schalke get away with just losing one, but they expended their teleport as well.
Yeah, again, Schalke need to use everything every time there is a fight.
Oh!
Not stepping in. Trying to check with the laser. H2K now waiting for Baron to respawn. They already have the control, and we're not done yet here. Oh, we are done. He's just gonna kill the ward. But close enough fight. Showing what we maybe could have seen more of if it wasn't for that massive advantage H2K now built up with all the towers going down. Gilles getting caught out at first, but then it's actually a good setup for Schalke going in, blocking a massive area in the jungle with the Brawl multi. They all get to stand and hit the front line. No one in the back line of Schalke is really under any threat. And then obviously your tank goes down. We see the ulti from her. We see the damage from the Victor. We see the ulti. But now just back to Baron for H2K. Not the same situation as before where they had to sneak it and were almost even in gold. They got, I don't know how many towers from that. 4 at least. 5 maybe.
Yes. 7,000 gold down. That's where Schalke find themselves. Trying to defend. Steve a little low because he's dealing with some of his minions. Ooh, that was a flash already. Gillies is going to die. Yeah, repels up for a few seconds. Wow! Damage from Fox is good. Gillies is able to repel down and managed to make his way out. Rals being protected by Spratel, the unbreakable shield buying time. Fox will be the sacrifice here. He's caught out on the wrong side of the wall. Ryu sends Steve back. Steve will try get away with a twisted advance, but you cannot escape the hands of H2K. Odo phase dives forward to pick up the 4th kill of the fight, and H2K can get into the base. This looks like it's going to be the first Nexus in the series.
Control game from H2K. Ever since they got that Baron, they played the early team fights well. And a classic H2K performance.
Absolutely the case. Play the game, the map.
Play the game
side
too.
lanes, get the ace, kill the base. H2K 1-0 in the series.
Was expecting a lot more late game team fights. We got some of them early. Yeah. Schalke had a few good ones. Then H2K with the big one in the mid lane. Rio with a great play, obviously. Setting it up and then just sneaking that Baron. Meant that H2K took down every single tower. Massive goal lead. And obviously when you have team fighting combo versus team fighting combo, one of them gets 7,000 goal lead. Well, the next few fights are going to be pretty one-sided.
One mistaken vision. One mistaken vision. Schalke played the lane swap evenly. They came out of it without any mistakes. They started repositioning in the mid game. But as soon as that 20-minute mark rolled around, made a mistake in the warding, disregarded maybe that could have been a thing, and H2K saw it and punished it.
And I would say also because Schalke put so much focus on the bottom side of the map, you know, it was H2K who got to trade for that mid tower, push it in, set up their own mid tower, have a fight there. Then right after that, we saw another situation where Schalke was pushing on the bottom side with 3 members, took another tower, while H2K were working on top side. So obviously they had the control already set up, and I think Schalke were just too late to realize, oh, we actually have never been on top side of the map, so we can't see anything, even at 21 minutes. And then Baron gets rushed down. Really nothing they can do at that point, because then every single tower is just falling.
And something else you also have to look at, the hero play from Ryu, how different that mid-game could have been. Because 5 members of Schalke were able to collapse on H2K. Ryu's able to single out Fox, the most fed
member,
most farmed member of Schalke, kill him before the fight breaks out, and then all of a sudden, H2K can lead to this strong mid play. So, you know, H2K, there's a backstage talking about the game, talking about the strategy. Some props to the man on the left, Ryu.
Probably, coach, veteran, the analyst next to him as well, and Freeze with the team just explaining how he hit towers all game long, basically. But no, interesting game. We got some good action early on. We got beautiful macro one more time from H2K. Not making any mistakes once they had that advantage. Even that one close team fight in 1-0.
Well, we're going to find out what the analyst desk thinks of that game as we head over there right now.
Thank you very much, guys. We're going to break that game down with Crepo, Vedius, and also Reckless, who has joined us. Thank you so much for joining us after your match. It's been a long time since we talked to you as well. Obviously, we'll be diving a little bit more into your match in the post-game lobby.
We had a handshake moment already.
Yeah, I saw that. So what happened there, actually?
I mean, it's just really close. The whole fan like handshake or high five line is so close to the desk. Every player sees the camera, they pause, freak out, and then they look to the guy behind him. It's like, what do I do? And it's like, I don't know either. And then
When in
eventually
doubt,
they realize,
shake some hands.
Yeah, shake some hands. These are casters here, big fans.
Yeah, in any case, let's talk about Schalke taking on H2K. Obviously, Schalke coming off a fantastic day one where they won 2-0. H2K was 1-1 yesterday. Vedius, what did you make of both teams' approaches and picks and bans here?
I thought the priority on the Victor was quite interesting coming out from Schalke. We were discussing it on the desk how Fox does seem to put a lot of value on both the Victor and the Vladimir. And with the Vladimir taken off the table, they're basically saying, okay, we want to make sure that we have a mid laner that feels pretty comfortable on that Victor.
Very interesting as well. We saw the Sivir coming out. Reckless, it is not something that we've seen a lot here in Europe. Only the second pick over the 2 days. What do you make of the low priority on her in Europe?
Well, I think her biggest weakness right now is that she has a lot of matchups that she struggles in. But then again, in the next patch, Lucian is getting nerfed, and I think that's going to open up a lot of versatility in the role. So I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing more of her moving forward. But I guess this week it was quite tough for her to take a place.
Yeah, on the other hand, Frieza, Crepo, he's only played Caitlyn so far. What did you make of H2K's bottom lane draft?
I mean, he is the new Forgiven after all.
Oh, there we go, the memes.
Just playing Forgiven. H2K's draft, I mean, it's team fight versus team fight. Reckless was alluding to it a little bit when we were watching the game, that you felt like they traded up in like priorities because they had more tier 1 picks on their roster. You can definitely see that. I mean, in this type of comp, the Fisher summed it up in the desk as well. Whoever gets the lead eventually is gonna win these team fights. You'll have a superior lead unless you make a big mistake. I think at the end of the game as well, Schalke was kind of desperate to try and get back in, and they opted in the fights a little overeager, and they didn't really let Fox do what he does well on Victor. Is where he kind of pokes around, nibbles at the side of the fight, and then commits with the ulti. It was very often too late. By the time Fox had his ulti down, Schalke was already dead on the floor.
Yeah, there we see them discussing, of course, with Coach Nif.
To be fair to Schalke, just adding to Crepo's point, they actually had a decent early game. Fox in particular putting a lot of pressure down onto the Ryu. Yes, he had to trade a 1-for-1, but putting Ryu in that sort of a situation, it could be pretty admirable coming out from Fox. And the play that they actually made in the bottom lane set up Schalke quite nicely to have a decent early game.
Yeah, let's take a look at that because it was quite messy from both teams coming in, and Fox actually joined the fight quite late.
We had a good old bot lane party here. Double TP's coming in. Initially, Freeze obviously getting picked off. Runs out of gap closers, and then Gilios lands the cocoon. You just see like how far away from the fight the mid laners are. So Fox is joining in second. He starts moving right now. He ends up actually influencing this fight later on.
Yeah, he doesn't. The real question is, why is Freeze that overextended? The fact that the collapse comes down from the side of Schalke sets them up nicely, but they overcommit a little bit, and once Ryu joins and he's able to get this turret up, this is where things start to look much better for H2K. This is exactly what Crepo was saying. The joining of the mid laners is really where things start to shift, but then with Fox joining in, being full health, he then just needs to buy time, and he's easily able to clean up this fight.
I reckon if you're an AD carry, how annoying is this?
I'm not really sure if he could have done anything in this case, though. I actually think Schalke could have taken this easier than they did, because the Kindred was up for way too long, in my opinion. At this point of the game, she's just stronger than most of the other champions in the game.
I mean, I have this notion personally that a lot of the bot lane has lost skill in the 2v2 matchups because of teleport being so prominent, and every time I felt like when you go for a trade that you would win at the end of the trade because you go in aggressively first, you would get ruined by teleport. Do you agree with that at all? Is it just better to just play max range safely, or is there still room for 2v2 kills?
I still think there's room for 2v2 kills, but I think in general the other side of the map is quite neutral in most cases. You have, I mean, the strong top laners, you have the mages mid. So most cases you actually can match the enemy teleport with yours. But as you said, if you're the first one going deep, they're also going to be the first one TPing, right?
Yeah.
So it's a tough call in general. And I think, for example, yesterday I got punished for going in first.
Couple hooks in your face.
Yeah. But either way, I think the game is just so team-oriented right now that it's hard to count it as like a 2v2 lane anymore.
Yeah, so let's take a look at another team fight. I actually want to take a look at this because it seemed like in this one, in this replay, that H2K was absolutely trapped. But you think here that they're trapped, obviously. They're in the middle, they have the Azir turret, but Schalke 04 is attacking from both sides.
Yeah.
But what does Schalke do wrong here then?
I mean, they go full Rorschach, like, nope, we're not trapped in here. We are trapped in with me, because the scoop from Rio just wins this fight. Fox is, if he can stay alive longer in this fight, he can do a lot of damage, wreak havoc, but it's just a really good presence of mind, really good awareness here from Rio to scoop him in. And obviously, you're never really trapped if you have that Azir turret available.
No, never. Yeah.
I really like the decisiveness from H2K to just instantly make the decision where you're being attacked from two flanks and you just go, well, the weaker flank is in front of us, so let's just go forward. They get the pick down onto Fox, and then the team fight just swings in their favor. So the fact that H2K, even with a new AD carry, can just have that peace of mind to just go, let's make the play, is really nice to see.
Yeah, not just for this play, but for the game in total. The player of the game for us is Ryu. And it's quite interesting because he didn't have the best spring split of his life. And it would be very important for H2K if now with Freeze as well, they can set that through. From you, your experience in scrimming versus H2K, do you sense any different dynamic with Freeze now?
I think H2K play in a very similar way still, like as they did with Forgiven.
It's the probably factor.
Yeah, I guess so. But I also think that Forgiven was better at doing it than Freeze is. I think Freeze is more perhaps similar to other AD carries in a way. I think Forgiven plays a very specific style that only he can pull.
Who would you compare him to, Freeze?
I guess the easiest comparison would be to Sven. I think both of them play a pretty stable style. Meanwhile, Forgiven is more just keep on going into the lane, right? And I think he's much more of a lane bully than Freeze ever was or is right now. So I would say that the style still works, but perhaps it's not as effective anymore.
Yeah, lane bully is definitely something you can say about Forgiven. But I just feel like Freeze will have a larger impact in the team atmosphere. Obviously, this is purely conjecture. We don't know what goes on, but we, based on the track record from Forgiven and the fact that the team was resoundingly confident in no longer like kind of playing with him anymore, maybe what Forgiven has an edge up onto Freeze. Freeze makes up in the difference in making everybody else more comfortable and then allow for more progression of the H2K squad.
Yeah, and I also think the style that they were running in the spring split, at some point it became quite easy to see what they wanted to do, right?
They played full on macro.
Yeah, they just kept on doing it every game the same. So as you said, perhaps now with Freeze it's going to be a more balanced team atmosphere, and perhaps they're able to play on both sides of the map. So I'm not sure if there's a win-lose situation here, but I'd definitely say that the specific style worked better with Forgiven than with Freeze.
All right, well, we will see what happens in this one. There's still one game left to play out this week here in Europe as Schalke 04 looks to fire back at H2K after game one. We'll see you back here in 3.5.
I can play Bardo, Braum.
And we're doomed. That's it.
No.
FF boys.
Storm continues to chase down. Ryu might get 1v1. Siphon power. First blood for Fox. Oh no, Crowder breaks to stay alive for a few seconds longer before Steve is taken down. Things have got messy, but it's Schalke that have got themselves two already. Fox is caught. Gets pushed into the gravity field. That'll stun up some of H2K, but Fox is already down before the storm can come out. There's Rolf on the sideline. Steve's in trouble. Gilius is in trouble.
Chase. I'm on Victor. Victor is dead. Victor is Victor. I'm on. We can end. Yes, go.
Get the ace. Kill the base. H2K 1-0 the series. And welcome back after taking game 1 over Schalke 04. H2K are looking to pick up 3 points in the standings with another win to close out the day and also bounce back from their 1-1 result yesterday. What does Schalke have to change to take down H2K other than Ward Baron?
Technically, they could have won with the composition they did run. Obviously, that mid-fight we showed so many times where Rio had the sick play. Could have been a completely different story if he didn't pull that play and they got the 5v4. Obviously, you said a Ward Baron. You can argue, obviously, was Sivir the correct choice? I think with the AD carry bans, yes, she was perfectly fine. And she fit the Victor and the Maokai. So I basically think Schalke, I mean, it's hard to say play better, but there were some mistakes they made. H2K punished them, and
It was a macro mistake that cost the game, not necessarily mechanical or micro player decisions. So we'll find out if the team has been able to rectify that problem. We saw some shots of Nif backstage with the guys talking about what went right and what went wrong. And immediately, as we jump into picks and bans, modification. Kindred was first picked by H2K in the previous game. We know Gilius is very comfortable on both Lee Sin and Elise, which he's run a bunch of times already.
But he loves his Nidalee. So he's trying to tell H2K, please ban it, or we will first pick it, and therefore try and force one of the bans on the side of H2K. Vladimir, no discussion. Great champion for Schalke, very, very strong in the current meta. And will not be touched in the next patch. That is live now.
Very interesting.
Next patch, he will be even better.
Earlier today, though, Betsy beat Vladimir with a Swain.
Yes.
He was able to out-sustain the damage that Vlad was putting down, so maybe we'll see some more of him in next week's games. Nidalee taken off the table, so Schalke said we were thinking about first picking it. H2K realize will not give it
Very hard to figure out right there. Ryze is still open, the most banned champion in the EULCS and actually in every region. No one wants to give a free Ryze over. H2K did get it yesterday as a first pick. Schalke could first pick it if H2K does not ban it here. If they do ban it away, instead we're looking at the trading game because you have both junglers removed. So it's like, there's Echo, which a lot of teams value, slightly above the Maokai. Then there's the Zia Victor trade, which will most likely happen. But it requires Ryze to be banned here, which it should.
Well, that first pick Ryze by Ryu yesterday did not win. It was taken down by Steelback's Jin. Had the pleasure of casting that game, and it will not be picked this game either because it's been banned. H2K decided to remove that off the table. So, in terms of some of the other high priority picks,
again we talk about Echo being the one team's value above the Maokai. First of all, there's no extremely hard counters to Echo. Like there are some of these sleeper picks against the Maokai that can really snowball out of control. You can pick a Trundle who can do extremely well against the Echo, first of all. But a lot of teams value the Echo very highly. Absolute worst case, you can also swap it mid, but I don't think it's very strong mid lane at the moment compared to top.
Alright, so we'll see if they want to run that. We know Fox has got so many other champions to play as well. Victor still up and available.
I want to see Kate here again.
Yeah, as well. Kate and a jungler, or there's no real pressure, right?
You don't have to specifically take a jungler.
Biggest ones.
But I would just love to see Caitlyn being picked here by H2K because it was a Sivir as the answer for Schalke. Beforehand, you don't need to lock in your top laner. You can easily pick the AD carry, even go for support. But we see a lot of teams actually wait with support because there are so many counter options for it. I think Rek'Sai is a perfectly fine choice, and I like the Kate here. So definitely agree with H2K on this rotation.
Comfort pick there for Freeze. Yankos is going to go to Rek'Sai that we're seeing more and more and more on 6.10. And Schalke now can safely lock in a jungle, not reveal anything. Or they can go for another pinched roll if they want to.
Probably just going to be the Elise again for Gilius. But also with the Rek'Sai getting the physical damage in the jungle. Sets up for that Maokai pick. Potentially up in the top lane. Not really a big surprise if it gets locked in by Ultra, so you get the magic damage there plus your mid laner. Get your physical damage from AD carry jungler. It is important when you build these compositions that want to go late game. You have a good mix of damage.
Yeah, Odoamne ran Gnar yesterday. It was not great. We'll have to see what they decide to run in this particular matchup. Alistar Sivir once again, so same counter is not going to be the right word. Same pick into Caitlyn is what Schalke have done in the first game, and they've stolen the Alistar from Vander. Considering they banned the Braum out, that means they're going to push Vander into something else. We heard him say, I can play Bard in that little outro clip. Let's see if they want to go that way.
I mean, again, a Zia Bard is an option if they want to play this. Very, very strong siege they can set up and always threaten with their Bard ulti towards these towers. But Schalke is basically saying we just need to get guaranteed engage Because we don't have the Maokai this time, we had the Echo instead, who's not guaranteed hard engage. Well, the Alistar with his Sivir ulti will be, obviously. So they're ready for H2K to draft Azir again. They're ready for H2K to once again build a composition that can siege really well. And then Schalke wants to have enough engage to always jump H2K, and we might get the exact same setup almost, where we have two team fighting compositions with good scaling on both sides. We talked about the Maokai. That's why, again, you can take the Rex side because you get magic damage from the top laner. And it's going to be most likely Azir or Victor as the last pick for Ryu. I would say Azir, if it is open, he's going to go for it. And then Schalke just need this time around to be able to actually execute the engages and not fall on their faces.
Well, do Schalke then maybe pull a fast one? Consider locking in LeBlanc, maybe dissuade that, but you don't want to run that into the likes of Maokai. What else can Fox pull out? Just steal the Azir for himself?
Yeah, I can take Azir, for sure. Definitely be an option for him. Take away some of that siege potential H2K were building towards and had in the last game. Also, Ryu had such a good game, so yeah, you can steal that one away. Gragas jungle, we've seen it from Trashy quite a few times. Body Slam Flash is still extremely strong. He is just very slow in the early game. Doesn't really have any way of threatening like Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai can go Titanic Hydra in the matchup and be very strong and be a threat against a Sivir, be a threat against an Azir. Definitely, and just power farm the jungle. But both junglers can gank, which again sets them up to be active in the early game. But funny enough, we have a team fighting comp from Schalke. We have some split pushing on the side of Ash. If we don't, because
no,
the support, I just got super excited for a moment. But we're also gonna have a team fighting comp for H2K. Funny enough, and we're gonna get exactly the same setup. Just
hey, it took
a few different champions.
It took 10 minutes to get exciting in game number 1.
Yeah, we expected 20, and we only needed to wait 10. So.
Oh, that's not fair. The lane swap was exciting as well. It took 10 minutes to get the kills on the board.
Fair enough.
That's going to be a bit more of a fair statement, I feel. But Schalke going to commit to this team fight composition. H2K going to reply in kind. And we'll see who's going to get the advantage. I mean, H2K just showed they had superior macro, superior map play in the very first game that allowed them to secure those objectives.
I just love how we have like these tanky supports. We have what's going to become tanky junglers. So even the Rek'Sai obviously building a lot of tanky items towards the late game. Tank top laners, of course. And then we have very, very standard picks in mid and AD carry.
Is that the thought? That's where it ends?
My brain just kind of stopped, and it was like, yeah, we do. Rats.
So we have the similar style team compositions on both sides.
That's why I need you.
We've seen Schalke have been able to team fight very well. H2K have been able to play the map very well. One thing that is good is Ryu, the man that made that game-changing team fight play, is on a champion that has slightly less ability to do so.
Yeah, he can just like one-shot you instead. But yeah, you're right. He can't set up that
you have less room.
Engage.
You have less room for an outplay on a champion like Victor because he's a lot more linear.
I agree.
You either stand in the death ray or you get caught by the Chaos Storm or not. Whereas Azir has got the ability to, fly all around corners and knock you into all sorts of different places. There's your team comps, guys. Will Schalke be able to bounce back, or will H2K pick up 3 points here in the last series of week 1? The crowd here is excited in Berlin in the arena. Don't get up just yet to Fish Show.
You gotta pause again, like last game.
Unfortunately, we do. I love hearing the chants, though. It is very, very good. A lot of support for H2K.
Always been one of the good things about the H2K name. It's easy to yell. Very, very, very easy. Multiple Schalke members are now quitting the game, basically.
Yes, because there was a client loading problem. So once again, PCs will just get the game reloaded and jump back in.
Both supports running Ignite here, so we could, if we get standard lane, see some action. Again, the Caitlyn is good into the Sivir in the lane, but it's a lot about just who gets to push and what support you have next to you. Well, there's all-in potential, obviously, when you have an Alistar, and Trundle is more... It takes a slower fights,
Well, we've got a little bit of time here, so Fisher, what do you think of the EULCS meta? We've seen 20 games now. Well, we'll see the 20th in a moment. In comparison to what you're seeing outside, like in LCK and LPL from CSQ.
I think if you compare it to LCK, a lot of it is the same. Honestly, a lot of the same champions being used. Funny enough, teams find the best ones. Been some more different mid laners over the LCK. They've tried out some different things. Where in Europe, we've kind of stuck a lot to like Azir, Victor, the Vladimir, standard Ryze being banned, of course, in every single game except for one. But we've seen a lot more fighting around dragons from most teams, and we also seen teams who didn't value dragon at all get punished for it, like Origen yesterday. I feel like the meta is slowly but surely finding its place. But I don't think it's over yet. I think we can see more with the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
Once teams figure out different things. Obviously, again, next patch have a lot of changes. A lot of the current top picks getting nerfed, and then suddenly we will get so many new picks. Yeah, brand new meta happening. So it doesn't even matter so much for this week specifically, because it will change very soon.
We have to figure out who can adapt the quickest. A little pulverized there from Sprattle. He found a little bit of trouble from H2K. We're loaded up onto the Rift, taking stock. No lane swap shenanigans going on.
Just trying to look a bit at some of the late game fights we will see. Obviously, we have enough engage on the side of Schalke with both Gragas and Alistar, and then a safe ulti to back them up, even though Azir technically does not always want to like dive straight in with the rest of the tanks. He can sit back with his very long range and deal damage to the backline. So a lot of ways for Schalke to try and get onto Freeze and Rio here. And only a Trundle to peel. And Trundle in itself is not enough peel against a lot of hard engage. He's very good against teams that have to like run at you. But it's going to be like flash engage from an Alice. It's going to be body slam flash from a Gragas. Like Trundle can't stop that. He can't peel for an AD carry. So we need to see Rio and Freeze stay very far back in these fights and be able to survive that initial engage. But that's obviously in 25 minutes time.
Right, last time we said that, it took half that amount. So
well, I mean,
what happens at 12 and a half?
We probably see some other stuff happen before, but I just mean like for the real late game fights we will get.
All right, so lane swap was initiated here by Schalke. Riles and Sprattle have moved their way into H2K's jungle. Sprattle's going to be really annoying. I don't think he's getting spotted. As long as he doesn't move. Jankos, oh, he moved. I think Jankos,
no, he's not
no tremor sense, so won't be able to.
Is he just going to try and steal the red buff?
All right, how cheeky does he get? Well, Sprattle's got Ignite. Sprattle's also got Flash.
60 damage on his Q right now.
360
hit about 50 on the red buff.
This is very exciting.
Wait, Jankos
backing away.
Oh, he's back. Oh, he just waited for the spire.
Played very, very safe. I think that's fairly clever because Sprattle was not in lane.
Yeah.
There's
only one place he can be.
Yes.
Like it's in the bush right next to you. You obviously know he's never going to kill you, so you're not really afraid of him. You just don't want him to steal your red buff.
Yeah.
Meaning Raleigh gets some free farm and a free experience here, and it actually means Schalke are very slow on this first push. Look how fast H2K are. Second wave instantly pushing in. One thing we see more and more is top laners
teleporting.
They teleport into the lane because they don't really need the teleport to set up big dives at the moment. So instead they can use it early to make sure to get a bit of experience in the jungle or in the lane, and then a TP in for that push. So very early, good start, and Jankos going in.
He's flash caught Fox. Fox forced to heal and try get away.
Whoa.
The tower turns it round.
We saw that yesterday.
Gets first blood.
Jankos trying to pull off a very aggressive gank where he's flashing forward, trying to trade flashes with the Azir, but not realizing there could also be a jungler nearby, and Gilles shows up. Exactly what happened yesterday for Jankos. He gives up first blood. Great start for Schalke, despite falling behind in the lane swap. You will see a difference in CS between the two top laners because Odoamne has so much time now to sit and clear out this wave. Has a very deep ward to spot the Sivir, then he can push out even further. So this does suck a bit for Steve, but it's great for Schalke in the mid lane, and Jankos just, he's hoping to trade here with this here, like get the Azir flash as well. But you have no vision on top side, obviously. You have no idea where enemy jungler is, and if you can be near the mid lane, well, so can the enemy jungler, obviously. And Jankos just too aggressive.
Yeah, thanks to the donation of first blood from Jankos. Schalke 04 with Fear first bloods. All 4 games, managed to grab themselves the first kill. It's especially important on Gilius because his matchup against Rek'Sai was going to be weaker in the early game. So he's got that early first blood, got that early advantage, and even got that donated red buff, so
right,
a little bit of extended cooldown.
And the thing I kind of hate the most about the play from Jankos is I feel like there's such a small win for him because it's effectively just trading flash for flash, but there's such a high risk of you getting counter ganked when you go that aggressive. And also, rest of H2K were winning the lane swap because Odoamne were getting so much time on the bottom lane because they were so fast on the push. Look at him, 15 CS to 1. A level above Steve as well.
And halfway to the next level.
So he's going to get here. He's going to get another tower, obviously, and a few more minions. And then normally you actually see teams now get the lanes set up after this tier 1 towers goes down. So you get the standard 2v2 on bottom side, which means when this tower dies, Odoamne can actually just freeze it and force Steve then to have to run up and try and push out a wave that's already pushing away from him. and then get the 2v2 on bottom side for H2K. But they're behind in gold now because Jankers were so aggressive there. Wait for these minions to die as Amner, kill it, and then you are in a very good spot as a top laner. It's the best you can hope for in these swaps.
Yeah, especially when you saw how long it took for both Steve and Odoamne to become involved in the first game. Extended lane swap, starving them of resources. Steve shares some of that gold there. And Fox, once again, under some trouble. Vander, it's a pretty good pillar down, though Fox held on to his flash. He only burned heal during that first blood trade.
And now we just got to see how long Steve stays in lane, because the longer Steve stays in the lane, the more time Odoamne knows he has to push out the wave. And if Steve stays, he knows, okay, he's not coming topside instantly. That means Mr. Rallis is coming topside. You gotta send your AD carry somewhere, and then Odoamne can start pushing out. So you use the information the minions on bottom side give you, and of course the fact you had a warded lane to spot Rallis now, so that means Odoamne again picks up a few more CS. Steve is going to get denied the rest. And now we just have something we didn't see too much this week, a third part of the lane swap where you start pushing in for tier 2 towers. It's become like more like you get tier 1s and then you get standard lanes, so you have control on bottom side for dragons. It is a mountain drake, takes a little bit longer to kill, but it does have a lot of value. Still though, Schalke realizing, okay, we need to try and get Steve some farm. We don't want to put him in a lane where he's going to fall even further behind now. So we keep swapping it around.
Let's see if they can find Steve any farm, any sort of levels.
This, by the way, why you don't wait at red buff as a support for such a long time, because you normally want to be up there early helping pushing in when the enemy team is doing that.
It's the whole ripple effect. Early game decisions and how much it's going to come back to haunt them. Odo's got his teleport available. He's going to still be in lane while Rawls is busy shoving in under the turret. If this was the spring split, the team would then look at the Herald as the next objective, but it's not. Instead, Ryu's going to be the target of a dive. Body slam over the wall.
Nice.
Kilius with the barrel, a flash from Ryu. Here comes Sprattle. They prepared a 3-tier dive. The Chaos Storm will burn them down, but Rawls joins the party as well. Gets in on the assist and a 4-man gank. Grabs a second kill.
So I think H2K made the right choice in going to defend on top side, secure on all that farm, and as soon as Schalke moved away, Ryu should have known, okay, they're coming for me in the mid lane. But he's staying on the tower, 4 members show up, nothing he can do at this point. It's all about what happens like 5 seconds before. Once you're stuck under this tower against 4 members, you're going to die. A lot of flashes used, yes. But I think H2K had the right idea of defending tower, but then should have known, okay, they're coming towards mid. It's the only place they can go, it's towards mid lane, because the Rift Herald is too strong now. For you to just rush it, if there's so many other members on top side, it's too high of a chance you will get stopped at Rift Herald, and then you lose a lot of time. Ryu shouldn't have been staying on the tower there, and gets punished for it.
So Schalke has some good early kills on the board. It's equated to a small gold lead, but that's nothing really to speak of, because the CS difference between Steve and Odo is still gigantic. Level 4 versus level 6. So if anything were to break out, the value of an Odo TP is so much greater. You can actually see Steve just fighting for scraps down bottom, while Odo, again, uncontested in the top lane.
Yeah, and again, this is why it's so important when you have these small advantages in the lane swap that you understand how to get the most of it. So while Steve is getting some farm on bottom side, well, it means that he's stuck in a lane that's pushed very far down towards tier 2 tower, and he doesn't really want to leave. Well, that means the river is open for H2K, and that's a free dragon. Where there's really nothing Schalke can do as a response, because they want to make sure Steve is getting farm now, and not having to TP into a fight all of a sudden, lose extra farm, maybe it doesn't even get anything in the fight. He will pick up a wave here, but he's still going to be behind.
Yeah.
And now he just needs to catch up when he's pushing out that top wave, while H2K can try and make plays on the bottom side of the map, because they have a level 7 Maokai at this point. There's a few deep wards behind Schalke's bot lane. Opens up for H2K to set up an aggressive play with Odoamne.
Odo potentially can find a target.
If Schalke pushes further up, you can look at that ward in the tri-push as well, but it requires Schalke to push with the bottom lane.
And then move through the river up.
Well, move through the river or just move further up the lane to try and push out, and then you TP on them and you have a good setup for H2K. You can see they're pushed even further now, but we have no jungler nearby. Jankos is not even close to the bottom side. So now H2K is saying, we're not looking for an aggressive play. Wait for that big wave to come back, it seems, for Odoamne.
So, waiting for the wave, Fox is going to shift some sands around and poke out Ryu. He picked up an early Negatron cloak, as well as the first steps towards that Nash's. In contrast to Ryu, who just went straight Rylai's in game 1.
Yeah,
additional Emma's going to help out.
I don't think Abyssal is necessary here on Azir. I think going just straight Nashes into Rylai's is actually better. I don't think Abyssal is that great of an item unless you're under a lot of kill pressure.
Yeah.
From an AP champion.
To be fair, Jankos showed his face at, what, 4 minutes
Yeah,
in
but
game?
he's physical damage anyway, right? So you don't care about him specifically with the Abyssal. But yeah, obviously he's been under pressure, but I actually don't think he needs it.
But look at what the difference is. That gank and that kill that EULCS was able to secure very early on allows Fox to work plus 20 CS. Ryu is at the point that Victor can now start pushing back and start dealing with that Sand Soldier push. But for Schalke, they're pretty happy. 11 minutes in, they've got a 1,500 lead. Kill
Got the
advantage.
push out top, so
playing the map pretty well so far.
yeah, and I think honestly H2K could have been more aggressive in the way they were playing because they had that advantage on top side. They knew Steve was going to push out that wave very slowly. Could have looked to set up a play on bottom side, but you just see Gilius was hovering around his AD carry support, knowing okay, only place H2K can force anything is bottom side. So I'm going to be down here. If I see Jankos, we know something is up and we're not going to keep pushing. They didn't see Jankos, and therefore Schalke got to push out the bottom side. And it's very small movements of like few members that can set up a play or cannot set up a play. I do think, again, H2K had a chance to be aggressive because they had the Maokai so far ahead and Steve did not want to leave his lane. But they opted to just play it extremely slow.
But one of the things as well, I want to sort of start a discussion about is Freeze again. He went for that cold pickaxe as his first item. Slight difference. This time around, going to go more AD early. What we've seen from his Caitlyn games previously was the pickaxe into Hurricane. And Freeze as an ADC, with the exception of one Lucian game, has been pretty slow out the gates. His itemization choices, the champion choice.
He's also been playing a lot of lane swaps. As a Caitlyn, right? It's not exactly the most action-packed thing to do. You clear out a few minion waves, you hit the tower a few times, and you don't get to bully your lane. Like we like to see with Caitlyn players when they get a strong lane matchup, 2v2, then you can really see some action. But as Reckless was talking about on the analyst desk, I mean, Freeze is not known as a massive lane bully specifically. He's a fine laner, he's a strong mechanical player. But it's more what Freeze can add to the team environment and the teamwork than it's like an individual upgrade over Forgiven. Because Forgiven obviously is more of a lane bully, is more of a 1v9 type of guy now. Freeze used to be that kind of guy, but we have to go back a few years. And he's learned.
Yeah.
He's gotten older.
He's grown up a little. That might be why he's playing slower.
Yeah, older and slower. Fits together.
All right, 13 minutes in. Dragon's going to be up in 2 minutes' time. It's going to be the Ocean Drake. And it's not super important to fight over. Schalke, they've grouped themselves up in this middle lane, 4-man stack. Steve's backing off and has teleport available, so if any fight were to break out, the ability to join. It's too early in the game to have those home guards.
And everything that happens right now is just built around who's pushing minion waves first and how far can you push them up. Because whenever you get to push it past the river towards the enemy, it opens up for you to rotate first to another lane, and then you get a few hits on tower. You saw H2K had to push up bottom side with Freeze and then run in and join to stop it, and that's just a few hits on tower. It's not exciting, but the tower will take a bit of damage every time, and if you do it 2 or 3 times more, or maybe even just 1 or 2 times more, you actually get a full push on that tower, you take it down, you open up the map, and very small advantages you will get. But it's about the fact that you don't want to just randomly dive. You don't need to force anything super aggressive if you can keep pushing waves. One thing Sivir always have done well is how fast you can push out a wave and then move. But we're basically playing the way I expected last game to be played.
Yeah.
Very slow in the start. More controlled. And then it will explode once we get later into the game and we start fighting over Baron and the last few dragons.
Yeah, once you start seeing some more item spikes. I mean, Steve yet to finish his first big upgrade. Odo's got a Spirit Visage. Nash's Tooth was just picked up for Fox. Ralls has been on his Essence Reaver for a little while, and Freeze got those Swifties, got a Zeal.
Once his Hurricane before the IH, of course.
Got some control.
On its own is not that great, so he was also saying, guys, I have some strong items, but I have nothing completed yet because I actually want another item, so I need a bit more time. I want to hit my 2-item spike, and then you're going to see H2K push out a bot lane and then start setting up traps around these dragon areas. Well, the only one there is. There's not 2 of them. It's the dragon area. And then try and bait Schalke into some of these fights where they have to walk past all the traps. That's what Caitlyn does so well. People are wondering about this skill order. What you do with Caitlyn in lane swaps is you get 3 ranks in Q, so you can push these waves faster, and then you max your trap after, and that is exactly what Freeze is doing.
3-3. We'll see what those traps do. Schalke trying to get some vision down, but look at the minimap. H2K have got a ton of wards in the back of that Dragon Pit, so a lot of options for Odo there to play with, and he is still alone in that top lane. Still continuing to push that one out. So the longer Schalke dance here, the further Odo can push that wave.
Yeah, top lanes just keep trading farm with each other. A lot of wards behind Schalke again, where there are TP opportunities for Odo. When he pushes down this wave and Steve shows up to take it, you can make an aggressive play with teleport because you force Steve to follow you so he doesn't get that farm. And that's how you can get a bigger advantage for your top laner. But H2K are happy farming up 2 items on both Victor and their Caitlyn before they do anything, also because Schalke can't really massively snowball out of control because also, as you said, it's a Cloud Drake. Oh, sorry, it's an Ocean Drake right now. They're not really too bothered giving up on Ocean Drake. They're not losing anything at the moment, but every time you see Schalke push out this wave, look at Freeze having to clear it, they go mid lane.
It's a discussion of risk versus reward. Is it worth fighting over? What advantage will it give us versus what will it cost us?
Yeah, is it worth it for H2K to take a Caitlyn who at this very moment is not very strong without completing any items yet, put her into a team fight just to deny some CS for Steve? Not really. That's why they're fine.
Yeah.
Just saying, you know what, wait 2 items. We don't care about the Drake. All they need to care about is the fact that Schalke will push out bot lane with Sivir, move mid lane, get some damage on mid tower. But as long as that mid tower stands, you can keep doing this.
That mid laner has continued to defend his tower. Although saying that, Ryu is falling a little further behind in CS, has been under a lot of pressure throughout the course of this early game. 181 versus 150, plus a kill and an assist in Fox back pocket. So it equates to around 1,300 gold difference. The needlessly large rod pushing him. And that is a sizable difference, especially when you consider that Fox is currently sitting on 2,000 gold, so he's going to want to spend that, upgrade, work towards his next item, ahead of the 25-minute team fight that the show promised us.
And he really wants to rallize for that fight, but if he's going Abyssal, he obviously won't get it, and that's why I don't like it, because I don't think you need it. I think it makes you weaker for that first big fight.
Slows down that power spike.
Right, and that first big fight can snowball everything. If one team manages to get a clear win in that fight, that can be a Baron straight away. And then suddenly we have the same setup as the last game. But this again, the rotation
the tower
from Schalke.
Under some pressure. No autos from Rolls though. I think he caught one onto Jankos, unable to... didn't want to risk, let me put it that way, stepping further forward. But chipping away at the tower, one wave at a time.
Yeah, we said it could be 2 or 3 times you go in there. This is the 2nd or 3rd time they're here now. One more push in.
Hey.
H2K is here. There are no wards behind Schalke at all. For the TP on.
Pick the tunnel. Gilius' body slammed forward. There's a lot of threatening postures here. Schalke, they're playing very forward, daring H2K to fight, knowing that they've got this temporary item bonus with the Essence Reaver and the utility Sivers going off the team. H2K, don't bite.
And that's seeing what we're seeing here. Again, Freeze is not at a point where he really wants to fight. There's 2,000 gold on Rio as well. So Schalke were like, we're fine. We want to take the fight. Please, teleport on us. Engage on us, because we are actually stronger at this very moment because you sit on so much gold in your mid laner. Rio needs to go back and spend all this gold here, obviously. But he doesn't want to give up a free mid tower. That's all H2K has been defending for the last 8 minutes. It's just this mid tower.
Right.
And buying time.
That defense has allowed time to go shop. 19 minutes in. Brawls is going to back as well, so a couple of big items will be picked up. Keep your eye on that mini-map, on the inventory screen rather. Zeal for Rawls. Eye of the Equinox was picked up by Vander a lot earlier. Fiendish Codex, Negatron, upgraded boots for Ryu. So still not a powerhouse. They're still waiting to find that strength, I think. Officio.
And then again, no one cares about the Ocean Drake at this point. There's been actually no focus on it, except for now, where H2K is saying, oh, you're recall? Fine.
You have to say. So the moment you said it, they go and focus it.
But I mean, does it really count when the enemy team just recalled all of them and you just returned from your recall? It's kind of free objective to take.
It is a free objective, but it's one that H2K will take gladly.
Definitely. And it's, I mean, Ocean Drake is not bad.
They lose a tower though. We're going to take a look at the HP. Oh, Raul stepped all the way forward. Oh, look at that. One hit difference. I think if you just push that wave in, the minions can do it for you.
Don't get baited though. Always when there's like one hit you need, AD carry overextends a little bit too much to get that one hit, and then suddenly engage happens. But H2K really want to have Odo there instantly.
There you go, focusing the dragon. Not enough wave clear on the minions.
Yep.
Although, to be very fair, that tower was going to fall soon anyway, right?
It was taking a lot of damage.
There was not a lot of time before it was knocked. But the third tower of the game in favor of Schalke means they now have a 2,000 gold lead, growing ever so slowly. Needlessly large rod, as well as a pair of boots for Fox, so got some additional AP to work with.
But it's good we can kind of save our boys a little bit. What you see from the Azir here is, in fact, he wants to Rylise, and he's realizing he didn't actually really need that MR at this point. He doesn't need an Abyssal Scepter, so he's just kind of skipping past that one item. Just delays his second item spike, but again, save your energy, Trevor.
It's a double-edged sword, though, right? This slower pace, yes, it's allowing Freeze to farm his way up. It's giving Ryu a chance to complete his Abyssal Scepter and farm back. But Steve is back in the game as well. Steve,
yes,
ahead of CS in front of Odo when he was down around 30, 35 at one point. But it's been 20 minutes of farming, so it's not a it's not a particularly surprising turn of events.
And now H2K needs to make sure they don't make the mistake Schalke made in the last game, where because you have given up so much map control, you have no vision over Baron. It is alive. And then suddenly gets rushed down by the Azir team. Some wards being placed by Schalke, but H2K is around. And there is the Rylise. I'm happy to see this. Thank you very much.
And the Hurricane. We have items. We were promised team fights at 25 minutes.
Oh, will it be?
Can we get a? We should get a picture of a Deficio face with a 3-minute timer to see whether or not there's a thumbs up at the end. So I was right or not. It's Steve and Odo going to be trading it tank v tank. Keep watching. Parallel sidestep. Going to continue fighting. Is that as exciting as you were hoping for?
Yes, I actually think it was more exciting watching an Azir kill minions. I also think it's exciting to see teams fighting over vision now.
Yeah. Some props to Schalke as well. Pushing up on the blue side. Slightly easier to get into the river around the pit, but also pushing in H2K's jungle.
Yeah, you see the very defensive wards from Freeze. Defensive traps from him, sorry, not wards. He plays Ryu needs to be a little bit careful. It's a flash engage from a Gragas, and then suddenly Ryu's in trouble. They're getting closer to the 25-minute mark.
And that means potential Baron fights as well. 1, 2. I'm counting 3 pink wards that I can see already from Schalke.
None in the Baron pit itself at this point. Obviously, they know it's only blue trinkets that can kind of get in there because they're blocking the rest of H2K, but they don't have enough control yet over this jungle to really force the Baron. That's why you see them move in here, so that we're slowly building up for that big fight.
Setting up those pockets of vision. Fox really getting some good damage onto Banda, chunking him out. A pink ward all the way forward. So that's the 4th one. You can see it's advanced that pink ward line. Still got the ability to put another one down. Steve with teleport and pushing the bottom lane.
And right this moment, one of the really cool things about Azir is how good he is at actually pushing past the dead tower. Plays his own turret now and force H2K to sit really far back, meaning they can't contest anything in the jungle because Azir is controlling mid lane with the tower. Better push, obviously. Caitlyn can't do anything against him, so he gets to just get full control of mid, pushing it in. Caitlyn doesn't want to go to a side lane. And they used it to get some control, but not really enough to gain anything. And we're still waiting for the big engage.
Yeah, and this is a little problematic for Schalke. Sunfire Cape just completed for Odo one day. Infinity Edge and Perfect Hex Call in the last minute. So big damage upgrades, tankiness for the H2K squad. They're still down marginally, 2,500 gold. But I think when you add the value that Vengeful Maelstrom can bring to a team fight, H2K still have very, very powerful options.
And it's important to highlight how hard it actually is for Schalke to really push anything, because there's so much wave clear on the side of H2K as well. There's all the traps being set up in front of a tower. It's very risky for Schalke to try and all in for one turret. That's why they're playing it so safe. They also know they have a good late game. Sure, there's a range disadvantage when we look at AD carries, but then you have an Azir as well in the late game. So it's going to be extremely interesting. Tanks on both sides. Sivir with her late game damage is great, but obviously Caitlyn is one of these fantastic hyper carries on the side of H2K.
And I think we have to praise both of the teams here for not making big mistakes. Playing to exactly what their team comps are meant to do, really. You know, it's not flashy, but it is controlled, it is calm. It is looking for those opportunities where you can punish your opponent as opposed to making mistakes themselves.
And H2K keep finding some of these wards here. You see the one in the wall, actually, that doesn't get spotted by pink ward in front of the Baron. So they get to keep some vision in river all the time.
Until Now, Gilius will spot and clear that out. Very, very cheeky ward placement. But
I mean, at this
you
point,
need to do it.
At this point, as Schalke, if you really want to have that fight, you need to start the Baron, have one of your tanks tank it, and then when you see H2K move in, you then have that flash engage from an Alistar, from a Gragas, and that's how you start the fight. H2K literally don't care about you hovering around here at the moment.
Yeah. Because H2K know they can wait for their opportunity to fight.
And also the pink ward placed by Schalke was outside of the Baron pit, so there's a ward being snuck in behind it from H2K on the minimap, meaning again, they're like, we know you're not starting Baron, I dropped my pen as well.
Burn your tongue on T, drop
Pick
your
the
pen.
back up, and just play by playing my own life at the moment.
There we go. I like that. By the way, the entire time we've been looking at this Baron vision, Steve and Odo have been trading back and forth, and Odo's coming away.
By the way, because he can't sustain himself on Maokai can.
Yeah, Odo's coming away in a better situation. Thanks to that sap magic passive.
I'll be ready, Trevor, ready. It's gonna
I am ready, I'm ready.
Happen.
But the vision is not set up, so until those wards are contested, or until Schalke pull the trigger, I mean, they have to dare H2K to fight. What is the next dragon? It is live, and it is Ocean. See that on the mini-map? So again, nothing really super valuable.
This is going to be 3 dragons for H2K.
Yeah.
Again, double Ocean. Late game is not the greatest, where you have a lot of fights happening and you're constantly in combat. It's good if you have a lot of poke, but obviously the Elder Drake in itself is always strong. So another 10 minutes for that one.
The next one's going to be Mountain.
So
we'll have a Mountain Drake at about 32 minutes, and then Elder around 38. But by that point, a Baron fight may have happened and a team may have won. Because the later and later you go,
with the pace of this game, I'm not sure.
This is a one and done kind of game. Because one dramatic team fight will result in a large lead that a team can then finish the game. Because you're this late in. It happens.
True. My brain is fried right now. I can't really find anything to talk about.
I'll help you out. I'll help you out. Because down bottom, Odo and Steve are continuing to trade. Is there anything that Steve or Odo could be doing outside of just trying to push this lane in? Because they're kind of just neutralizing one another.
I mean, yeah, you can teleport away and give us a big team fight, as an example. Like, Steve is not winning the fights right now. They're just really trading farm, not even farm, they're just pushing minions back and forth. It's so much just about, like, who has the control around Baron, right? Because can you then maybe sneak it? Can you get a good start to the fight where the other team has to like run in from 2 angles to try and stop you? But Schalke is not committing hard enough. H2K does not want to commit anything because they want to keep scaling up with their composition.
Well, I think it's a big testament to the fact that it's the first week of the summer split. When you're looking at these teams not willing to take big risks, but also not realizing some of the other small mistakes around clearing out vision in the Baron pit.
Some people like to say, you know, this is the EULCS and a lot of teams don't really do anything for like 30 minutes, but I do feel like this week it's not been the case. We've actually had very action-packed games. Even the last one.
Yeah.
Just defending EULCS a little bit. But this has been...
Gilius is in some trouble.
Oh no, calm down, Trevor.
Body slams away. Summoner spells available for everybody. And
no surprise, there's been no fight for like 15 minutes.
It is just a matter of vision. And the moment there's a hole in that vision, it's currently being plugged up. I mean, Schalke plus 4,000 gold, nearly 30 minutes on the clock. CS, the only thing that's really worth talking about is the advantages for Fox and Rals, but even that, slightly irrelevant when you look at the item break points that everybody's reached. There's a pink ward in the pit for Schalke this time round.
They have the vision control. Pushing up the mid lane is where you can... Oh, go in!
There's the body slam into the parallel convergence! H2K have lost Freeze just like that! Schalke break the game wide open. They take down Jankos where he stands. Gilius will be taken down by a tower shot by Ryu, but Fox sends the soldiers forward, looking for his opposite number. Ryu is able to run for his life, but Vander is forced to flash. The inner turret goes down, and that was a great engage from Schalke.
Something they could have done earlier, but now they found the right moment for them to engage, and we talked about this. Go back, 2 years or maybe 20 minutes. We mentioned how this Caitlyn, there's not really anything that can peel properly for against Flash Body Slam, against the Alistar flashing in as well. And they finally found the right engage, take down Freeze. Instantly, they get the Baron as well. Slow and steady, kills the AD carry. And now, Schalke about to call him the full name. Now, Schalke is ready to play more aggressive. Again, this is great engage from Gilius. Straight into a stun from the Echo, into a combo from the Alistar. I mean, you couldn't chain that CC any better. And really nothing as an AD carry you can do, other than once you see the body sign from Gragas, you flash already, but then you don't have to flash for next time. So it's so hard to react against this body slam flash engage. And some of you were just waiting and waiting for, talked about it 20 minutes ago, happened now.
And you have to give kudos to Steve and Gilius. Coming from two different directions, comboing into the parallel convergence as well. Just on the maximum range. But really good communication and heads-up play. Steve still has his teleport available, Baron as well. So this is going to give Odoamne some troubles down bottom.
Yeah, Freeze is going to need a QSS here to try and be able to use QSS and then flash away when he gets engaged on like this. But right now, it's Schalke with the Baron, with the Mountain Drake. As you know, that's probably going to be a lie. That's why I'm showing both teams got it. Funny enough, a Mountain Drake. We just handed them one.
Yeah. The next one's going to be Mountain.
Yeah.
That's what it could look like.
Could look like this for either team.
For either team. But Inhibitor at top is taken down by Schalke. And Schalke, they're just pushing two lanes at once.
As soon as you break open the game, one team fight, one Baron, one Inhib turret about to die.
As we said.
Inhib about to die.
One team fight at 30 minutes can
and
seal the deal.
And you get a 1-1 tie as well.
Just like that. Or in Europe after all, that meme will never die. The Inhibitor gets chunked down to 20% HP.
And I love that we're still sitting on that cloak from the Azir. Like, no, I don't want that Abyssal Scepter. Stay away from me.
Not going to be needed just yet. One more shot from those Baron empowered cannon minions. Freeze is caught out.
Dead.
The barrel knocks him backwards. A 4-man pulverize from Spratel with Freeze down. Fox is left able to clean house. Chrono break backwards from Steve. Buys a couple extra seconds before he's taken down by Ryu. A lot of damage. The divide sends Odoamne and Ryu into the waiting hands of Schalke. They will pick their third kill of the fight, turn their attention to the Nexus, and after 30 minutes of farming, Schalke, no fear, turn their attention to the Nexus. Gotta wait for the minions to close this one out. That is the story of the game.
It is.
Gotta wait for the minions.
Yeah, minions coming in. Steve is dead, but that's only one guy from Schalke. Rest of the team pushing in. Jankos and Vander. Time to be heroes, but you're pretty useless at this point.
I don't think anything's going to matter. Vander gets taken down as Fox slides his way forward. The remaining members of Schalke take down the Nexus, even out the series 1-1, and take away 4 points in the opening week of the Summer Split.
We got to yell for 4 minutes in the end, because this was a very, very slow game. And while H2K had some advantages, if we look at top lane from the lane swap, they did not want to play aggressive. They wanted to wait for items on the Caitlyn. Problem was the amount of engage from Schalke against an AD carry who only has a net, which is a very slow escape to use. Well, one misstep, make it 2 missteps in this one, and he gets caught out. And it's hard to really blame him. We can blame him for the last one where he got stunned by the Echo. That should never happen. But the one in the mid lane at the tier 2 tower, it's really hard. Gragas can body some flash you. Schalke were waiting for that one for such a long time. And it's the power of such a strong engage against an H2K team who did not want to do anything.
To be fair, it took Schalke a very long time to get to that point. They had control of the Baron pit. They had control of the top quadrant of the jungle for, 10 minutes. Between the 20 and 30 minute mark, there was a gigantic S04 flag around the red buff, around the Baron pit.
Above me as well.
And they did not play the Baron bait game. They didn't start it and try force objective, because that engage from Gilius was phenomenal. And he could have done that if you could have forced people into a choke point.
Again, we can always go back and say, yeah, this could have been done 10 minutes earlier. Because it was the same sort of engage you were looking for. And you didn't even straight up need the AD carry. Whenever the Trundle came in to face check you, you can do the same to him and just create that one pick to get more pressure on the map.
Yeah.
But they were constantly waiting for that one moment.
And that one moment happened because Freeze was out of position.
Well, it's under his tower, but yeah.
Under his tower and got okay, that's a little unfair.
It's a tough one, right? The rest of the team weren't even there either, because they were constantly caught catching waves instead of pushing out waves fast enough. They were never the ones being proactive. H2K, despite again having that small advantage early on, we got to highlight as well this the start from Jankos, where it's like, why? Like, that gank in mid is so risky when you have no information of the enemy jungler. And if you can be there in a lane swap, so can he.
So if you step back and we look at the overall performances I mentioned in the game, all 4 games, Schalke are able to pick up first blood. They get themselves a 1-1 series. They picked up a 2-0 yesterday. We're going to let the analysts talk a little bit more about that. Before we do that, let's head to Pulse on stage. You're standing by with Gilius.
Thank you, Trevor. And I'm still sure my tie is better than yours, but I'm here with Gilius here on stage after that 1-1 performance. First off, Gilius, exceptional second game. The first game from you guys, not so hot. What did you feel that you changed up between game 1 and game 2 to create such a stark difference?
I think in the first game, we drafted a bit too low engaged at Azir, so we were a bit lost in the game. The Azir could just hit us for free. And I think I played the early game really badly, so they snowballed from that and got a free Nash. In the second game, I didn't do mistakes in the early game and we just won. Yeah, I would just say I fucked up the first game.
Well, you say that you had like a disappointing performance in the first game, but you're still 3-1 currently with this team on the first week, and your performances have been exceptional, especially yesterday. So what did you change coming in from the last split?
I think I got much more confident with the experience from the first split, and I think I just learned from my mistakes from the first split. Like I did a lot of mistakes last split, you could see, and yeah.
I want to expand that as well to the rest of your team, because of course you changed mid laner, but speaking to Sprado as well, like more changed on this team. So was it a mentality change? Was it just the way you approached the game, or what was it?
I don't think it's a mentality change. Like Aika was a really nice guy, but Fox is a really good laner. So that enables me to play much more aggressive as a jungler, because he usually pushes the enemy in. His communication is really good. He tells me when I can pressure the enemy jungler. So yeah, that helps a lot.
Seems like a lot of factors have come together now, and I want to talk about expectations, because coming into the split, 1, how were you feeling, and 2, after your first week, have those expectations changed, or are you feeling good to go?
I think it's nice. We went 3-1. It's looking good for we are just trying to get to the playoffs, top 6. That's our main goal. I'm a bit sad about this game, that we just get 1 point, Ties are a bit, I don't know how to feel, you only get 1 point, but yeah, I guess it's fine.
Yeah, still a strong week and well on track towards those playoffs. Thank you very much for the interview, Gilius, and of course the 3-1 on the week. We're going to send it now over to the analyst desk to take a look at that game.
Yeah, should have won the first game.
Yeah, should have won the first game. I don't know how to feel. Well, 2-0 them?
Yep.
God damn it.
Then you get more than twice the points. Love the outfits, though.
Yeah.
We should have stayed in Elements. We had our own tracksuit.
Are we down that road again?
They look really comfy.
Know about your history as a pro player.
Fine. Shocks, introduce the next topic.
Yeah, well, the topic at hand is obviously Schalke versus H2K, still 1-1. Let's look a bit closer at we're off to a great start. Picks and bans, obviously, they talked, or Gilius mentioned the fact that they felt that they did a bit better in the draft as well. What did you make of it?
Well, this time we didn't see the priority on the Victor. This time it managed to wheeze its way through the draft a little bit later on. But again, we are seeing more priority on this Caitlyn, and I know Reckless had a couple comments on it during Champs Night.
Yeah, so at least in my experience in scrims, when I played Caitlyn, I think when I'm playing it on side lane, it's quite hard to know where you're putting your trap line exactly, because you're moving back and forth all the time, and you're very vulnerable as well to the TP flanks. So generally speaking, I think Caitlyn is much more effective if she's put mid, because then you have like the specific line with the traps that you can put down, and you're much more safe farming, and you always pretty much have priority in the mid lane. So all in all, I think it's a good pick, but not in every situation, and I feel like a lot of teams like H2K are prioritizing it very high right now, but playing it incorrectly.
Yeah, if you look at it in a vacuum, just pure laning phase, Caitlyn has like 0 bad matchups, especially if you pair her with a range support. She will bully and win any matchup, but sadly, teams are not getting enough advantages out of laning phase, and then you need to look big picture. I'll definitely agree with Reckless. If you go 1-3-1 double teleport, Caitlyn's a beautiful pick to have in mid lane, because they never can approach your tower. Despite you having kind of slow wave clear, the traps just make it so that nobody can actually challenge your wave clear. You get it down, and you're suddenly in control of the game. But on the side lane, it is so hard to play, and that makes it so you get pushed in. And then one lane, then you have the Maokai getting pushed in by the Echo, and suddenly you're playing at your tower, waiting for the inevitable Gragas flash in.
Yeah, you were mentioning how Schalke and Ulfia in their drafts got priority in every lane, and that shaped the way it went.
Yeah, I guess, as Krepo said, perhaps in laning phase, it was a bit tough for them to get through, but I think at some point, the Sivir is just pushing in the Caitlyn constantly, and there's never really a point where they can leave their towers, because then they open themselves up for the Gragas flash, as you said. And then on the other side of the map, the Echo usually has push priority against the Maokai as well. So I think in general it was just a matter of time actually before they got caught off guard, which happened in the mid lane I think later on in the game, and then they just swooped it from there.
Yeah, let's take a look at one of those fights that got things going, because as you mentioned, it took a while for things to get underway in terms of the action front in this game and for the kills to come in. But here we see some magic from Gilius.
Yes, Gilius. He made a beautiful play to get the pick onto the key members of H2K, and I mean, it was just really great execution from Gilius overall. Really bring out the Gragas in the jungle, something that we haven't seen much high priority on, but he definitely made it work.
Yeah, turned his Twitter fingers into trigger fingers right there. finally able to back up the plays, or the words rather, with his plays. Gilius, newfound confidence. Although in the interview, surprisingly, like mellow, I felt. For somebody that has that much talk on Twitter, I was like, yeah, you know what, should have stomped that first game.
No, I actually love the interview because, you know,
it was a good interview.
I mean, I think he also learned his lesson a bit, you know, not to be overzealous, but they show it through results. He did tweet, you know, I'm going to take all the failures and make it into maybe a World Championship win, who knows. And, you know, it's good to hear that he also, without speaking badly about Ica, of course, attributes it to the fact that the new configuration allows him to do different things.
Yeah, but that's League of Legends, you know, there's a ton of really nice people in this scene, but sadly there are better players out there, and if you can trade Ica for Fox, like 100% do it. Fox, on the Victor and Vlad, just constantly pushing, like Julius said. Every single matchup we see him at least putting pressure on the map, and it's so much easier to play the game when other lanes are pushing.
Fox has really impressed me. I thought that he was a little bit tunneled onto this Vlad and Victor, and I thought, well, now he's playing this Azir, how well is he going to do? But he did have some very impressive performances in the very end when they're pushing into the base, holding onto his ultimate to guarantee the kill down onto Victor, because he was the main wave clear, keeping H2K's hopes alive. And being able to set up those picks and those plays was just really impressive. I'm just very impressed with Fox's performance.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Schalke overall. And in this game specifically, Gilius, of course, impresses us. And he is our player of the game. Not just that beautiful play he had there, but yesterday he also had some runs where he just put a lot of pressure down on the map. And it seems to be working in the whole of Schalke 04 now.
Yeah, they definitely improved. For me, H2K on the other side, though, feels very slow. Is that something you feel as well when you play against them? Because you have the whole probably macro approach, even last season, but it feels like they don't make any plays outside of that skeleton.
Yeah, I guess as I mentioned before, they had a very specific style that they brought into the spring split that they just continued with throughout the whole time. And I guess they still run on that track still. And it's quite predictable in some ways. And I also think, as I said before, it's less effective with freeze. And in general, I think the meta is not really like favorable if you play that way, because you're just going to get double TP'd on constantly if you're the one making the aggressive plays. So I think they'll have to make some changes perhaps moving forward.
Yeah, especially if you look at their track record. We've always said that they're strong in the spring split, but they stopped evolving, or the team's gotten used to them or could predict what they were going to do. So I hope for their sake that is something they can keep revolutionizing this time around.
Yeah, lane swaps especially.
I'm really hoping that we see more Bard from both these teams, because it managed to slip through the pick and ban phase twice now. And
he cried.
We've seen so much prioritization on Bard from not only other teams, but other regions. He's like the most picked support right now in Korea and in China. And the fact that we're not seeing as much value over here in Europe, I think is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, it's actually really hard for me to judge, because you know, the inner fanboy and all the memes, being a Bard one trick myself, he just feels so strong in nearly every situation, but you just require so much time put into it. But I feel after his release, there's now been such a great length of time where these supports should have by now practiced him enough to at least put him to use. We were talking a little bit about this off air too. Just the problem with the champion is that a good Bard can single-handedly carry a game, but a mediocre Bard is just bad. Like, it just doesn't work. If you need to know the champion much better than your opponent to really find these plays, and maybe that's what's holding some of these teams back, and they rely on, you know, easier champions like an Alistar or a Trundle.
Well, we obviously have a lot to discuss on what's week 1 on the books. It is time for the post-game lobby. Then we get to discuss even more. Let's start with a quick recap, though, of the day's competition. We do. You like it?
Yeah, nice guy.
All right. In any case, it's been a long day. It's been a long 2 days overall. Let's track back to the beginning of the day. Splice versus Roccat. Verius, we were on the desk here with the Fisio, all very excited for that matchup because it seemed like it could be two teams reinvigorated, so to say, and it was a very, very, very exciting series.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, Splice, they were able to get the advantage in game 1. Parang bringing out his Jace, which the Fisio was not a massive fan of, because Jace up in the top lane, when you try to make those teleport plays, don't really have the same sort of impact to something like a Maokai or maybe even the Gragas. But moving into game 2, they definitely had a significantly better performance. And while Splice, I was looking forward to this game in particular. I thought it was going to be really close. I thought it was going to be really exciting. And fortunately, both these teams were able to bring something out.
Yeah, I was actually really sad I missed this. I was casting on the other stream right
great
now.
game.
But everyone's like talking about providing Jace. So apparently it did not work out. First time I see it.
Well, it doesn't work in the comp, yeah.
Well, this game was really all about Betsy though on the Swain.
Yeah.
I mean, he brought the Swain out up against the Vlad. He even ran Ignites to have so much more kill pressure in the mid lane. He was playing hyper aggressively, always being on the front line, and he was very deserved of the player of the game in that match.
And so another tie here for Rocket. Yesterday tied against H2K too. Betsy so far in wins every time has the
I think he's the leader in player of the game because he is the only person that has 2. Actually, Trick also has 2. But we'll take a look at that leaderboard later. Oh, that shirt. Wonderful. Bringing the fashions. In any case, Reckless, obviously, we were looking a lot at Roccat with their new import Koreans, obviously, but also Steelback, that person you know very well, or a player you know very well. How do you think he can change kind of the dynamic of Roccat in the summer split?
Well, I think something that was really underestimated in the past for this lineup specifically was the Betsy and Airbox. I think both of them are really good players, and especially together, I think they can create a lot of room for the others. And a player like Steelback, who stepped up big time in the Spring Split, can definitely grow into this room, I think. I don't have too much information on the Koreans, but in scrims, they both look pretty decent. Then again, I haven't seen his Jace yet, but...
That is so far the notion for, I think, almost all Korean imports that we have here in Europe. Decent, but nobody really stands out as like a hard carry. So we need to see if it maybe is the meta, as the Reckless just said, so being team reliant, that it doesn't, individual performance isn't really allowed to shine anymore. Or if, you know, maybe they just don't have the talent, but they need some gel time at least. I think we'll wait until week 3 and 4 until we can actually get the final judgment on a lot of these players.
Well, a Korean import that did great today was on EULCS in that series versus OG. After seeing what EULCS did yesterday, we didn't have the high hopes for them, but they completely destroyed Origen.
Yeah, but it was actually, I think Exile's actually the German kid that really carried. No, wait, I'm confused right now. Never mind. Move. Let's just talk about...
Yeah, Exile is on EULCS.
Yeah, I'm like, my mind is just
Exile really stepped up for me in particular. I talked about him yesterday underperforming, maybe having a bit of nerves, but today he seemed to be in an environment that suited him perfectly. He got the LeBlanc.
Yeah, he is German. I was like so confused. Korean import, because for me, because everyone's like move carried that game, but for me, Exile just on LeBlanc twice, he took full control. They played a similar style that Fnatic did with the very heavy skirmishes. You know, we don't need tanks. Move helped him set up for it though. Definitely a different contrast, because we were talking about in our lead-in. Yesterday they went like something like 0 and 13 or something. The weakest jungle mid combination we've seen in absolute ages. And right now, some really good flash cocoons, especially the one that tilted Forgiven that we saw at the start of the clip when I was still tilting. He went for a flash cocoon on Janna, and then Forgiven panic flashed into a wall. It's like maximum tilt, and I think that was spelled out the rest of the series. Game 2, Expecke subbed in, but it wasn't any different.
Yeah,
Exile just took off.
It didn't help. So EULCS, obviously, great that they came back, but we got to talk about Origen. Obviously, they are 0-4 in games. And just looked, I even think they looked better yesterday. They had 2 losses versus G2, but that was more to be expected against that top team. Reckless, can you talk me through kind of the Forgiven hybrid dynamic and how that changed the way Origen plays?
Actually, I had kind of high hopes for both Forgiven and hybrid together. I think they play sort of similar, and they think sort of similar. So I'm not sure exactly what I expected going into, for example, yesterday's game, because I know G2 is a pretty good lineup and one of the strongest teams, judging of scrims. But to see them perhaps not step up even today was a bit saddening.
Yeah, I think you make a good point there from the scrim point. I can see how this lineup could perform in a slightly more solo queue environment. Like in scrims, if you have a 50-50, you know, can we maybe kill this guy? You will always go for it, you know. And on stage, you will respect Fog of War more. It does seem that Origen is really still in that mentality. It's like, oh, this guy's right here, let's try and kill him. Oh, it turns out we're playing on the wrong side of the map, or there's more people collapsing, no communication. I think they definitely have the talent, but they lack a leader. Part of the leadership was Mithy amazing as a combo. Yeah. They lost Mithy right now. Mithy is clearly doing work in G2, still kind of molding the team there, but they really need to get back on track. I think we will see more Expecke, because I think the dynamics going to change to Expecke and amazing shot calling together.
And we discussed yesterday how the meta is changing in the mid lane and how this could very well be Power of Evil's meta. He liked to play those sort of control mages mid, and so far he has not been performing. He pulled out the Ryze yesterday, got completely destroyed by, the Varus yesterday got completely destroyed by Perks. He also pulled out the Orianna today and just wasn't able to perform.
Yeah, and it was also an interesting shift for me because, as we said, last particular round, Expected only stepped in because Power of Evil was sick. And then in the finals, it wasn't that Power of Evil didn't play good, but this time he also admitted it himself on social media. I just didn't play good. And to have that happen in week 1, it doesn't spell a lot of good for me out for OG. I don't really know. As said, the communication has to change. How much of a role can Hybrid play in that?
I don't think like Hybrid had to communicate much in G2 either, though. It felt like a lot of their gameplay just was on individual prowess and snowball, and everybody's just like, yeah, just fight your way out, and eventually they'll win. Yeah, we need to see how he evolves. It's also really hard for a player. Remember, Hybrid's still very young, very new to the stage, to come into a lineup with personalities. I don't want to say like egos because we don't know how they operate, but like personalities like Soas, Amazing, and Forgiven. Those are 3 very stern voices that have like very absolute opinions. To come into that as Hybrid, it may be a little challenging to find his groove and kind of try to shock all these people.
Yeah, another thing I was looking at is Power of Evil just in general, because 2 years ago when he bursted onto the scene, we were in awe all the time, and he would do very good in lane and solo kill these people that have been around forever. And now Exile is kind of the same. Reckless, do you think there is a part of you when you become a pro player and you get to step into that limelight? Do you become calmer along the way when you get more experience? And maybe does that not work out? How have you seen that for yourself? Have you, because you're there longer, you take the safer option more, and that's maybe not the best option when before you would have just gone ham?
I would probably say so, yeah. I think with time you get maybe even complacent sometimes. Meanwhile, if you're new, you have like nothing to lose, everything to win a bit. So I would definitely say so, and I think especially during the first weeks, the newer players are really, really hungry to get back in there, right? But the ones who's been around for a longer time, they're more kind of eased back perhaps and just sticking around for playoffs, right? And I think that might hurt the more experienced ones.
Yeah, you also never want to be that guy, you know, as an experienced player to then just make a big mistake because
Yeah.
you get more you just get the spotlight on that.
Yeah.
It also it tracks into a bigger discussion regarding maybe burnouts, you know, or pacing, because like a lot of these young players, they come in flying, they won't sleep. Like they'll say like, you know what, I can practice 3 hours more if I only sleep 4 hours a night. Beautiful, let's go. And then obviously down the line, you'll feel that hit you.
Yeah, but Exile definitely a good opening performance overall. Yesterday had a really hard time, but showed up today and showed that he can do it as well. Another series we had today was Giants up versus G2. G2 2-0 once again. They are the best performing team in the opening weekend here in the EULCS, which was to be expected. Obviously, Sven and Mithy was the big transfer there. How do you think they have gelled into that lineup?
Well, as Krepo said before, perhaps the G2 shot calling in the old lineup wasn't like anyone specifically. It was perhaps just more individual instincts, right? So with Mithy coming in, perhaps they're cleaning up a lot of the chaos that they had before, but still having that aggressiveness that they were so famous for. So I think it's a pretty balanced roster all in all.
And to be fair, I thought this was going to come from Maxlaw. I mean, in Game 2 of Giants, he did have a great early game in setting up the laners for success, and having him join the team and having seen him in the past, I felt like he would be the voice to unite Giants, but based on what they saw against J2, they just couldn't match up.
Yeah, we saw some good things from Giants to work with, but in the end, G2 was too strong. Reckless, before you talked about types of AD carries and where Sven slots in. How do you think that works within the other players that we see in G2?
I mean, Sven has been pretty used to be played around in Origen specifically, but I think in general, if you're a good player, you can play any style. Like you don't have to stick to one specific one. And I think in the end, anyways, it's up to like the draft. You should be able to be last priority. You should be able to be first priority. It should all just depend on what your game plan is, all in all. So I think he's more than good enough to understand that himself.
Where do you see G2 ending here?
Well, going into the split, I had really high hopes for them. I mean, they are probably the best looking team at paper. So especially now when they already have a 4-0 in the first week, I think they have a lot of room to grow in. I think they're very confident in themselves, and
yeah, they definitely built themselves a buffer. I think 4-0 was almost expected from G2. It was more the manner in which they would do it. Maybe against Origen, you could argue a little bit there. They still have a lot of work around their objectives still, around Baron, but luckily for them, they just have a wealth of talent. People like to rag on Kikis, but I think he knows his... This sounds so bad. Like, he knows his place. He just knows that he has to play a low econ style very often, and maybe they can change and let him carry more, but he knows his limits there.
Had
That's
great
enough.
games
Like,
today.
you can't have 3 high econ players.
I was going to say, today he did bring out the fizz, and having a look at the draft, I was like, well, you know, we've been talking a lot about how he is a low econ top laner. How's he going to do on more of this carry style? And he managed to get a solo kill onto Smitty J. Take that what you will. I mean, he is definitely stepping up in terms of being that extra carry that G2 do they need? Well, I don't know,
An extra carry never hurts.
Yeah.
No, it never hurts. In any case, a lot of teams have a lot of things to learn and look back on. So it's time to look back on Fnatic's opening weekend, as you have here, Reckless, as well. Vitality today, a 1-1, and you were mentioning that you felt like you made it very difficult for yourselves in the draft in the first game.
Yeah, I guess the words I was using was that we were playing through Fire and Flames from Guitar Hero on expert mode when you could have just played on medium, no problem. So yeah, I think we kind of shot ourselves in the foot going into the first game with the way we drafted.
What specifically?
Yeah. I think, to sum it up shortly, their front line was stronger than ours, and their back line was stronger than ours. And at the same time, they have a double TP advantage, so we didn't really have any winning conditions.
I would argue that your backline with Azir and I think it was Lucian, right?
Yeah.
Had a stronger...
For me, it was just, we had a backline of 2, but they had a backline of 3.
Yeah, but you had stronger continued DPS, and that's how Fnatic actually won some of these fights, but they required perfect execution in the sense that every fight Lissandra comes in, Spirit would have to kick her out.
Yeah.
Then they would have to peel back, hope that they kept committing, and that's when Fnatic cleaned up.
Yeah.
But if you definitely have, if you missed this game, just watch it for the team fights. Look, got the hashtags here. We are part of the fans. I like this game because it left really nice room for banter between me and Sifa to get him.
It was
to
a
the
great
stage.
cast, to be honest.
And then we also had some really nice team fights, both where Fnatic lost due to the Nuke Dog just doing some fantastic plays, but also where they understood the pacing of the fight, waited, and then the continued DPS of Lucian and Azir shine through in the end.
Yeah, you talk about the team fights. We have to talk, of course, to you about the return of Yellowstar. We had an interview with him yesterday where he said, it was like I had never gone. I just slotted right back in. How has it been from your experience having him back?
Well, from a player perspective and an individual one, it just felt natural from like game 1. I think we've played together for enough time now to just know exactly what the other one wants to do. I think I was watching a feature on Afremo and Stixay the other day, and Afremo was speaking about how he and Doublelift back in the day had this kind of synergy where they didn't really need to communicate because they understood each other on such a deep level. And I think me and Bora have something very similar. And then on a personal note, I think we've always kind of been cool with each other, and especially now with him going to gym every day, I figured I would just come along and perhaps become more than just a pretty face for once.
Humble brag.
Yeah, so it's been really good to have him back, honestly, and I think it kind of showed as well in the games that I just trusted him blindly.
Yeah.
Good. People followed him. Sometimes he went a little bit too far. That's why they drafted Kalista then to pull him back.
Yeah, no, but we have to ask about that.
Protect
because
each other.
no other team or AD carry puts a priority that high on the Kalista. Why is that for you guys?
Well, I think Kalista is always Kalista, right? You just bring the utility for your support. And even though she's seen a lot of nerfs, I think she kind of fits in well once the Lucian's gone. I mean, in general, most of the picks after Lucian are
so next patch
just situational anyways. And I think Kalista is actually one of the few that are not super duper situational. When I was talking about the Caitlyn, for example, that a lot of teams are picking in the first rotations, in my opinion, that's incorrect because you should just be playing it in the 1-3-1s, right? Meanwhile, Kalista can kind of slot in anywhere.
Yeah.
It brings a lot of CC that you might not have in the current setups.
Definitely liking the faster paced comps with the LeBlancs, etc. Just going for hard lane wins and then just snowball the map.
And just to go back on what Ify was saying with the changes in patch 6.11 coming out, I feel like Fnatic are actually ahead of the curve in terms of what AD carries are going to be really strong, because I do think we're going to see a rise in the Sivir, the Kalista. I'm hoping we see more Ashe. We've already seen a lot of it in LCK, but if you guys do bring out the Ashe, please, because I think it's really good for setting up engages and it's a really fun champion to watch.
Well, we'll see. We can, of course, fight it out of them. But in any case, after week 1, our spring champions G2 Esports are in first with 6 points after a perfect start to the summer. Fnatic, Schalke are both tied for second with 4 points, and then Giants, Origen are without a win in week 1. Not all of that is to be expected, of course. Schalke is quite a surprise to me, to be honest, that everything is going so well for them.
Yeah, always have to temper early reactions
Yeah.
because certain teams have had an easier schedule. So I do like the high amount of games we're playing. We've already seen so much league. Usually after like a week 1 of a new patch, you see a little bit of things, but not the most. I think teams will really have to kind of speed up their preparation and their adaptation in between weeks because we get so much exposure to so many different scenarios.
Unicorns of Love is the team that I'm probably going to be keeping my eyes on the most because we saw them have a really bad game against Schalke, but then a really good game against Origen. So I still don't know where they fall in the spectrum, and right now they are in the middle of the pack. And moving on to next week, I think it will be a better representation of how much they've grown as a team and how well they gel together.
We'll see. Reckless, how has the experience of best of twos been for you?
Well, I know, for example, after losing the first game, that if it was just the best of one, I would have been really sad because I think if we just, as we could see in the game too, if we just drafted it properly, we had a much better chance of winning the game. Because I don't even think the second draft was like in any specific favor for us. It was just more balanced out. So I think obviously it's a win that we got to play another game and got to like make revenge for ourselves. But at the same time, I still think that we kind of have to owe it up that we screwed up in the first game. So I think a 1-1, for example, for this series, fair and square. And I would call it a much better solution than, for example, just going home with that loss.
I'm feeling bad about that. Well, we almost have to wrap up here, but I do want to check in with you guys over on Twitter because you tweeted up a storm. We wanted to know what power picks you were expecting on patch 6.10. And at Rusty Lol, hey, we know that guy.
Yeah.
Vlad, because Vlad, I'm laughing straight to the blood bank with this. You had a lot to say about Vlad.
Yeah, so I wasn't convinced initially by Vlad, but it seems that Vlad's laning phase, which was his weakest point, has now pretty much been solved with the addition of Crimson Rush. It's really difficult to outtrade the Vlad unless you pick the Swain into it, which we saw really interestingly from Betsy, but I mean, Vlad really has grown a lot as a mid laner.
Reckless, how fun is it as an AD carry to play versus Vlad?
I think I played my first game against Vlad. Okay, yeah, okay, it's fine. Okay, so I played my first game against Vlad when we were screaming Schalke, and Fox was pulling it. I was considering if I
He played it.
yeah, he played it, so it's okay. And like, I didn't really know, first of all, how it was working properly, and then when he just flash eat me and it took like half my HP, I was just, yeah, I think we should play this champion. So we started playing it, and it became, I guess, highly contested throughout these 2 days.
Yep, definitely.
But I definitely think it will stick around, especially nowadays. The comps generally have a lot less CC than they had a couple of patches ago. So a champion like Vlad or a champion like Swain just have a lot of potent in the meta all in all because they just can stay alive forever without the CC keeping them down.
They're nice to see played as well. Now let's take a look at the players of the game because we have a lot after our first couple of days. Betsy, Febvin, Julius, Nukeduck, and Trick, they have earned the honor twice. So we're definitely seeing not all ones and some difference there. Exile in there as well as move to EUL players. And then Ryu and Wonder. Febvin, of course, up there. He won a lot in Spring Split as well. But a nice diversified leaderboard, which I think reflects the fact that we have seen a lot of teams that could go up against each other and not just a clear bottom of the table and top of the table.
Yeah, and also just to see, nice to see some improvement day to day, especially from move Invisible day 1. Some really nice plays here on day 2. Flash Cocoons. Especially there was this phase against Amazing where Amazing was in a brush and you could walk up and hope that he wouldn't notice you and try to cocoon, but because he knew flashes were down, he went for a flash cocoon himself. I mean, it reads super easy, but it's the little things. I like the confidence he was playing with. Definitely helped the Unicorns get those wins.
Nukeduck as well. I mean, this guy right now seems to be the bread and butter of his team. If he does badly, his team does badly. If he does well, his team does well.
Well, if he picks LeBlanc, he does badly.
Well, okay, that seems to be the data that we have so far, yeah. But his Lissandra is really good, and that's why he's sitting at the top right now, because when he does make those plays on Lissandra, they are very impressive, and hopefully he can continue to grow moving forward. I'd like to see more diversity in his champ pool, but with the changes in patch 6.11, I'm hoping that we will see more mid.
Well, he has a lot of games to show it because the 2016 EULCS Summer Split continues next Thursday with H2K versus Giants and Vitality versus Origen. We'll also see the Unicorns of Love face Fnatic and Rocket versus G2. Reckless, that matchup versus UL, of course, there's a bit of history with the backdoors and stuff in UL versus Fnatic, but they showed a strong game here today, so what do you think?
Yeah, I guess, as you said before, it's quite hard to tell where to put them because they had this really good game against Origen, right? And then the not so good one against Schalke. So I don't think we'll be doing anything differently, though, than we have been doing so far. I think, all in all, like, our scrims have been really good, and I think we have actually been one of the better teams. throughout the scrims during these past 2 weeks or so. But then again, you know, scrims are scrims, and once you get to the stage, things are very different. So you never really know where to put your enemy team, especially during these first weeks, and you never really know where to put yourself. So you kind of just try to make the best out of it and then grow from there.
Well, Yellow Star said top 3 for Fnatic, so we got that at least.
I can't even see myself not going to Worlds, so
yeah.
We'll have to work
Same,
our way there.
to be honest.
Same. Your call. In any case, our coverage begins Thursday evening at 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That is 8 a.m. Pacific. But don't worry, there is a whole lot more LCS coming your way this week, starting tonight with a rematch of the North American Spring Finals between TSM and Counter Logic Gaming. And we'll see Team Envy versus Energy Esports in the second series of the night. Those games will hit your browser starting tomorrow at 2 a.m. Central European Summer Time. That's like in 3 hours or something. And this evening at 5 p.m. for those observing Pacific Daylight Time.
Somewhere in the future.
Somewhere in the future. It's not that far away at all. For us here in Berlin, though, it is time to call it a night. For myself, the casters, and everyone here behind the scenes, it's time to call up at the European LCS. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to Reckless for joining us as well at the start of the summer 2016. And we'll see you back here next week.
Heading on to the Red, it will be the first game here on Screen 1, EULCS. Field comes up, a lot of help coming back right into the Sanguine pool. Razor's following after, but they managed to take down the Vladimir, and now the tables have indeed turned.
Brad.
I'm fine.
They're really low. Nice.
Crashing into the backline, onto Steelback, but he's got no support, no backup, as both these teams go one-on-one. Rockout with a win over Splice. This is nice from Maxo and Hustle, potentially setting up a kill, but Perks is going to swing in and land the ultimate on tonight for the first blood.
I go now, come. Yeah, slowly. I got me. I'm fine. I do no flash now.
It's going to be credit to Sven. The double kill going over to him, but he's under the tower. Can't out-heal that one. Kickers are going to come in for the kill.
Come fight me then, boy. Oh my god, this wasn't even close. Oh shit, I'm gonna win it. I'm gonna win it. I think I'm gonna win. No, actually, am I gonna lose it?
In the same boat, Knight will go down. Both mid laners exchange. Sunstar getting taken out there by Trick, and Hudson will receive the same fate. Double kill coming out there from Sven. G2, 2-0 on the day over Giants.
The Storm continues to chase down. Ryu might get 1v1. Siphon power. First blood for Fox. Oh no, Chrono breaks to stay alive for a few seconds longer before Steve is taken down. Things have got messy, but it's Schalke that have got themselves two already.
Chase. I'm on Victor. Victor is dead. Victor. I'm on.
Pick on that.
Yeah, let's go.
There's the body slam into the parallel convergence. H2K have lost Freeze just like that. Schalke break the game wide open. A lot of damage. The divide sends O2 there and Ryu into the waiting hands of Schalke. The remaining members of Schalke take down the Nexus, even out the series 1-1, and take away 4 points in the opening week of the Summer Splits.